that is Oh, what is going on? What's going on? Good afternoon. It is what day is this? Is God's day or God's year. What the hell they fucking say that shit? I don't know. The year of our Lord, uh 2023. I think is what is the year of our Lord 2023. Some shit like that. I don't know. What's going on? I thought I saw this debate the other day and I thought it was a pretty good debate. Um, what's going on? Let's do some housekeeping. What is it? Is what they say. We got John the Baptist in the building. We got Check Cash David as always. Con Shari, welcome to the show. Kingdom Minded, awesome to see you here as well. Mayo Monkeys here and JQ was in the building. I don't know if y'all are still here, but if you are, thank you for coming out and watching the debate. We're gonna do a little debate. Watch this little debate, and then we're gonna get into a couple of these crazy. I don't even want to say they're TPOs. I don't even want to say they're TPOs. It's just I don't. One of them I don't even understand, and then the other one is just like, yo. So I think it was contempt. The other one was a contempt charge or whatever. But yo, welcome to the show. Welcome to the show. Thank you for being here. Thank you for kicking it with me on this Saturday at 6 p.m. And the ones that was here before, thank you for coming. What's up, Reverend Green? How are you doing? Welcome to the show. I want to watch the spirit debate. I just see in the background. I'm a mute. Well, let me see how I want to do myself. Let's go down here. Let's go down to the bottom. So, yeah. So as you see, you got this black man on our left. He's a Democrat from New York City, boss. Oh, New York City, you got Jamal. Well, yeah, Jamal Bowman was part of the squad. If you don't know who he is, check him out if you're a Democrat. And then you got on the right, you have literally on the right, you have Byron Donalds. What up, Samuel? How you doing, my good sir? Who is Republican congressman from Florida? I think he's in the Tampa area. I think he's in the Tampa area. Uh, Congressman, and well, that didn't really matter. One from New York City, one from Florida, and I think it's a good way to see the differences between the two. Both black men, both on different sides of the spectrum. Totally opposite, to be honest with you. And we can see who has more demeanor than the other, and who is just full of bullshit. If you want to say it's bullshit, I don't think it's bullshit. They just have different sides. But also to go with this, one is part of the Black Caucus, and one was not allowed in. Let's just say the one that was not allowed in the Black Caucus, United States Black Caucus, was the man on the right from Florida. He was not allowed in that Black Caucus, even though they don't do nothing for us anyway. It's the worst caucus in the goddamn Congress. But I digress. It's neither here nor there. Um, yeah, we read today, my love. But yeah, we're gonna see we're gonna see the differences on two sides of each coin, or two sides of whatever of the spectrum, two different sides. And I thought it was a good way to put on the show. I thought we don't, I wanted this channel to be a debate channel to begin with, and go over live debates. And I like that. I like the format. I like this one. The moderator didn't even step in and was asshole. It was actually letting the two debate it out. Uh, what the fuck was that? That shit was loud. Anyway, it allowed them to let their thought process go out in the ethers. And again, it's not up for the debater to decide who won, or not even the people that's debating. It's the people in the audience. Even though I don't think there was a real audience there. But if it was, who cares? Um, you're not even trying to win a debate. You're just trying to win someone's thought process, way they view things. If you can get them to change the way they're thinking slightly, that's a W in my book. Male monkey, probably not a good idea for me at 50 to be checking high school kids for boobs. Well, that would be it. But without, oh shit, I gotta switch computers. Give me 1 second. Let me get one up and get the other one going down. Let me bring myself closer. Let's see. I gotta switch computers, and we are going to not do that. We're gonna literally go the easy, fast way, which would be for cam right show. Bring her up. All right, we're there. Wow, this shirt looks pink now. What is going on? All right. So anyway, I'm gonna switch computers. Give me a quick second. Leave, and join. That was almost seamless. That was almost seamless. Oh, getting better at it. All right. Yes, I did, my love. I did do the settings. Give me a second. I gotta fix the way this camera looks. It's just giving me two pink vibes, and this is a very, very vibrant red shirt. Should be no reason why it's pink. Give me a second. That's not it. Let's turn on. We're getting red. All right, we're getting there. Let's bring this up. Ooh. Damn. Let me see if I can get that's as far as it's gonna go. Sheesh. Oh well, who cares? All right, as far as it's gonna get. It's your red background light. It's no. It's not the background light. No. Because if you look at my other computer, it wasn't as pink as you think it say it was. I do like pink. I was against pink for a very long time. Then you know what? When I said, I'm going to buy me. I'm just going to embrace this shit. Everyone else is wearing pink. Why not? Why not me? Why not me? I can wear pink too. But we're gonna get this going. What is it? Where we're at? There we go. That one right there. Bring it up. Booyah. All right. I'm gonna preface it. It's a CNN debate. It is a CNN debate. But I will say, she didn't do a bad fucking job. She did not do a bad job like the rest of these dumb idiots out there. For the most part, all she was to do was let them talk, and that's what I can say she did do that. So I can't complain about what she did. Gonna show up with rainbow praise. Y'all some assholes. Y'all are some assholes. Anyway, let's get into this debate.
Republican Byron Donalds and Democrat Jamal Bowman, belonging to opposite parties, debating policy candidly and freely. It is a rare.
Oh, hold on. Let me get this shit going before they try to do something stupid. You know how these people are. Let's just throw that out there. We're gonna put that out there so you can read that for yourself. Blah 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 blah. Okay, cool. I'm not gonna read it, but I will also play a video. There we go. Free air use, fair use, educational purposes, or every damn thing else. We're here to show the differences of people's stupidity. Other than that, let's go.
Deciding these days, and we're here to continue that conversation now. The second-year congressmen join us, and I should note, you two are friends despite being on opposite sides of the aisle. Thank you so much for being here for these important discussions. I think people are just craving civility in politics and to hear civil discussions about the most important topics of the day. One of those topics, of course, guns, as we were just talking about.
I will say this. Well, fuck it. Let me get it off this ugly ass shit. All right.
Do you both?
I can't trust a motherfucker that don't even have a mustache. You should have a minimum of a goddamn mustache as a grown ass man. I'm sorry. I just can't trust a bare-faced man. I'm sorry. It's just it's weird. It's fucking weird. I don't know. But I'm going to go ahead and let her go.
Both agree there is a gun violence crisis in America. Who wants to?
Yes.
All right.
Absolutely. I mean, the evidence speaks for itself. Guns are the #1 killer of children in our country because of the
That's a false statement. I just want you to know that right now. That's really false, but okay.
Culture of fear
What up, Just
mongering that has been facilitated and nurtured mostly by the Republican Party You have people getting shot, innocent people getting shot in driveways, ringing the wrong doorbell. You have 14-year-olds in my district, and I'm sure not far or within Byron's district, being killed with illegal guns that are trafficked from Republican-led states for the most part. So there's a gun epidemic absolutely in our country. There has been for many years, and we need to move heaven and earth to stop this. Ban assault rifles. Let's have universal background checks, universal red flag laws, and let's make sure that law enforcement is actually tracking gun crime in their states. I learned recently, out of 17,000 law enforcement agencies, only 7,000 track firearm crimes in their jurisdictions. The other 10,000 do not. We need to know where the guns are coming from, how they're getting in, and stop them from getting in to the places where they're killing black and poor people.
Well, first of all, a couple of things. The tragedies we see on.
All right, you heard his side, right? God damn it, where am I at? You heard his side, and to me, the way I look at it, it makes sense if you're a leftist, right? That makes sense if you're a leftist. And I would like to go over what he said on this, but I'm going to let Byron go on and say what he's saying. Then we can go, I want to go back and then kind of dissect both of their fucking bullshit aside. So that's just, I don't know. I wish I could just flip. Yeah. So let's let Byron say, and then we'll go back and go through them both.
On TV are horrific. You know, just looking at the footage of the father talking about what happened to his daughter going into the wrong driveway and his grief, that's something that shakes everybody. Two things. One, we do have a criminal justice system that is supposed to hold people accountable when these tragedies occur. That's number one. So the process does have to work. But number two, this is the balance. This is where this comes into play. Americans do have constitutional rights to hold firearms. That is in the Constitution. It is our governing document. And unless members of Congress go through the process of amending our Constitution, that is the law of the land. So I understand the grief that so many families deal with, but you have more than 100 million gun owners in our country. They own guns legally. They own them lawfully. They respect everybody's humanity, and they use them for sport or whatever, and they don't harm other people. When these tragedies occur, it is horrific. But we also have to understand that in our country, we have a balance to protect all rights. People's right to live, 100%, but people's right also to bear arms. They are equal rights that have to be protected, and Congress is mandated to do that. Last piece I will say. Last Congress, I know there was a bill that came through the House. House Democrats, my colleague Jamal Bowman voted for that legislation. I voted against it. It didn't go anywhere in the Senate.
Yeah, you can put the link up.
In Barack Obama's first term, they had control of all three branches. If you remember, they had 60 votes in the Senate. They could have did everything that Jamal wanted to do. They didn't do that when Barack Obama was president. Why? Because the data does not support the arguments that we're seeing. The tragedy speaks to everybody. I'm not discounting the tragedy. But when you look at the data, long run, for some of the provisions that he's supporting, the assault weapons ban to be one, the New York Times came out and reported in 2014, it had no effect. The Department of Justice reported it had no effects. The Rand Corporation did a study. They said it had no effect on decreasing the atrocities that we unfortunately do see in America.
So first of all,
we're gonna stop right there. Okay, all right. Let me put that up there. Okay, so I just did a quick little research. So so a child is considered anything 19 years and under, according to the CDC. As I recall, children are not 19. So that statement that's saying the leading cause of death in children is gun violence in America is bullshit. Off the top is abnormalities, congenital abnormalities is the leading cause of deaths in infants. If you want to call it that way, if you break it down to what it is, it's not firearms, not even cause of firearms. It's abnormalities. And we're going to call the biggest death, right? We're going to call the biggest killer in children in America is, what'd you say? It's parents and mothers. Right there. Mothers are the leading killers of all children in America. We're going to put that out there. But I digress. It is not gun violence. I did not know guns were a bird of killing people of their own. Yeah, well, you know. Yeah, 19-year-olds are not children, so. But that's how they break it down, and that's how they want to do it. But if you really break it down, because the most gun violence happens between the ages of 16 to 8. Well, the category they put it was 14 to 18. So to even include 19-year-olds in there as victims of gun violence is ridiculous. I was a child minded until I was 22. You can say you can say you were a wrestler, but you would not technically considered a child at 22. So that's not true. But let's go back and let's hear. I want to dissect a little bit of what Mr. Bowman had to say. His real quick ones. I didn't have no poignant parts, but it's gonna go. Where is that?
Guns that are trafficked from Republican-led state
All right, so we already know that.
driveways, ringing the wrong doorbell. You have 14-year-old.
Okay, ringing the. He just brought that one up. People losing their life because they're ringing the door. Let's go. Fuck it. Let's go where this first starts.
One killer of children in our country because of the culture of fear mongering that has been facilitated and nurtured mostly by the Republican Party. You have people getting shot, innocent people getting shot in driveways.
So he's talking about that white man that was shot in a driveway because they were playing basketball and the old black dude came out there and actually shot the dude. So that was that one. Other than that, people walking up the door getting shot. We know that was one time happened. It's not an everyday occurrence. So that's just stupid. And then then they use the same trope as, oh, the guns are coming from all the Republican states. And, you know, they're bringing them into our states and they're killing everyone. That's a dumb false equivalence. Like I said, a lot of people get guns. It don't matter where they come from. It doesn't matter where they come from. It's legal to have fucking guns in America. But it is what it is. Let's continue going with what the bullshit he had to say.
Ringing the wrong doorbell. You have 14-year-olds in my district, and I'm sure not far or within.
Again, he's from New York City.
Byron's district being killed with illegal guns that are trafficked.
Illegal guns that are trafficked. What does that mean? Break that down.
From Republican-led states for the.
You know it's legal to own a gun in New York, right? It's just you got to go jump through hoops to do it, and it should be a constitutional right to own a gun. You shouldn't have to ask the good old overseer if you can have a gun or not. That's the problem with America. You got to ask the overseer if you're able to carry a gun, even though it's in our Constitution saying we have the right to bear arms, especially if you're a law-abiding citizen. But the problem is all these motherfuckers get guns that all have felonies and every damn thing else, and we do nothing about it. So you're gonna have what it is. You're gonna have what it is. So it is what it is. The whole coming from a fucking Republican state is stupid. Because we all know if you get caught in New York City with a motherfucking gun, I swear to Jesus, your ass going to jail. You are come across that motherfucker, come across in New York with a gun. If you have a legal permit and every damn thing else, your ass going to jail. And that's the truth. I hate to tell it to you. So many motherfuckers that went to jail going through that damn airport. Kingdom Mine, thanks for the $10 super chat. Cash app. That was awesome. Sending support early. Look up Sears to 2025. All right, I can do that. What was it? But you know, the whole where the guns come from is stupid because most of them got the strictest gun laws. You should be able to stop it if you have the strictest gun laws in America, especially in these blue cities. Why is it the blue cities that have the strongest dang gun laws is the ones that are leading the country with gun violence? It just doesn't make sense.
Most part. So there's a gun epidemic absolutely in our country.
There was more guns in 1980 than it is now. Just saying.
Has been for many years, and we need to move heaven and earth to stop this. Ban assault rifles. Let's have universal.
Okay, so that's another bullshit claim that most Democrats have is banish all assault weapons, even though let's go to this. Let's go to the stats. I forgot. I should have. You have this shit up, but let's go to the stats. So, baseball bats have more deaths than assault rifles. You know, handguns has the most motherfucking used in the most felonies. Anything is whether it's kills, by deaths, by whatever. It's all coming from a regular old handgun versus an assault weapon. But they're not saying let's ban all handguns. Jesus Christ, where is my shit? Damn it. Let's get this stats. What is it? Oops, I said. Let's go with. Here we go. Here we go. All right. Okay, so that only goes up 2012. Jesus Christ, come on, man, you motherfuckers. Murders by weapon used. Let's do it that 2022, 2023. Let's check that out. There we go. Sorry, guys. So again, handguns by far are the leading weapon used for gun deaths in America. Right? Weapon used in mass shootings in the United States. Right? And the leading cause is handguns with mass shootings. Figure that shit out. But they're not saying let's ban all handguns. If you're saying that you use handguns are used more than rifles, why are the rifles, and I'm talking about this is just mass shootings. This is mass shootings alone. Handguns have done more damage than goddamn rifles. Just saying. What kind of handgun? No, it doesn't matter what kind of handgun. It's a handgun, it's a handgun, it's a handgun. A rifle is a rifle is a rifle. And right now, the rifle is, okay, so they got, as far as 2023, right? There's been 161 mass shootings by handguns, right? And we all know that these are just events. And events with handguns was 161 versus 65 using with rifles. Mass shootings. And that's 2023. So, a revolver ain't just a handgun to me. It is just a handgun because you at least got 6 to 8 bullets where you can shoot 3 or more people. So it can still be considered a mass shooter, a mass shooting weapon. So I'm just saying, this is what he said makes no sense, but we'll just keep going.
Background checks, universal red flag laws, and let's make sure that law enforcement is actually tracking gun crime in their states. I learned recently, out of 17,000 law enforcement agencies, only 7,000 track firearm crimes in their jurisdictions. The other 10,000.
I don't believe that for a fucking second. First off, you got to be wary of these motherfuckers who say stupid shit like that they don't track they don't, motherfucker, it's an event you cause. If something happens with a goddamn gun, if something happened with the gun, it's tracked because it's a fucking incident. The fuck out of here with that bullshit. Oh my word. There's obviously a police report, so it's tracking it. It's tracking it. If there's a police report made, it's being tracked. So, come on. It doesn't matter if they don't have common gun crime. It doesn't really matter if they have gun crime or not. If an incident happens with a gun, it's being tracked because simple fact is there's a police report made about it. So it's still being tracked. Whether they track it for whatever purposes they're trying to say, I don't remember what's that. I don't remember guns being used in 1980 with John Lennon when John Lennon was murdered. It seemed to be more of a mental illness cry by the media. I could be misremembering though. It's getting put on. Well, rifles are being put on the platform through the media because like I said before, the stats show that handguns do bats have more goddamn deaths or events than goddamn rifles do. So that's bullshit. Blunt objects have more. What'd you say? Towel? Oh, cows. I don't know about the cows part. No, I was talking about actual murder weapons that people use. Blunt objects are used way more than goddamn rifles are. And handguns are used more. It just doesn't make any sense for this claim. This claim is bullshit.
Do not. We need to know where the guns are coming from.
No, we
how
don't.
they're getting in and stop them.
It's legal to own guns. I don't care where they come from. As long as you're using it correctly, hey, I'm all good for it. Goodness fucking gracious.
From getting into the places where they're killing black and poor people.
Yeah, guns are only killing black and poor people. That makes so much sense.
Well, first of all, a couple of things. The tragedies we see on TV are horrific. Just looking at the footage of the father talking about what happened to his daughter going into the wrong driveway and his grief, that's something that shakes everybody. Two things. One, we do have a criminal justice system that is supposed to hold people accountable.
Woo-wee! Amen. Hold these sorry motherfuckers accountable. If you don't do it, what is the point in blaming a goddamn gun, you dumb mother? I told you can't trust a motherfucker with no mustache or no beard. Sorry, you just can't.
These tragedies occur. That's number one. So the process does have to work. But number two, this is the balance. This is where this comes into play. Americans do have constitutional rights to hold firearms. That is in the Constitution. It is our governing document.
Yes, sir.
And unless members of Congress go through the process of amending our Constitution, that is the law of the land. So I
don't think this black man right here, Mr. Bowman, can accept that right there because we're supposed to ban all guns. Just come out and say you want to ban all guns because a rifle is the same thing as a handgun, except for one is more stable than the other. That's the only thing that's different. Other than that, there's nothing different between a handgun and a motherfucking rifle. Technically. Just saying. In my eyes, there's no difference. One squeeze, one bullet. Besides binary triggers and what is the other one? All kind of stuff.
I understand the grief that so many families deal with, but you have more than 100 million gun owners in our country. They own guns legally. They own them lawfully.
Yes.
They respect everybody's humanity, and they use them for sport or whatever, and they don't harm other people. When these tragedies occur, it is horrific. But we also have to understand that in our country, we have a balance to protect all rights. People's right to live, 100%, but people's right also to bear arms. They are equal rights that have to be protected, and Congress is mandated to do that. Last piece I will say. Last Congress, I know there was a bill that came through the House. House Democrats, my colleague Jamal Bowman voted for that legislation. I voted against it. It didn't go anywhere in the Senate. In Barack Obama's first term, they had control of all three branches. If you remember, they had 60 votes in the Senate. They could have did everything.
See, y'all don't understand how much that statement right there actually means. If you don't understand, if you having 60 votes, you had the House, and you had the Senate, and you had an overwhelming majority, and you do nothing. How many votes do it take to push a law through? 60, especially new laws. New laws and new regulation, it takes 60 votes in the Senate to push it to get it pushed out to the goddamn president from the sign. So it has to go through the House. The House has to go through and get 60 in the Senate, and then it goes up to the president to sign. If you can't understand having 60 votes in the Senate and an overwhelming majority in the House, what? Because you don't need a majority to win in the House. You need a majority. You can push through any motherfucking law to get it to the Senate. Don't mean it's gonna go to the Senate and to go anywhere. It can go to the Senate and die. But if you have 60 votes on your side, what? You wasted your motherfucking time. What the fuck did you have the majority for if you wasting your time?
That Jamal wanted to do. They didn't do that when Barack Obama was president. Why? Because the data does not support the arguments that we're seeing. The tragedy speaks to everybody. I'm not discounting the tragedy. But when you look at the data, long run, for some of the provisions that he's supporting, the assault weapons ban to be one, the New York Times came out and reported in 2014, it had no effect. The Department of Justice reported it had no effects. The Rand Corporation did a study. They said it had no effect on decreasing the atrocities that we unfortunately do see in America.
So first of all, the Second Amendment also
Okay. So we're going into the second portion of this bullshit argument that this nigga. You already see I'm biased, right? So Byron Donalds is my dude. Plus he's conservative, so you know I'm biased. It's kind of hard to have an unbiased goddamn place. I'm trying to stay open-minded to what this nigga's saying, but he's gonna say some shit that I just be like, nigga. But let's go ahead. Let the black man talk. Let the black man talk.
reads well regulated. Right now, the guns in this country are not well regulated. So we have assault rifles getting into the hands of 18-year-olds and getting into the hands of people that should not have guns, and they're killing children as young as 6 years old.
Sir, an 18-year-old can own a rifle in this country. Sorry to tell you, sir. That is not a child according to the United States government. At 18, you are a legal adult. So in that case, that 18-year-old can own a rifle whenever he wants to. Sorry you don't understand that because you're from New York. Maybe you should leave outside of New York and understand that there are other people out here that people can own guns at 18. And there's so many 18-year-olds that don't commit crime. So why are you putting them all in the same basket? This is crazy. It's not fair, Uncle Tom, when you judge him based on not having facial hair. I don't care, wrestler. I don't care. I'm basing him on not having no. I know you don't. Listen, I can't trust you, man. You can only trust you a little bit. Wrestler, you lucky. I like you because you not having any facial hair. I say the same thing to Bob. If Bob wasn't so nice, you can't trust a man that can't, don't want to put a mustache on his face. It's crazy. I don't understand. But I digress.
In our nation. That is unacceptable. We need to deal with the well-regulated part of the Second Amendment as well as the rest of it. That's number one. Number two, law enforcement.
Wait a minute. Hold on. I gotta go back. Where are we at? We're at 4:30. I need to go back at least a couple seconds.
Well-regulated. So we have assault rifles getting into the hands of 18-year-olds and getting into the hands of people that should not have guns. And
Wait a minute. You can't regulate a fucking gun. It says well-regulated militia, not well-regulated gun. It's not what it says, dude. It's not what it says. So your whole premise of we need to regulate the gun versus the goddamn militia. And listen, me and my children are all a militia. We are a militia, and they are well regulated. Nigga. Boom. What are you talking about? Regulated according to who? It doesn't say who's the regulator on it. No one says that. The fuck is this nigga talking about? See, this is why I have a problem with people that don't have facial hair.
they're killing children as young as 6 years old in our nation. That is unacceptable. We need to deal with the well-regulated part of the Second Amendment as well as the rest of it. That's number one. Number two, law enforcement at best exists on the back end, responding to a crime after it's committed.
That's true.
We need to do a much better job of being proactive and preventative from leaving people to commit crimes in the first place, which means we have to invest in historically disenfranchised communities. We can't talk about guns and...
What the fuck does that mean? Oh, holy shit. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. That just angered me.
Responding to a crime after it's committed. We need to do a much better job of being proactive and preventative from leaving people to commit crimes in the first place, which means we have to invest in historically disenfranchised communities. We can't talk about guns and gun violence without talking about poverty. We need to spend as much as necessary to invest in historically disenfranchised communities to end poverty in our country, which deals with the trauma, which deals with the mental health, which deals with the substance abuse. I need to see Republican leadership on this and Democratic leadership on this. Third, after the Sandy Hook shooting, we still could not ban assault weapons in our nation. And to Byron's point, yes, Democrats have to be more aggressive in ensuring that we do what we need to do, not just legislatively, but with our voice to respond to the NRA and respond to those who continue to be Second Amendment purists. And then lastly, Republicans are sacrificing our children for the Second Amendment. Our children, our most precious resource, children that will grow up to be creators, innovators, designers, solve climate change, save our democracy from itself. We have Republican members of the House wearing assault rifle pins on the House floor after mass shootings have occurred. So this tells you what their priorities are.
As they should.
Assault weapons, the Second Amendment part of it, not the well-regulated part, over the lives of innocent Americans. That's unacceptable.
Well, a couple of things.
Oh, man. What's going on, John the Baptist?
What's going on with your mind?
Man, I'm getting triggered. Yeah, when I first watched it.
You don't want them to regulate you, man? Your weapons?
No, they can regulate all you want. Don't mean I'm going to keep them, you know. But no, it's just the point that this is. I watched this 2 days ago. And I was triggered then, and he just brought back that same trauma. I think that's what I'm trauma bonding with him right now, because I want to uppercut this dude. I don't know. I don't know. It's just something. Dude is just. First off, we spent. Let me see how much we spent on poverty in this country to end poverty. I need to look that up. I know it's in the trillions. I know it's in the trillions. Oh, right now we have spent about 12 to 15 trillion dollars to end poverty.
Wow.
Since 1964, we've been spending money to end poverty, and it hasn't happened. So what is it that these mofos think they can do differently? How much money do we need to continue to put in a losing strategy to keep losing?
You gotta spend until you go broke.
Goodness gracious, this argument that we need to end poverty. There's no way to end poverty. Mayo, what's going on, sir?
Yes, we have the richest and impoverished people in the world.
Yes, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, our poorest person in America is still richer than some of the poorest people in the world.
Our impoverished have 70-inch televisions, $300 shoes, air conditioning, and internet access, and cable.
Oh my goodness, this shit is triggering the shit out of me.
Oh, dude, I would love to go on one of these debate shows and actually debate them, because this is just back and forth talking points.
No, we need poor people. You can't have a place without poor people. You can't determine where you are without poor people.
Well, and that's okay. Again, what he's saying is bullshit through and through. And like I said, if we spent over $15 trillion, I'm gonna say we spent over $15 trillion. We ain't even gonna talk about how much money we spent abroad in world poverty.
15 trillion. That's literally.
That's just the U.S.
That's 10. That's already 10,000 too many.
Jesus Christ.
Honestly, a lot of people are broke, and it's because of their own doing. Like I can honestly say, like, because I've been through it. A lot of people put themselves in the situation that they are, and I say this a lot. A lot of people don't go into the whole effort of figuring out where they are and getting the right information they need. They listen to other people rather than actually getting the information that they need. That's the way I look at it. I had to learn that lesson. And as a culture, now I'll say as a culture, not as Black people, but as Americans.
Yeah, go ahead.
Nothing. We become soft because we don't even look at the people who come from other lands and how they're able to prosper. I became better. Like, I became homeless, and I got better when I looked at other people who weren't from this land, and they were the ones who taught me how to work for a living. That's how I got better. That's how I got out of that.
You gotta learn to look outside of yourself. I'll tell you that much. I do that.
When you learn the value of literally, you keep what you kill. In order for you to eat, you have to be able to put in work. It makes the difference. A lot of people just think they should be taken care of because they're Americans, because they were born. And no, you have to. If you want to eat, if you want your family to eat, you must hunt every day.
Yeah, every day.
Every day. You miss a day, and that affects everybody around you. You must hunt every day.
Yeah. Thanks to 9 people that's on Rumble. Look, watching the show. Thanks for being there. If you want to, if you actually want to join the panel, there's a way to do so. I will drop the link in the chat over here on Rumble. If you want to join the panel,
Rumble.
It's always open.
Okay.
Yeah, I got it both running. Let's continue to go on with this conversation because again, it was a good conversation. A good debate. I just think, some of this talking points just murder my brain process. Oh my God, it's just
things. Number one, I completely disagree with the argument that Republicans are sacrificing the lives of kids. That is not true. Republicans support law and order in every community in America.
It's not about law
Jamal,
and
you
order.
already know this. It is about law and order.
what happened?
You got the liberals coming for you now.
Do you know why? Because if you don't take crime seriously at the lower level, if you don't take it seriously, it precipitates two things.
Why do people commit crime?
Can I finish?
Yes.
I'll let you talk.
Well, you're going to crime.
Because it's
We're
a part
talking
of what,
about
because
guns.
it's a part of what we're talking about. A gun by itself is an object. It is a tool. But what we're talking about,
I'm glad you saw that, Samuel. I'm so glad you saw that because I was going to say the same thing. It's a debate. You don't cut him off. He lets you speak, get all your bullshit out. You should not be over talking to him.
Well, they were respectful until this happened.
Yes.
it's used in tragedies where people lose lives. Two key things. Number one, if law enforcement in a jurisdiction does not have the ability to do its job and hold people accountable when they break the law.
Can I why
finish?
are you saying
let me make my point. Let me make my point.
Their job.
We have several jurisdictions where law enforcement is actually prohibited from doing their job. We could talk about various district attorneys in various districts throughout the United States. We could talk about various judges who actually turn down holding people accountable for committing crime. You have police officers in our country who are doing their job. They're locking up criminals. But then what happens is the DA or the judge turns them loose on the backside. What you create in that environment is, number one, a citizenry who is thinking, man, if the police can't protect me, then I got to do this on my own. That's why law enforcement is critical to all of this. We got to continue to do that. But that's one. Now let's talk about the front end.
That's after the fact.
But now let's talk about the front end.
Talk about the front end,
If
please.
you believe that we should be investing in poverty, the United States government has been doing that to the tune of more than $10 trillion with the Great Society passed by Lyndon Johnson. But here's what Republicans support. We have long supported school choice and opportunities for parents to find the best place for their child to attend. Not every academic institution that you might be redlined for lack of a better phrase, fits the need of that child. Help those parents get where they need to go. Number two,
Byron, school choice doesn't
I'm
end
giving
poverty.
you the tools.
You
Actually,
all
I'm
over
giving
the
you the
place.
tools. No, I'm not.
You
It
got-
does.
Okay, let's
Because
end on
school choice leads
I
to
wanna get-
economic opportunity.
That doesn't
And
end
economic
poverty.
Motherfucker, shut up.
Okay. I will. He's interrupting him, and I don't like it. But I will agree with one thing. School choice doesn't end poverty
No,
because you have to be able to afford to get there.
school choice will never end poverty, but
Right.
I don't think that was his point.
But you're never going to end poverty, period.
Right.
Opportunity
So it's a
leads
In order
to
to,
Point.
in order
You
to
have
in
an
poverty,
economic system.
you have to end choices.
Go say what you gotta say.
Say again.
In order to end poverty, you have to end choices. You have to take away choices.
Oh, wow. Whew.
Hold that.
Hear what Congressman Bowman has
We
to say
have
now.
an economic system where two of the wealthiest.
You know what's fucked up? And I just forgot that she didn't even allow the man to finish before she allowed this piece of shit to continue talking.
Kingdom Mind is absolutely right. What she put down here. Sorry. It will always be with you.
Oh yeah, for sure. I mean, yeah, that's the truth. That's the truth bond right there. But it's insane that. Well, you know what? Let's continue. Okay, now since we got a stopping point. All right. So explain that point, what you said there, John the Baptist. What you mean by that? To end poverty,
I mean,
gotta
it's
end
just
choice.
exactly what I said. To end poverty, you got to end choices because poverty. One aspect of poverty is people choices. You make a decision and you pick the wrong. Kids who go to college, you pick the wrong field to go to work. You graduate college, and there's no work in that field because you picked a bad field. You decide to in your teens to do drugs, and because you get drugs, you sell drugs or use drugs, you get a felony charge, end up in jail. That can lead to poverty. You decide to spend more money than you make. That could be poverty. It's just simple. It's not. I mean, I don't know
Yeah, there's definitely
actually
multiple roads to there's definitely multiple
It's
roads
just-
to poverty because even people who have money and they have good fields can. Jesus Christ, sorry.
No, you good, bro. Go ahead.
People who even do quote unquote well can make bad decisions and find themselves in poverty. I guess in the context of where we at now, I guess we need to figure if we're talking about fields that people are going to, what fields we should start eliminating so that people are just not taking BS. Because I think the reason why we also don't develop really well as a nation is because we have all these broad terminologies for people to be able to jump into, to be able to quote unquote innovate, and they're not really contributing.
Well, I think we ought to limit actual school loans to the 10 or 15 most needed.
Most needed what?
Needed professions as called for by the Department of Labor every year. Like for the upcoming shortages and all.
Repeat that again. Repeat that one more time.
Limit school loans to the top 15 needed future professions.
So when you say loan, does that also include scholarships?
No, scholarships are paid for by the schools.
Okay, so here's so
or by a person too.
So when I'm thinking about that, if we limit the school loans just being at the top 10 quote unquote professions, that also limits people on innovation in the future.
How?
Because people
you can still go to school for whatever you want.
Yeah, but believe it or not, let's look at the people who would have been most creative. They were people who dropped out of school but went to school.
So it would not then it wouldn't affect creativity.
But they exactly, and those are the people who end up revolutionizing business the way we see it now.
So it wouldn't affect them in the least if we did this.
Well, they had to get into it in order to be able to be inspired, and they got into crappy studies, unfortunately.
Oh yeah, I mean, women's studies. What can you do with a women's studies degree? But teach women's studies.
But look at Bill Gates, look at Steve Jobs. They got into crappy studies, and yet they learned something from it and be able to build what they wanted to later. That was all.
Let him pay for it then. Let him pay for it then.
Well, their parents. Well, at least for Steve Jobs, his parents started paying for it before he just dropped out and did it himself.
Let him pay for it then.
You could
Well,
also,
we
you
shouldn't-
could, you
we
could
shouldn't
also,
be publicly funding these follies in education.
we could also cap colleges, how much they could charge.
I was just
I
about to
mean,
say that. I was just about to say
that
this
would
because
be great.
here's the problem. Because when I was going to college and I wanted to go to OU, if I was in state college, it would have been $6,000 for me to go to school for that year.
Yeah,
for the
there's
year.
no reason whatsoever that the major that you're going for should cost more than what you would get paid walking into an industry.
Yeah, it shouldn't cost as much more than your first year
Right.
of working.
I agree.
So
You
the
should-
problem with it is that these motherfucking colleges can charge astronomical prices.
Well, also
Now,
limit.
if you want to be a little bit
I'll
older
also
because
take
you're
the
Ivy
take the
League,
fluff.
whatever.
Yeah, take the fluff
Take
out.
the
That's
fluff
what you need.
out of the
Yeah.
classes.
I agree.
Listen, you never had to go to school for so fucking long to get a degree. This is stupid. Most of the time, you're over there studying shit that you don't want to even fucking think about. It should be geared to what the
Shit-
fuck you're trying to go
Shit
for.
You don't need. If I'm trying to be a doctor, why would I need to know gender studies?
Well, it wants you to be a well-rounded person, so they say.
People want to know about
A
the war
lot
on
of
their back,
feel-
not deciding what gender they are.
a lot of these fields could be tied at trade schools too.
I agree.
No. What needs?
I'm sorry.
to be- no,
Let me change that
No,
again.
I'm saying-
I said that incorrectly. Go
John,
ahead.
John the Baptist. What should be implemented? What should be promoted more into actual colleges are trade schools.
Mm-hmm.
That's what.
That shouldn't
That's
be
kind
all
of.
some off secondhand thing. That should be implemented.
You're
in the
not
actual
understanding. You were able to leave high school with to go out and work in these fields.
Yeah,
with
keep in mind, with a diploma, and if you didn't feel like it, if you already knew somebody in the industry, like your dad knew, whatever, you were able to leave, get your GED, and that was good enough.
not now. So
So not now,
yes.
but back then, yes.
Yeah. So let's continue with this.
Americans own more wealth than the bottom 50% of the country. We have levels of economic inequality that
So-
are worse than the Gilded Age.
What's your
To
point?
truly invest in poverty, you have to reverse the impact of the disproportionate distribution of wealth that happened post-slavery. The Homestead Act, which gave the entire West to white Americans, both native and foreign born, that kept black people from getting that land, those homes, and building wealth. Black banks have never been invested in the way that, let's say, the Bank of Italy was invested in, that now has become Bank of America, one of our largest banks. You've had Jim Crow, black laws, KKK, mass incarceration.
I will give them that-
You've
I
had
like that point. I do like that
globalization
point.
where we, with the race to the bottom, chase.
Yeah, that was a good point. But
That
how
is
long
kinda
are we
crazy
going?
how Italy did come.
I do
Go ahead, go ahead.
like the fact you brought up redlining. I like the fact you brought up redlining, but my question is, I thought this debate was about weapons and guns.
It was a whole
Did I-
massive thing. It's not
But,
just
guns.
but gun crime in the community is because of poverty.
Mhm.
Right.
That's his
That was
point.
his first thing. But the thing about it is, it to me, it doesn't matter what has happened in the past, because simple fact is, none of us can change it. We can't go back and just say we're gonna pick and choose who the fucking winners are now. It's wrong. Government shouldn't be in the business of picking and choosing winners. That's what happened during the C-19 crap. They picked who can be open and who couldn't. That's not right. You most of the go ahead.
The government's always been in charge of picking winners, though.
But they're not
Listen.
supposed to be. That's what I'm saying.
Yo, it was terrible. It was hard to get somebody from Timber.
Tell me, go back,
What'd you say?
go back to the contracts to get to build the railroads across the country and the roads across the country.
Most Asians work those
that was
jobs.
government,
Funded.
correct. So I mean,
Yeah.
yes.
I'm not saying that they do, but I'm saying, okay, if we go back, I just want to go back. I want to stay here and now, right? Let's go 19 to 20. 19 to 2023 or whatever. When shit was happening, everyone know what happened. The thing about the picking and choosing of winners, it happened across the globe. Not just here in America. They picked and choose, and we can say, look, you want to say all the big banks can stay up and cool. Yeah, you can work. All the restaurants in Hollywood, most of them were not able to fucking work. But guess who could come outside and work? The goddamn movie companies can come out there and work and do what the hell they want to do. They're not an essential thing, if that's what you want to say. They were picking and choosing which businesses were essential and what wasn't, depending on what state you're in. But that's what I said. Government should be involved of picking and choosing the winners. I already know they are, but that's not my point. The point is they're not supposed to be. And that's what the free market is supposed to do. The free market is supposed to tell you who's picking and who's the winner, who's not the winner. And that's the sad part about America is that we do have government intervention all the time. We should let banks fail. We should let some of these airlines fail. We should let the car companies fail. But we didn't do that because the government decided to pick who was able to win.
If anything, the larger industry should have stayed closed, and the smaller local one should have stayed open. Because I don't understand why they hit bars the way they did, or why they hit mom and pops.
Gyms, churches, it went far in between.
Yeah,
they should have let everybody stay open.
I was just going to say, churches should have stayed open even when the government told them to shut down. One of the biggest things that made me upset about when the churches shut down is that church is built upon a faith, right? Mm-hmm. So even in the face of danger, guess what you're supposed to do as a church? You're supposed to keep going.
Yeah.
Like, so when churches decided to shut down, when the government told them to shut down, you showed me right then you had no faith.
I mean, churches could have been out. Churches could have been outside for whatever. You preach wherever you preach.
They were going to jail for that too. You couldn't even go to a park without going to jail.
No. You should. They still should have done it though.
Right.
Oh, I hear you. I mean, we gonna talk about who went to jail and who was jailed in the Bible. You know what I'm saying? I mean, it happens because they wanted to stand firm on their beliefs. But the thing about the beliefs here is, they want to say the separation of church and state, but the government was founded on the church. Can't no one deny that claim because even in the beginning documents, it talks about the church.
You won't find that statement in our founding documents. That's a misnomer.
Is it a misnomer?
Yes.
They talk about. I think because it mentions God, people would make that reference. Our founding documents say that Congress cannot make an official religion.
I agree.
That is what's
said. That's not what I mean by it was founded by a church, right? What I mean by is all of our principles that we know now are based upon church backing or church.
They're based
doctrine.
Off the Ten Commandments. Our law structure is based off the Ten Commandments.
Which is what? Religion, church, whatever you want to call it. That's why I said that. That's what I mean. I'm not talking about any one religion. I don't care what religion you want to go with. I'm not trying to debate that. I'm just saying everything is based off a religion of some sort. Not a religion, of church in some sort. Our beliefs, our laws are based on that.
Outline, right? You said outline, right?
Yes, they're outlined by that.
And pretty much every principle that we work up under in America is based off of. Every principle in the world, it basically works off of religion.
So it may not say it in the founding document that we're going to base everything off church, but we know that's what they did. Your action is going to speak louder than the words that you put on a piece of paper.
Yeah, but that's not against the Constitution.
No, it's not.
No,
I'm not saying it was. That's not what I'm saying. But let's keep it going.
He's just saying religious arguments can be found in the Constitution.
Yeah.
Well, one, that Congress can't mandate a religion. That's all.
No, he's saying the principles of the laws and the structure are found in the Constitution and in the fabrics of America and in the fabrics of America.
Correct.
Now how much we actually practice these principles as citizens, I don't think we really practice it. But anyway, that's another argument. That's not right.
Well, we selectively practice what we want because most people don't want to kill no one. Most people don't want to steal from people. Most people don't want to do a lot of things that we consider as abomination towards us.
I don't know. There's plenty of people that want to steal from other people.
Want to, but doing it is two different things. So I don't know. I think there's far more good people in this world than there is bad.
I actually don't believe that. I believe that people are just striving to be decent, not good.
Well,
They're striving to be decent.
Well, good and decent to me are the same thing.
No, because all you need is one good. All you need is one bad day. A good person will try to have the moral high ground. I think a lot of people's morals are questionable.
Okay. All right. Yeah. Okay. I can't disagree with that, but okay.
Low-cost labor all over the world, taking industrial jobs out of the black communities. You know what they brought back in? Cops and drugs and the numbers game. You gave us an illegal economy and cops, but never repaired the harm that you have caused, which is why mostly gun trafficking is trafficking in the black and brown communities, and black and brown people are killing each other with it. So when I talk about dealing with the issue of poverty, I'm talking about reparations.
Okay, what I'm talking about, I hate this stupid argument. I'm going to tell you why I hate this fucking argument, right? Because no one forces you to kill no one. No one's forcing you to do something outside of what you can do with that weapon. Like, again, a weapon or a gun is just a tool. You decide how you want to use that tool. And I don't give a fuck if all the bad white men in the world gave each and every one of you jig boos a goddamn gun and said, here you go, do what you want with it. Will you instantly just pick it up and shoot the person next to you? Is that what they would do? So they're not. These motherfuckers is killing me with this argument. John the Baptist or Rufus, what do you think? Do you think that just because a white man dropped off something in your community, that the so-called white man dropped off stuff in your community, that it made us instantly want to do the wrong thing?
No.
Thank you.
I believe every man has to be accountable for his own actions.
Okay.
I'm not gonna say that they force us to do it.
I agree with Rufus, but I agree with Rufus, but that hurt. It hurts my heart to hear that. I agree with him, but it hurts my heart to hear that.
I actually feel like there was if you limit people opportunities, or people feel the opportunity, or people feel, let me say this: if people feel the opportunities are limited, I think they will respond to whatever opportunity they can actually recognize and see. And I think a lot of times we have been taught or conditioned not to see everything in a full scope. I think our vision has been limited in some ways.
Right.
All right. I have a question for you. On top of that, who's teaching you that?
I don't. That's kind of okay. So I don't know how to describe that one.
Complicated.
It's
complicated. When I hear that, right?
So one thing I think did okay. So I will give one example, right? Education. Education taught. If you look at education how it's set up, it's designed to get you to go to work and not to be creative. The way they do conditioning through the bills and the change of classes, to go to the lunchroom, to go to gym, whatever, and then to go home. That was actually designed to get you going to the workforce.
Yes.
So with that being said, so now you're looking at I'm going to be a worker. Well, what were we before? We was workers in the field or in the house. So we were always conditioned to be workers. That conditions your way of thinking to always be employed as a worker, and that limits your vision of what you can see. Now there are some people who are creative. There are some people who have creative minds that can see outside of that. But then there are some people who are limited by what they see only.
Okay, so I have a question for you, right?
Go ahead.
He was only talking in black and brown communities. He wasn't talking about the white. But as I know, these schools are set up where there's no segregation between them. White, brown, black, yellow, all colors are in that goddamn school. So why is it only affecting one demographic? So because there is poor whites, and there's a lot of poor whites.
And I would agree with that too, because I think at some point it transfers from, and I'm not that big on history timelines, but I think at some point it does transfer accountability. I would say accountability. It does transfer from being just blacks because we were enslaved, but then there's a period where it transferred to when we got into slavery, and then it becomes classism, and classism is not based on race; it's based on economics, right? Just strictly economics, pretty much. And because you're economically poor, now you have poor whites, blacks, and browns, and that's But once you got that snowball rolling, it just continues to grow. I think it's already been started though. So the question is, how do we stop it and reverse it?
Just to reiterate for Uncle Tom's point, once again, the guns can be used for a means of security and prosperity to protect, or it could be used for selfish ambitions, which fuels hate and anger, right? So each individual who gets a gun, I have guns before, but I've never in my lifetime just wanted to turn around and just shoot someone or get somebody maybe because I just don't like them, right? And there are people like that. So at the end of the day, the government, I will put some onus on the government by because it is a capitalist country, by taking advantage because they seen how divided we are, how disenfranchised we are. So they said, okay, well, let's make our money, keep it in a controlled environment, and let them do what they do. But at the same time, it still falls on as a people that we have to accept accountability for what we produce.
Yeah. So this is the part where I agree with Ruthless, and like I said, this is the part that hurt my heart because when I hear that, I think about how drugs got put into the neighborhoods, right? And you had so many black families that fell due to the drug era. But when you think of the religion, predominantly black people tend to have been Christians, and yet your Hispanic people tend to have been Catholics. And yet a lot of Catholic men that were still on drugs too had the family support to be able to help get them clean and be able to better their families. Rather, our black counterparts are the ones that actually fell through the cracks, and they didn't have that for some reason. Even though they had the family structure, they had more marriages, fell through the cracks still. And that's the thing that bothers me. It makes me wonder, what did they have that we didn't have, quote unquote, as a culture, that we fell through, but yet they were able to survive?
Well, so I think what helped the brown people is that brown people came from countries where they were ran by browns. And so they were able to see something other than what it looked like to be in America. Historically, black people have in American history, that is, since we've been in America, the only thing we ever saw was American culture. So that's all we ever known was American culture. So I don't think we had, those of us who was born here for generations, I think we only saw what we saw again. I think go back to like limited views.
That's a fair
assessment.
That's fair. That's fair.
Not trying to make it an excuse for it, but that's just how I see it.
It's a fair assessment. I can actually think about that one.
Thanks for the $15 Cash App, guys. I would like to say something real quick on that same thing. Again, it always comes back, like I said, it comes back to when we stop and look outside of the BS as a community, especially if you want to say the black and brown community, as he always puts it in, the disenfranchised or whatever you want to call it. When are we going to become franchised? When are we going to take what's actually naturally born for us, since most of us have never even faced that ever?
When we recognize that we all have it.
Well, and that's what I'm saying. And this is my point. Right now, I'm going to go back to the immigration thing because, I have a problem with that. The whole immigration thing, people are dying to come over here, while the people that were born here, that have the opportunity, that was born with a God-given right to do whatever they feel in a positive way, they choose to deny what they're given and complain about it, but never leave. Never go somewhere where they won't feel disenfranchised. If you can go to a country that looks all like you,
where will that be?
I don't think that's the. I don't think.
Where would that be? Honestly, where would that be?
I don't know, because if you're born American, you will always be an American to everyone else, because it's that mentality of being American is ingrained in you. You are no. I'm gonna put it. This is how I personally feel. You will never be an African, ever. You don't have the traditions or the nationality to actually believe it. Your nationality is American. That's why everything that is ingrained in your head is about being an American or being a black African American, which is not even a ethnicity.
The most.
Okay, so I want to sidetrack the conversation.
Submit to whatever's going on there and stay quiet and let their next generation move forward. But as for them, they're stuck.
I want to sidetrack the conversation for a second.
Go ahead.
I actually got my passport here last year.
passport, bro?
Couple years. No, I'm not. I'm married. I'm married.
I know. I got you. I got you. I'm messing with you. I'm messing with you.
Okay, so I haven't traveled much yet, but I have traveled to Mexico twice, and in the past couple of years, in the past decade, I've made a friend from the Dominican Republic. I made a friend from I'm going blank right now, from several different parts of Hispanic cultures, right? And Jamaica too.
Mhm.
One thing I've noticed is that we are more like across the world than different. I don't care if you're black, white, brown, whatever. Maybe some in white, maybe a little
So
bit
true.
difference there.
It's true.
What I have noticed from traveling and then hanging out with different cultures in their environments, black people have a lot. We all sing, dance, eat food. It's not much difference. It's just it's just where we're from on the map and what our skin color looks like. But we're way more alike than different.
But that's all people. I felt more akin to people who I hung out with who was from Japan and Korea. Like they were just as good. They like to do the
And
same things.
yeah, I mean, it's all. It seems like it's all. We all do the same thing: eat food, sing, and dance. It's just
Yeah.
different variations of it.
We
That-
also
Actually, most dances are all the same.
Say what?
Most dances are all the same. If you think about the dances here, they're all inspired by the same
Well,
culture.
here,
Right.
yes. Here, yes, they are.
No, listen. Some of those African dances are the same dances that we do here in
No,
America.
you just mentioned
Get
melanated
off.
people. I said just here. You mentioned other
Okay.
melanated people where they gyrate.
No,
And not every culture gyrates.
All right, let's get back into this debate. Go ahead,
Uncle
man.
Tom,
Continue.
one second.
Go
One
ahead.
second. This gentleman seems to forget who was president when NAFTA sent our factories overseas. That was Bill Clinton.
Oh, you talking about Bowman? Yeah. Yeah, you're right. But that's neither here nor there, right? I mean, you are right when it comes to what our factory jobs and everything. And I said that we need to bring all of our shit back to America. That would right there will bring so many jobs back to America. It will help our economy in such a great way. But the point is, all we're going to do is siphon off the money and send it back to somewhere else anyway. They're now going to give what F-16s to the Ukraine? I mean, come on. We're just giving shit away.
Charity and no rights, no proper
No,
write-offs.
we're not giving F-16s to Ukraine.
That's what they said.
No.
They're-
How it's
they're-
going
they're-
to go is Poland is going to give their F-16s, and we're going to sell them F-22s.
Oh, okay. Same difference.
Hey, at least we're selling them. Just saying.
We're selling them at a discounted rate. It's okay. We're going to continue.
Repairing the historic harm, investing in schools equitably. Right now, if you live in a wealthy community,
Equitably,
you get
that's
more
a
money
wrong-
for your school than you live in a poor community. And the poor community is only poor because they were redlined by the United States government via the GI Bill. Come on now.
Now, let me address a couple of your things. The first thing you said is about income inequality. Listen, of course, incomes are not equal because everybody has different levels of talent, ability. People have started in different parts in life. We both acknowledge that.
Yes.
I will never sit here and say
Some
that.
were
hold on.
slave
Come on,
masters, some were
let me-
slaves.
Come on.
Okay.
I'm never going to sit here and say that black people in America started at the same place of other people in America. I'm not going to make that point because we both know that is not true. But let's talk about the reality of economics today in America. You mentioned the Gilded Age, that it was actually less income inequality back during the time of the aristocracy and kings and queens than today. That is factually not true because the kings owned all. The serfs, the peasants owned nothing. Even in America today, where you have people who have enormous wealth, you have a lot of people on the low end, the bottom end of our socioeconomic spectrum, who have better lives, better conditions, make more money than the serfs ever did during that time. Do you know what unleashed that? Free market capitalism in the West is what unleashed that. That's number one. Number two, if you're going to get to a situation where black wealth grows, or frankly, people on the lower end of the socioeconomic spectrums, wealth grows. Then you have to respect property rights. Because once you let the government say that they have the ability to take from one to give to the other, or to say that, you know what, we're going to go borrow, frankly, more than the 32 trillion we already owe to other people, and we're going to just borrow that and then make future Americans across the board pay that debt, then what you also are saying is there is no respect for individual property. There is no respect for individual assets. There is no respect for the innovation necessary to create all the wealth that's been created in America. I'm not sitting here to say that, oh, it's all fair, it's all good. Life ain't fair. You want fair, go to a carnival, go get you an elephant ear. Life's not fair. I would never say that. But what I say is, and what I advocate for, is that our economic system, by far, is the most fair because it gives people like ourselves an ability to change where we came from, which we both did, to where we are now. There are people, colleagues of mine, friends of mine from high school, they've achieved more than me, they've achieved less than me. This is the way life is in America. And what we got to be honest about and be direct to the American people is that if you actually take education, family creation, choices in life, college debt's one, we could talk about that too. And all those various things, you bring them together in our fabric of an economic engine that actually grows and doesn't stagnate. That's the pathway towards success.
So please explain to me why.
Hold on. What do y'all think about his statements?
Blacks have plenty of opportunity to be great here.
What did you say, Ruthless?
Blacks have plenty of opportunity to be great here.
Okay, enough said.
Oh,
They still do.
I think we do.
To stay out of poverty, you need to graduate from high school, work full time, and not have a kid before marriage.
No, it's not. Honestly, like
It's not
yes,
even.
No,
pick
I
two
agree.
of those three. Pick two of those three.
I agree with that, but even when you say the graduate from high school, they've been building up. They've been becoming influencers and making a lot of money without even that. I think if they really just focus and stop, they need to see the forest beyond the trees. They really need to focus. They are like a person who's staring down at a table and just looking at the paper and the pencil in front of them, but any little thing distracts them. They need to have focus. Because it's funny as we are so influential around the world. You got all the Asians trying to dance like us. You got all the Filipinos trying to dunk a basketball, even though they're not tall enough. I love my Filipinos though. But like, so we branch out to so many different areas. You got so many Black Americans who are influencers in Africa, and yet you can't get the majority to actually do what they have to do because there's this huge lack of focus. And keep in mind, there's a lot of different reasons for that. I can't even bother getting into all that. But if they could, we have the potential. We always had the potential. Hell, if you want to put it that way, by white people, we were bred to have the potential. We have it. We just don't know how to use it. That's the problem.
Mayo, you got anything else before we go on?
Oh no.
Okay, here we go.
I would like to say though, I don't think.
Sure, go ahead.
Go ahead.
I think you can, and I think in today's time, you can get pregnant, you can have a baby before you get married, drop out of school, and still find a lot of opportunities. You can do everything Mayo said, stop doing, but if make all those mistakes and you still can work your way out and become successful in America.
But we already know that because every other race has done it.
Correct. So there is no excuse. There's no excuse to climb out of poverty.
We
in today's time.
We as Black people already know it because we've already seen it done. The problem is when we've already seen it done, why haven't we thought about going beyond that instead of just thinking that's the best that we should do?
Some people love evil. Some people love
that's not evil. That's
what I'm saying is like the gun violence,
no,
gang
that's
banging,
nothing laziness.
all that stuff. I'm just saying the gun violence, gang banging, all that stuff. That's evil, right? And some people just love it. They don't care. They want this is what they want to do.
I don't think it's
some
evil.
people that also some people
complacency.
who there's some see we all have what we desire, right? As individuals to aspire to be. Okay. And at times some aspire to be like very successful, wealthy, whatever, and they make it. And the others aspire to be at the economical level that they started, and because they feel this is what they want to do, and everybody's pointing fingers at each other, the ones who well do say, well, look at y'all. Y'all can do it. Y'all don't want to be nothing. But then the ones at the bottom pointing at the ones at the top saying, oh, well, y'all sellouts. So at the end of the day, right, when it comes down to it, it's what's an individual's desire to be. Now, there are circumstances where people just have disabilities and stuff like that that they can't control, right? But ultimately, over the prosthetic of prosperity, right, there is a ladder with a lot of steps on it. And if you really want to climb it, it can be climbed.
I'm one of those really crazy people. Like, I will celebrate the dude who does well and he's quote unquote the hood dude, and I will celebrate the dude who got out the hood and he's doing well on his own. I will celebrate both. If that's what you want to do as the guy who's being stuck in the hood, I'll celebrate you if you really made something of yourself. I can't use you, but I celebrate you for doing something for yourself, for so long you're not poisoning everybody else around you. And to the dude who does well, who got out the hood, or he never was in the hood, he did whatever, I celebrate you as well. I'm not gonna condemn. I'm not gonna condemn either person so long as they're not hindering the other person next to them.
You know what I don't like? Oh, go ahead.
No, go ahead. You're fine. Go ahead.
Okay, so what I don't like a quitter. If you give up on life and just say screw it, I'm stuck with stagnation, and that's what you want to end your life at. To me, that's cowardice.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah.
There's no reason to stay at the bottom and continue to stay there. If you know you live in paycheck to paycheck every day, you got to do something different. And I know most people don't want to, right? No one wants to live paycheck, but okay, if you want to stay there and live like that, you can't complain and say someone's holding you back when the only person holding you back is you.
So what you said is partly true in my opinion. There are people who are going to live paycheck to paycheck because, quite frankly, we just finished saying there's always going to be poor. Someone has to live paycheck to paycheck.
No.
Someone has to. Just don't.
That's not what I'm saying. That's not what I'm saying. My whole thing about it is everyone's gonna go through their phases of where they don't make money.
Right.
Everyone goes through that phase. I have gone through that phase. Again, I said at the beginning, every time I've been on YouTube, I married my wife with my car getting repossessed, $87.50 with approximately $3 to my motherfucking name. So I've been broke. I don't want to stay broke is what I'm saying.
I hear that.
I knew I had a plan. My plan didn't go absolutely 100% to what I was trying to do, but I was a broke ass nigga.
Got a question.
Dusty ass nigga at one point in time. But I ain't stay down. Go ahead.
Got a question. So, how do y'all explain? Let's say you got a family of 5 kids, whatever. How many kids you want to put in the example?
Mm-hmm.
All 5 kids had the same experiences.
Sure.
Same lessons, taught by the same parents, but then only one goes out and becomes successful. Other 4 struggles through life, ups and downs.
That was my life.
And so how do y'all explain that scenario? How do you explain the one person, and how do you explain the one child that succeeds and the 4 that?
Yeah, funny enough, I've seen those kind of situations happen. I've seen that happen at least with 2 different families, and
I know what happened with mine.
For one family, it was the youngest that did that, and the other family was the oldest that actually did that. And what I would say is that it comes down to the parenting. It comes down to the parenting. That's really what it is. For some reason, there was more of an ambition to push the older one who did well, and then they got lax when it came to the younger one. It's the same way when they say you have multiple kids. You learn from your first one, but then again, you also learn from the others. So that's why you're better when it comes to your last one. There's something that happens in between all that. And not every other child received that same amount of attention. So for some reason, that first one who had to get all the harsh lessons, all the beatings or whatever, and had to become the example, and the one who somehow got to see all the other ones get their ass whooped and didn't want to do that and got inspired. For some reason, that's that thing that's that dynamic that changes between all of them. I don't know what it is, but that's just what happened.
Something's got to click. My whole thing is where I seen it, because this literally what's happened with my family. Something has to click where you're going to be like, I'm tired of being less than. Everyone in this whole family can't be
Right.
broke, disgusted, and nothing else. And I'm not saying that they were. I mean, living paycheck to paycheck to me is broke. Okay.
It is.
No one. I couldn't even afford a piece of bubble gum once the bills were due. Okay. After the bills was paid, I had probably about $30 to my name. That's broke, right? Someone has to go out there and be like, I gotta do better. I want to do better. And I was the youngest. Looking at my brothers and my sisters, my mom and my dad, my whole goal was to make more than my dad. Did he ever have to work hard? I mean, he worked hard all his life from what I've seen from him. He was never without a job, and when he did when he was between jobs, he was still getting paid, so it wasn't like he was missing a job. So, and while he was missing that job, he was actually going to school to do his another profession that he was going into. So in other words, the man was always fucking working, always making money. My job to me as a child growing up was to do better than my parents done. And to me, I have exceeded that. Now, my sisters and whoever else, they all got to make in their own decision what they see their end goal is going to be. Most people's problem that I see in this world is no one makes goals.
So
Achievable goals.
And honestly, I'm the opposite of Tom. I'm the oldest. I had to go through all the trials and errors. Like the same way he said, no one makes goals. To be honest with you, no one really had any true expectation when it came to me. I was good in school. I did all this, but when no one can actually guide me anywhere because, quite frankly, I was the one that was groundbreaking. I was the one that was doing things different. I was the one that was first going to college. I was the first one doing this. I was the first one also getting into trouble. I was the first one that had to have somebody take me out of jail. Like I was the first one that had to do a lot of dumb shit. I was the oldest, and yet I still chase a lot of people. Now I make more obviously than what some of them, well, at least half of my parents did, but I still catch up to the other one.
But just to get in there, not everybody going to the NBA.
Oh, of course.
Yeah, of course.
Who the fuck thinks that?
But also,
I'm just saying
not everybody dreams to go to the NBA.
Well, I'm just saying the circumstances.
Some people aspire to be the owner.
Circumstances take precedence, right? Like I know a lot of homies who were really good, they was beasts in sports. Knee blew out, right? So
my dad played for the NFL. So he played for the Chicago Bears. So it's like, listen, could I achieve it? Yeah.
Some homies make it, get to the NFL and blow their knee out, right? So, listen, everybody's not going to be or reach the height of goal of success at the pinnacle, right? Some are just going to have to settle for being average. Most are going to have to settle for being average. And if your pride can suck it up and make the best in what your situation is, building your family, being the things you need to be for your family, then that has to be your goal and that has to be where it's set at. Now, of course, we all want more. Yeah. If there's an opportunity comes where you can make an extra dollar to get ahead, yeah, let's do it. But at the same time, I'm a little careful because you know my history, Uncle Tom. I've been transparent about my history. And when I seen other dudes doing things and I was influenced and I was a bit overly ambitious, right? But I had to learn from that, right? So I just want to say is if like in your position, Uncle Tom, you're greatly blessed and you're healthy, you have a family and that's something to be proud of. Same vice versa for most brothers on these panels I see that are doing good. But then there's other homies I know that are doing life sentences, right? And some of them did it because this is what they love to do. Some of them got a bad break. Maybe a situation came out that they had to do it. And I'm not going to put a foot on their neck and down them either, right? That's the life. That's the card that was dealt to them, and they played it. So to land the plane is and speaking to my black people, right? First thing we need to stop doing is we need to stop shaming others and stop thinking we're better than others because others haven't achieved the amount of success as others, right? We need to learn to embrace each other and try to encourage each other to be content, to be well prepared. So if opportunity does come, that we can make a move. If not, then we can stay stable and continue to grow the family.
Well, it's hard even when you have the right people around you, or even if you don't have the right people around you, to say about being content. But I think as people in our culture, what we have to do first, and I think this is the biggest thing when it comes to us, we have to accept the idea that we're different. We're allowed to be different. We're allowed to have
Okay.
the people that go to school. You're allowed to have people that go to the streets. You're allowed, like, it doesn't have to be a one size fits all. You don't all have to go. You don't all have to be in the rap game. You don't all have to be ball players. Like, you're
Right.
allowed to be different.
Right.
I want to spin another aspect on that question I asked you guys then. So, do you think that one person that made it out could be the savior of everybody else in that small circle?
They damn well could be, but what have we learned from the past? Other people don't want to be saved. No one believed Noah.
Mm.
The reason why I asked that question because I thought about Jacob and Joseph.
Mhm.
And you know, Joseph was the youngest of Joseph of the children, and it played out several years later that he actually was the savior for the family in the midst of a famine.
Yeah.
And so, but I wonder, we've been taught to be so in America and in today's society, and not just America, but in today's society, we've been taught to be so individualistic that we don't look at each other as community anymore. When one person make it, I don't think you make it just to save yourself. I think there's some lessons learned that you can pass on to people that want to learn from you. You can
I
either
forget what
question it.
story.
Go ahead.
I forget what story it is, but it's the story of how you had the young man who had the inheritance and he blew all the inheritance and he had to sleep on the street and everything.
The prodigal
I-
son and the prodigal
Right.
son.
But when he came home, basically he was celebrating like, "Hey, my son is home." We don't have that in our culture. It's I'm gonna get it. I'm gonna get rich or die trying. I'm not gonna ask for help. I'm not gonna go back to the family because I don't want them to see me the way that I am. And that's stupid.
Not
It's
because we
dumb.
shame each other so much, you know.
It's that false sense of pride when you know
Yeah.
you should like I say this to people even who I work with. I don't ask you for help because I'm weak. I ask you for help because I wish to remain strong.
Mm.
If I
Okay.
don't ask you for help, I'm gonna burn myself out. I ask you so that I can keep being strong. And a lot of people don't get that.
That's a good way to put it. Flat soda pops.
I'm like flat top.
Flat soda pop. Okay, what's going on? How you doing? What do you feel about the conversation, the topic going on?
Respect.
This guy. I should have known. I know I seen that damn picture before. I was like, I know that picture, but I can't know that. Okay, what do you think? What do you think about the conversation there?
I would say this, right? I don't know the name of the guy who was just talking, but I will say this. Just coming into the conversation and salute to everybody. You know, old Smitty, I just like to get up with a few good men every once in a while. So anyway, so what the brother just said here to what's going on, I definitely concur as far as like, I've always like, as far as how I was raised, great men. Now you have men, you have good men, then you have great men. Great men always, their entire focus is to leave something behind. We are to build and leave a garden. We don't even feel right if we're not in a position to serve. We don't even feel like ourselves. And so I at least just wanted to pop in on that point. And let me just keep on listening, man. I ain't got too much to say. I just wanted to join in with you good fellas, man. So rock out. I'll tap in when it's necessary. Go ahead.
For sure. I'm about to play the video,
I
guys.
digress. My mic is muted.
For sure.
Second. Go ahead. Black people have worse education outcomes,
Jesus.
worse economic outcomes, worse healthcare outcomes, and a shorter lifespan. Do you think that's genetic?
Well, the first I would say is
Wait a minute.
What?
wait a minute. So this is the
What does bald ass
disingenuous.
say? Did I hear that
Told
right?
you, you don't trust no one without no facial hair. Period. That's crazy. But
I
why
ain't gonna
is
lie. I
it?
agree. I agree.
Why is it that liberal men, and as we'll call them liberal or leftists, always it's hold on. Everything is doom and gloom. Doom and gloom. We have the worst. We have this. We don't have this. We don't have this. We don't. Everything is negative. Everything is on a negative scope, and there's no forward looking. Everything has to be about how negative our past was instead of how bright our future is going to be. And the only way we can have a bright future is through someone giving us handouts.
I'm reminded by something that a motivational
Jesus
speaker said,
Christ, man.
and I think it might have been Jim Rod. He said, there are people who they can't appreciate the sunrise because they're too busy looking at the specks on the window.
Jesus Christ. That's a good saying. I remember that too.
It's wild. It's like we have a lot of people that are, because we pride ourselves on being a warrior culture. But what was something I was saying before to you, Tom? You have cultures and development when we didn't have war. And the problem that we have with black people is that we're always at war. So we're
at war with our own mind.
Yeah, exactly. So we cannot develop because
Yes.
we always are at war.
And and that once again, economic situations, people don't understand that that's just a tool. It's not necessarily mean it's the way of life, right?
Listen, you can not listen. There's a lot of white people that don't even think about coming inside the city. They live on the outside of the city.
They do.
And they don't even own the land. They're on state-owned land, and they just get lost in it. No one checks on them. No one bothers them. You know why? Because they can live off the land and they don't have to be bothered with people. So is that a win or is that a loss?
That's a win.
That's a win.
I don't know. I have a hard. Okay, I don't think it's a loss living on the land, right? But I don't think we were designed to live alone either.
Well, no. I'm not saying that they're living by themselves.
Yeah, they all try.
But
They
you
have
have peace in a place that you can say that's yours.
Yeah, you ain't got to worry about
Okay.
other people's problems.
I misunderstood what you said. Then okay, I back off.
You don't necessarily need these fucking lights, these goddamn the bells and the whistles and the internet and this and that. You can just live off the land and just be. I wish I could do that. I can't do it.
Hey, can I say something to that, Tom?
Go ahead, man.
Hey, no, real quick. I swear on life. Let me say something to this. Shout out to Uncle Tom, to all the jigaboos. I'm gonna say this, man. Tom, you are absolutely positively speaking facts right now. Now, let me just give this example. Let it rest. I like to look because I'm a woodsman. I love woodsman shit, you know? So I look into something. Now, all of you, just take your time. If you're not hip, type in bushcraft. Okay?
Oh my God,
type
it's
in
awesome.
bushcraft on YouTube.
I do.
Man,
I know what it's talking.
You already know, but watch this, Uncle Tom. When was the last time you saw somebody who shared our skin tone and features narrating a video? That's what I'm talking about. Like, it's
Actually,
real
a
shit.
very good guy
I
up in
see
Alaska.
white men, and I'm just saying it. I see white men. I mean, yeah, I see the white dude. He go out there, he build little like igloo huts and shit, and they just show you how to like basic live. And they show you how much. Now watch this.
Looking like us?
I can guarantee you. No, they don't look like us. I can
There's a couple. There's a couple in Alaska. There's a couple in Alaska.
I ain't seen them
Go
yet.
ahead.
Put me on
Go
too,
ahead.
because I've been waiting to see a nigga who narrates a bushcraft video. I've been waiting to see.
Who narrates? Who narrates?
I'm in that field.
I don't know. I don't know if he narrates it, but yeah, I think he does. I think he does.
Find me a nigga who narrates. Find me a nigga who narrates how to build shelter off of just an axe and some twine. Find me that nigga. Okay, that's what I'm saying. So,
I'm going to Home
is
Depot.
that what I noticed is that these white dudes, they actually in real life, they live awesome lives. Oh, they got great lives. They got 1 million subscribers. They got the bread, but you know what they do? They're still in tune. They're still in touch. And I noticed that with us, I'm just saying it, niggas have totally abandoned that. And what I do know is that us as black people, or just not even black people of melanin and all of that, we truly, like, I'm looking at everything they're doing. They got that shit from us. And what they did was they traded. They traded us a Bible and some Wi-Fi for natural resources and information. And we motherfucking took it. I'm telling you now. I see it, bro. And it really bothers me. It bothers me. So that's all I wanted to say. I digress. My mic is muted, man. Go ahead, rock out, Uncle Tom. Rock.
Smithy, you're absolutely right. I'll say it the way how my grandfather said it, because he's someone who comes from the South. He was born and raised in South Carolina. He said, we lost the music. Black people used to be able to hear the music, and that music was able to sustain us to be able to move around the grounds. We knew how to hunt. We knew how to dress. We knew how to live off the land. For some reason, over the time period, you can say living off white people, you can say the Bible, whatever. We lost the ability to hear the song.
The sound of nature.
Do you not know how many Negroes I've come across that don't even, when I say I know how to gut and drain venison, what's that?
Yeah, dress a buck.
They don't even know. Hey, they don't. They're not. They are so. We are so lost from what we used to know. We really used to know how to cultivate and till the soil.
I tip good.
So here's
I put a black bushcrafter in the private chat back here.
Here's the problem with what. It's not a problem with what you said, because I totally agree. But when you're able to go to a store and buy whatever you need, motherfuckers is not looking to go out there and do that, because again, hold on. I understand. Listen, believe me, I like living off the land for as much as I can. That's why I got an RV. I'm not gonna live on the land. I'm gonna live in my RV. I like creature comforts. I'm not gonna lie to you. I like my creature comforts. Listen, I love my creature comforts if I'm in the wild, right? But to a degree where people can go to the store and get what they want. Motherfuckers is not looking for that hard life. But that goes back to what I'm saying, that people here in America have the privilege. They have the opportunity. They have the wherewithal that I can just go down the street and get what the fuck I need. If I can't afford what I need, guess what I can do? I can go to a food shelter, a food bank somewhere to help me in my time of need. Not only that, if I really am down on my luck and I ain't got nothing in, the government will take care of me, but some people choose not to take that government aid. You cannot say that for places across this goddamn globe, and we as Americans and people of my color and not my color, lighter than me, darker than me, always want to play the fucking victim. And the victim mentality is what kills me. You're not a victim if you can go down the street and get help.
I totally agree with you.
I agree.
I totally agree with you, because one of the things that I regret is, like, I fish, right? I know how to fish. I've been fishing for a while. Grew up fishing. But one thing I regret that I didn't go hunting with my uncles. I wish to God I went hunting with them. I wish to God I would have paid more attention when they were slaughtering these hogs and, dressing all the stuff they killed. Because I think about that. That's a wasted skill set that I let go die with one generation.
You can still learn.
I wish I didn't. I got
you can still go learn.
That same grandfather.
I said that.
Montana.
I actually said I'm going. Go ahead. I'm sorry. I missed that.
No, I got forced to do it. So yeah, I had to learn how to catch a hog, sliding all that shit, everything. Hogs are faster than you think, heavier than you think too. Like doing all that, getting the string up, cutting them up, all that stuff. Hunting, being up in the tree.
Not even just that. Hold on, because you know something. I believe niggas are talking.
Ruthless is stupid. He said, "I'm going to Albertsons."
Niggas is
Yo.
talking cart before the horse,
As a
bro.
city
Yeah.
girl,
The
I
very
hated
first
it.
thing that my grandfather taught me was how to run a tractor, how to run a tractor, how to
Okay,
till
but
the soil. Nah, fuck
here,
all
here,
of that. No.
here wait,
Excuse
wait,
my
wait, wait,
language.
wait, wait.
Forget all
What?
of
No,
that
wait.
trying to know how to like gut meat and hunt. You gotta
You
know
talk,
how to do the basics. You gotta know how to crawl before you walk. That's all I'm saying. I'm gonna
It
shut
was
up.
it
I'm gonna
was
well,
shut
like
up.
well,
But
they
I'm
both
just
they go,
saying
but they
it
both go
starts a
hand in.
certain place.
But no. They go both hand in hand. If you go to 4-H, they will
Mm-hmm.
teach you both. They teach you both, not just one. Because with that, being able to grow food out of the ground
That's
is
true.
cool. But when there's a famine, what else you gonna do? You're gonna go out there and hunt.
yeah, because
So,
farming takes time.
yeah, farming takes time, and you got to be able
you
to eat in
can't
the
farm in
meantime.
the winter. It's
Yes.
hard to farm in the winter.
I'm a good
So,
shooter.
but here's the problem with what you said. Most people, I didn't have any grandparents that I can say from when I was growing up that I can say that I can go back to and learn something from. Most of my grandparents died when I was either 12 or some of them died before. Like
Right.
my granddad, my dad on my dad's side, he was a butcher. That was his
Yeah.
job. He was a butcher.
Mhm.
And I couldn't learn anything from him because I was 2 years old and he died. So that trade that was lost in my family, because being a butcher is a damn trade. Most people don't understand that, but it's a
Absolutely
trade.
true.
It's a good trade.
True.
But
True.
that's something
True.
I wish
No,
I
no,
would have
no.
learned. I like to learn. I
I'ma
like to
shut up.
learn different things that I don't
know-
do. Go ahead.
I know a lot of people in my age range, Uncle Tom, real quick. No, I'm going to shut up. You're absolutely right on that as far as because I've heard that. I do realize I am a very rare one in my friends growing up who actually had grandma and granddad. I know a lot of my friends growing up, yeah, man, they passed away. So I do get that. There is a lot that can be lost through generational gaps as far as like those not being around. So
Yeah.
salute to that. I get you.
No, that's why. So I was
get you,
telling I was telling my wife, like, that's one thing I wish I had, because I didn't have that grandchild dynamic. Because that's one thing that I think is very important in the world, is to have that grandparent dynamic. That way you can learn something from them. That way it does continue to pass down. Because you're not gonna get everything from your parents, because your parents are running a rat race when your grandparents have already ran theirs and now they're settling down their age, and they can pass on that generational thought process, that generational everything that you don't get, that you're gonna get from your parents running the rat race.
I'll be honest, Tom, I didn't get a whole lot from that man. And the reason why we even went through that is because that was quote unquote just like your initiation to be quote unquote getting into being a man. You had to learn how to hunt. All the men did it. The same way I look at my family, basically they said like all the firstborns went to the military. As far as I can tell you, I'm the only firstborn who has not gone to the military. Because I'm the only one that started going off.
We forgot all about the debate.
No, we didn't. It's still here.
No, we didn't.
it's still here. Hey, listen. To be honest with you, we didn't even really have a gun.
Can I
debate,
say
man.
one
That's
last thing to that
crazy.
when you
Go ahead.
done, Uncle
Go.
Tom, when y'all finish? I just want to say like, man, I like totally get that. And my thing to that is, that's why I also say the whole dynamic and like, I don't know, am I allowed to say the word abortion?
You can delete it. You can say delete
I don't know
it.
what word to use, but anyway,
delete.
To make it short, delete. Thank you. All right, so
backspace.
Deletions wasn't as big, and so even though I do know quite a few of my friends that may not have had their dad exactly as this and that, back then families were a lot bigger. Let's go even back to the shows from like a Family Matters, a Good Times, all of that. Family show, it was like multiples. We had multiple uncles, older cousins. So all I'm saying is, not to like devil's advocate, but like I do believe still regardless, I'm 82. I'm an 82 baby. Us and back and everything, I don't think we have too much excuse because we still had many, many, many influences around us. Even if you didn't have your father exactly You had
Mhm.
everything from a Malcolm X, a Dr. King, everything. I mean, even down to like some rap artists, actors, and everything. We had much more of a family dynamic influence around us
Not everyone
more
did.
than today.
Not
So I
everyone
don't
did.
think we had too much of an excuse.
We do.
Huh?
We
You
do.
ain't had no OGs around you.
First of
When you
all,
was growing up, even if you didn't have dad,
no,
you didn't have no OGs
No.
around you. You didn't have
No.
like, hold on. You didn't have that coach, that
No.
PE teacher, that
No.
science, something. Really?
No.
Nobody?
no. I
Where
grew up
were
in-
you?
I
Saturn?
Bronx,
You,
New
you, had, you
York.
had mentioned your uncles before.
Just saying.
You had mentioned your uncles before.
Bronx, New York.
Go ahead. No, rock out.
One good portion of my family was basically like Christian family member, but they weren't really on one other half of the family. Like my family is split pretty much down the middle. Like my last name, I barely
So
know.
you didn't have
that-
aunts and uncles.
Not really. I'll be honest with you. If they were quote unquote aunts and uncles, they're extended.
Yeah.
They're not
Wow.
actually
Okay.
by blood.
Okay. All right.
They're adopted, brought
Well,
in.
guess
And I
what? Watch
still
this.
didn't- I
Watch
still
this,
didn't
brother.
get to know them until over time.
Wrestler,
Go ahead.
you
Go ahead.
are the anomaly.
No,
The fact is,
no, I'm not.
majority
I'm not.
of black home. No, you are. Majority of us grew up in a large family back in the day. I promise you, there are majority of. You know what? I even remember, man,
I
shoot,
will not
back when
tell
I was
you-
like
listen,
15,
I'm not telling you
16.
there's not
Our
people.
family cookouts, our family
Okay.
functions.
I'm
Nah, hear
not
me
telling
out,
you
bro.
that there's not people.
There are a lot of
don't
people who
share
can
the
say
same-
family
I'm
functions
not
were a
telling you there's
lot
not people who
bigger
don't share the
and a
same blood
lot
as you.
more
I'm
like,
saying that a lot of people cut
involved.
themselves off.
Hey, we can't hear you guys if y'all both talking at the same time.
What I'm telling you is that I'm not
Yeah,
telling
come
you
on,
that
man.
there's not people who don't share the same blood as me, but plenty of people of family separate.
Yeah.
They're just not a part of each other's lives
But
anymore.
this is what I'm saying. No, I'm not disagreeing. You know something? I've seen that in my own family. What I'm saying specifically is because of the times and how it shifts. What I've noticed is when, during a certain period, man, families were huge. And I know a lot of us can relate to that. The cookouts were larger and everything, Christmases and everything. Man, you had more aunts and uncles giving, Christmas cards with money in it and all of that stuff. You name it. Now, it's almost like,
My G.
Thanksgiving come around and be like $5 or
My
$6.
G, that all stopped at
It's
me
small.
when I turned 19, 20.
But,
That all
but,
stopped
but
at me.
hold on. I mean, at least in my family, like everybody's not gone. Everybody ain't passed away. It's just the way
Mhm.
things have shifted. Family is not as important to a lot of people as it used to be. That's all I'm
So
trying to
okay,
get
so
to. It's
I
just
agree
not.
with you.
I agree.
A lot of people
I agree.
do not value that.
I hear you. I hear you. So I
That's
agree with you
all.
on that portion because my mom is the oldest of 17 children, right?
Damn.
But we we really didn't stay around there. So we were in Oklahoma, they're in Colorado. Now my dad's side, they're all split up between Chicago and LA. Or Chicago and what is it? What was the other one? Starts with a C. Compton. They're between those two.
So you said Chicago, Oklahoma, and LA, basically. Right?
And then we had Gary, Indiana, and all that. But that's pretty much a Chicago-based area around there.
Got
But they were split up so far that we didn't really have the whole dynamic of the family thing. With my dad, we would go. Now, we'll say this. My dad made sure every summer we went to go see some portion of our family. He may not have went, but we went to go see him. And you can say that was a good thing every now and again, but when I hit a certain age, I was like, man, I am going to work out all summer. I don't care about them niggas. They ain't gonna get me to the league. That was my thing. And it
Uncle
wasn't
Tom.
forced upon me because I was going and
Uncle
doing a
Tom.
whole bunch of different things. That's how I can say that family dynamic changed as you got older and you had different things that you were trying to do to better yourself or whatever it is whatever you're going to. So I'm not saying that you're wrong. You're right in that aspect. Like I said, my mom's the oldest, 17. Every year we used to go down there and see them.
Right, right.
It stopped for me, and that's why I be telling people that most people that you call family, you say that you're family by blood, but I have friends that know more about me than my own family do.
Agreed. Absolutely.
So, and
Uncle
I
Tom,
consider
Uncle
them
Tom,
more
Uncle Tom,
family
please,
than
I
everything
beg of
else.
you. I know exactly what you're saying, because this is my saying. Family is not necessarily based upon blood more than bond. I'm with you.
Okay, yeah.
I so get you, bruh. Yeah, exactly. Listen. There's a difference
breaking up.
between relatives and
You're breaking up, Smithy. You're breaking up.
Damn. Am I breaking up? Am I breaking
You're good
up?
now. You're good now. You're good now.
I'm good. I'm good.
You're good.
Yeah,
I'm
yeah.
good. All right, bet. All right. There's a difference. I noticed that I say
What's up,
that
Lawrence?
there's a difference between family members and relatives. Family members are like, that cousin you real close to, that aunt, that uncle, that, relatives, we're just technically related because you're, my aunt and my dad, they related. So I get you on that. The only thing is that on time, what I would say is, what I would ask to you and Wrestler, you all growing up, what you all are expressing, would you all say that your experience with your friends, I'm talking about just try to go back and remember like elementary through high school,
Go ahead.
that whole period.
You're gonna
Right?
jump on me.
Would you say majority of your friends had that exact same experience, or would you say that you all were the anomaly?
You're gonna traumatize me.
You ain't never had that friend that took you to a big ass family cookout, nothing?
No.
I had
I just want to.
I didn't hear what he said.
Wow.
I had
Wow.
one friend.
Okay,
Just wanna
okay,
chime
respect.
in.
Okay.
I had one
I'm gonna
friend.
say no. I grew.
Just have to chime in.
Most of my family members are ex-military. Not family members. Most of my friends, their family are ex-military. And they were doing the same thing that we're doing. Just like my
You
family
grew up
now.
on, babe.
We're not nowhere near my family is. And as my dad was in the military, we didn't grow up where none of his family is. So all of us our families are split. So it's not like everyone stays.
Yeah.
Now they all do now. Like my mom, my dad, my brothers, and my sister. They all live in the same town now. I'm the only one that is not there. So I did the same thing my father did to his family that I'm doing to mine. They're nowhere near Oklahoma. We're here in Florida. You know what I'm saying? So I think it's
I get
a
you.
male's
I get you.
rite of a passage.
I
I
get you.
guess I don't know. As a military person, I think that's just a rite of passage. You move your family away from your family. Let's put it that way.
Right,
So-
right.
But that's not a bad thing. Like I said, I talked to my mom and my dad, even though we disagree. Me and my dad disagree upon political shit. He's still my dad. You know?
For me, I've been
I'm just
jumping around.
saying, would
family
y'all
friends
say
for a
that
while.
when we were growing up as kids through like middle school, like let's just say like an elementary through high school, you can't honestly say majority of us like, nah, the dynamic of family was a lot more wholesome. I'm
It
the
was,
only
but it
one
didn't
that's
last
seen
long.
that and seen how it has. Yes, I agree. It has
was.
split up.
It
No,
was.
It
It did
split
not.
up.
It
Actually,
was
I grew up. I grew
was a
up when I was
dream.
growing up as a
it was a dream.
when I was growing
It
up
did
as,
not
when I
last long.
when I was growing up as a child. I can remember my grandmother's family is like 40, 50 miles from where we actually live, and every year we went down there at least 2 to 3 times a year to my grandmother's hometown. I didn't go
That's
to my grandfather's
right.
hometown much.
That's right.
And we had, and every year we would go down there for my aunt's birthday because her birthday was right before Christmas. I think it was Christmas Eve or day before Christmas Eve. And then we would go down there beginning of the fall, before the fall, they would slaughter a hog every year. And we had a family, and we also had a family reunion. I think that was in June. So at least 2 to 3 times a year we went down to my mother, and it was like I can remember as a little kid playing with cousins. It's like
That's
8, 9
right.
years
That's
old, running around the
right.
yard, playing with cousins, family,
Right.
eating food,
That's
having
right.
playing games. The adults be over there playing cards, whatever it was just like it was a blast. I remember those days.
Yes,
But now the
it
funny part
was.
about that is
Like you look forward to that. Like our family,
Yeah.
like just the cookout at the family house was like a whole carnival setting in itself. From
I only have one
My
family
grandmother-
reunion that I can remember.
My grandmother had like 8
You know what
brothers
I'm
and sisters.
saying, man.
Mhm.
So-
I know, I hear you.
One brother had 27 kids. My great aunt had like
Hold on,
That's
wait,
crazy.
hold on.
That's
Hold on.
crazy.
We're not
That
gonna
nigga said
overgo that.
27 kids.
That's
God
crazy.
damn. Not all by the same woman.
That can't
Not all-
be the same
no,
woman.
Not all about it.
three different women.
Okay, that makes sense.
I think actually we know 3 for sure. 3 they was married to for sure.
He said 20.
Might be so.
He
It
was
might
like,
be some more. I think some on the side, but we're not gonna get to all that. Then I got an aunt. Then I got a great aunt who had.
Go ahead now.
Then I got a great aunt who had 11 kids.
Mm.
So they was all about the same mom and dad. Then I think the rest of. But I would say it was like that's how huge the family reunion would be. Just
Yeah.
It would.
I had
it would
more.
Be a lot of cousins.
I think I had more friend gatherings and going to play dominoes and stuff with them, and that what I cause
Yeah.
I ain't gonna say their family, but they were close friends, and we used to have a bang up time together. But none of us was technically family. You know, the family dynamic, like I said, was never there because we were all separated. That's all I'm saying. But I agree with you. It was good back then.
I'm with you.
And that's what I said.
I'm with you on
That's
that.
what I said. And I always say race was not a big problem from people that was from 80s to the motherfucking to the early 2000s. It wasn't a problem. It wasn't a problem till 2007 and above.
Well, see, the thing is, Uncle Tom, what we got to remember is that, you know, I was actually talking about this, I think a live or so ago or somewhere else. One thing I noticed, okay, as an 80s baby and those of us beyond and who remember everything I remember, right?
Mm-hmm.
We were allowed to just grow. Like, yeah, like I remember certain TV episodes, they would have like that police brutality episode or like that racial episode, but like overall, it wasn't shoved in our face. We didn't have trannies
Sure.
coming to school doing story time and shit. You see,
What up,
we
little bit
were
Nate?
even down to sex ed, even down to sex ed. You know what I remember? And I was thinking about it. Okay, so I got kindergarten through 12th. You know when I had sex ed specifically, for me personally and where I live, it was 8th and 9th. It was
I had
right
mine in 6th
there,
grade,
and it's like
but-
they.
It was too late for me.
Okay. So for us, it was 8th and 9th. So it was like, okay,
Uh-huh.
you're now turning in, you know, a teenager. We know you're getting acne. The girls are starting to figure out I got nipples now and wearing a training bra and body's developing. So we're going to give you this for 8th and 9th grade. And you know what? That's it after that. And you know what they did? They then continue to send us on our way, and they allowed us to grow. And those of us who grew up to be a RuPaul, that's what they grew up to be. But it was no pressure.
damn it.
And those of us who grew up to be an alpha man, apex predator, that's what we grew up to be. And it wasn't no pressure. Nowadays,
Okay.
it's like they shoving it and forcing, and that's the
I
part
agree.
I can't get with. You see,
And that's where we agree.
Hold on. I disagree with that. I disagree with that one. Don't go away though, because I think if I heard you correctly.
No, I'm right here.
Are
Let's
you-
rock out. I'm right here.
Okay, so if I
Let's
want to make
rock
sure I want to make sure I understand you first. If I actually say this, so are you celebrating sex education in school?
Celebrating.
Am I celebrating sex education in school? No. Specifically.
Because okay, I want to make sure that. Okay.
Yeah, no.
'Cause I thought you were saying when you said some of us are the alpha male. When you said alpha males and predators, you said that. Okay, go ahead.
Go ahead.
What do
No.
you mean by
Finish.
celebra-
I'm
what do you
sorry.
mean by
I might be on a delay.
celebrating?
I'm sorry. Go
You
ahead.
are.
Finish.
You're on a little delay.
Yeah. I'm on a delay. My bad, bro. I'm not
Yeah,
trying to cut y'all off. My bad.
I got you. I got
What
you.
exactly do
Yeah,
you
when
mean by
you said
celebrating sex ed?
no, because when he said alpha predators, he said that like with bravado, like he was excited about sex education, teaching us to be going out there to do what we did. I want to make sure I heard that correctly. I came in at the tail end of it.
Okay. So just to clarify that, what I'm saying is this: when we
She's
were
here, Mel.
growing up, when we were growing up, sex education was a very, very minute process of our
Yep.
overall education in school. They gave it to us for just
Okay.
2 grades only. And they just went on ahead. They
Wait,
let us know,
you got it
look,
on 2
this is
grades?
how women get pregnant. This is how this happens, so on and so forth. And then they sent us on our way. And then they allowed our parents to continue to teach us. They did
You
not,
got 2
they did not
grades.
push themselves and they did not, you know what I'm saying?
I
Hey,
got
hold on.
the
Let me
boring-ass
let me
I
pause.
actually.
Let me
So
pause real quick. Let me
the
pause.
thing
Hold on.
is,
Oh, wait, one second. Little Big Nate, I gotta hit you up because a couple of us want to know some information about your the meetup that you were
Yep.
talking about in South Carolina. We were all trying. Well, a couple of us were trying to figure out what's the dates and everything. If you can drop that in the chat, I can post it. Or even if you have a link, you can come up and drop it in the back chat, and I'll give it to them so they can get with you on that, because I know it's like at least 3 of us that are trying to go, including myself. So, all right, go ahead.
yeah. So what I'm starting to look at, I'm starting to revisit that sex education they gave us in middle school, because we got it like 8th grade, 9th grade too. And I'm starting to revisit that in my mind as I process education in the school system. I actually regret they taught sex education in school.
You said you regret it?
Yes, I do.
I don't remember it.
I don't think they taught us to be heterosexual or
Oh, there was none of that.
other.
There was
The
none of
the
that.
way they're doing it now is just like it's they training you to be other than. They're pushing that other than.
Okay. This is why I'm starting to regret it though,
Mm-hmm.
because in order to get where you want to get to, you have to introduce it somewhere.
Okay.
So let me take you on a very, very short religious journey. It's not gonna make much sense, but follow me anyway. I think it was I could have the dates wrong because I'm bad on remembering dates. They took prayer to school, I think in the 50s or 60s, I think it was, sometime in the time frame. You remove prayer and then you brought in sex education. Now, I went to sex education in probably that would be 1980s, late 80s,
Oh, last
8th, 9th grade. Late 8? Yes, I am. That's okay anyway, though. 88, 89. And then if you look at how it progressed from then to what they're doing now, as far as sex education and what they're telling these kids, they had to make you comfortable with sex education because you had an experience with it. You're like, okay, what I had was okay. But then by the time your kids go to school, it's not what it was.
Mm-hmm.
But
It's not even so much that.
So
It's not so much that. My bad.
I think they planted the seed for what they wanted to do now. Whenever they started sex education in school, now that's just how I see it.
So you're saying that when sex education came out for us, the hype was blowjobs, but for them was eating ass.
Wow.
Hey, shit. Damn. Okay.
Hey, Russell, you savage for that. You savage for that.
You do know my name is John the Baptist, right? I mean,
Yeah.
you trying to get my head chopped off right now. But anyway.
Oh man.
But nah, but I do believe that they have warped our minds and our kids' minds with sex education.
They did, absolutely did.
But you know something
also, our kids come from a different age.
Go ahead,
like
go ahead.
we didn't have like the extreme amount of porn access that we did versus them. So they had to tailor that to their time, not ours.
It's not even so much that. Like what I'm seeing is this specifically. Now watch this, right? What I've noticed is all of this, like, tranny, school day, story time, and all of this. Who's it for? Why is it specifically like a pre-K through like second, third? Because
like that.
we all know the old saying is you can't teach an old dog new tricks. Now, I would think
teach
to
a young
myself,
pup, but you could teach a young pup.
They said get them while they're young.
Hear me out. Hear me out now. No,
Built
I'm with
in,
you.
got
I'm
you.
with you. I'm with you. Hear me out now. Right?
Mhm.
Now, I would think to myself, okay, if they really were like, you know what, we're just trying to push this in a positive and moderate way, I could at least bare minimum, even though I don't agree, I still think it should be strictly college courses when it comes to like transitioning from man to woman. I think that should be only college courses because technically college kids are
I
adults.
think it should be illegal, personally, and that's just
No,
my
no, no, no.
thinking.
I get you. No. Listen. I'm Uncle. If you really ask me, I would bomb and napalm the fuck out of all of that shit. Trust me. I'm just being diplomatic. If bare minimum. If
All right,
bare
hold on. Let's
minimum-
get back into this. Let's get back into this goddamn video, man. 'Cause we got 13 minutes left, so let's get this done and over with.
Okay.
Oh shit! Well, go back to
Genetic.
fucking.
Do you
No,
think?
no, actually,
Black-
I-
you
no,
you
I
think
don't.
we still
No,
have
I
this
don't.
level of racial wealth inequality in America because of genetics?
No, I don't.
You don't. Hold on, I'm not finished.
Go ahead.
I would
I
argue.
actually think black people, we're talented. We can do it all.
Listen,
But that's me.
There's no question about that. That's why you and I are here. We
There we
are
go.
examples
There
of
we go.
that, right? My point is, we are anomalies. We are outliers to our people writ large, and we see disproportionate harm to our people that has to be addressed. Now, in terms of present day,
I believe the guy.
I mentioned the wealth inequality. We still have a regressive tax code when it comes to the wealthiest Americans. I would argue that the wealthiest Americans are not contributing their fair share to our government.
Well, wait.
Now, let me finish. I would also argue
Go ahead.
that large corporations do not contribute their fair share to our democracy. And as a result of that, the government is not generating the revenue that it would need to reinvest in universal child care, which is absolutely necessary for a thriving society, paid leave, which we're the only developed nation that doesn't have paid leave, universal pre-K, and investments on the front end so that we can have better long-term outcomes. Because of historical trauma in certain communities, those communities, and because of consistent, persistent political harm that comes from the policies we are not enacting in Congress, certain groups of people are not moving forward. And the last thing I'll say is this. We have been trying and pushing President Biden to pass transformational legislation to address some of these issues. I want to name a few. The CHIPS and Science Act, bipartisan piece of legislation passed by the president. The Inflation Reduction Act, passed by the president.
It was horrible.
The bipartisan infrastructure bill, passed by the president. The Safer Communities Act, passed by the president, which was also bipartisan. Between the IRA and the CHIPS and Science Act, we already see money just started going out the door. $200 billion. Created 82,000 jobs.
No, it didn't.
75% to Republican jurisdictions. So just transitioning to the kind of leadership we need from the executive, the president has done some good things,
That's
but
false.
obviously we have to push him to do much more. And we need Republicans and Democrats on the same page to take our country to the place it's never been. Old arguments are not going to suffice.
All right, really quickly, and then we're going to come back and finish the discussion.
Wait a minute.
No.
This is when I got angry. This is when I got angry. But if you want to break down what he said, right? We need health. What did he say? He said something about watching people's children. I don't even know what the fuck he said. What did that nigga say? God damn. Hold on.
And because of consistent, persistent political harm that comes from the policies we are not enacting in Congress, certain groups of people are not moving forward. And the last thing I'll say is this. We have been trying and pushing President Biden to pass transformational legislation to address some of these issues. I want to name a few. The CHIPS and Science Act.
No,
Do you think we still have this level of racial wealth inequality in America?
I want to hear what the hell he said so I can get it.
Genetics?
No, I don't.
You don't. Hold on, I'm not finished.
Go ahead.
I would argue.
I actually think black people, we're talented. We can do it all.
Listen,
But that's me.
There's no question about that. That's why you and I are here. We
There we
are
go.
examples
There
of
we
that,
go.
right? My point is, we are anomalies. We are outliers to our people
Nigga,
writ
just-
large. And we see disproportionate harm to our people that has to be addressed. Now, in terms of present day, I mentioned the wealth inequality. We still have a regressive tax code when it comes to the wealthiest Americans. I would argue that the wealthiest Americans are not contributing their fair share to our government.
Well, wait.
Now, let me finish. I would also argue
Go ahead.
that large corporations do not contribute their fair share to our democracy. And as a result of that, the government is not generating the revenue that it would
Uncle
need
Tom.
to reinvest in universal
One sec.
child care, which is absolutely necessary
Okay, universal child care.
Mm-hmm.
Hold that thought.
for a thriving society. Paid leave, which we're the only developed
Paid
You
leave.
already have.
Mm-hmm.
nation that doesn't have paid leave. Universal pre-K and
Universal pre-K.
You have that.
investments on the front end so that we can have better long-term outcomes. Because of historical trauma in certain communities, those communities, and because of consistent, persistent political harm that comes from the policies we are not enacting in Congress, certain groups of people are not moving forward. And the last thing I'll say is this.
So he didn't say, he only addressed 3 things.
Which ones? Which ones don't have that?
Man, F all that. Uncle Tom, I'm going to the restroom. I'm going to just say this,
All right.
okay?
For
When it
kids on
comes to
lower
the-
level
hold on, hold on,
socioeconomic spectrum,
Hold on one second. Let me get back to the.
Really quickly, and then we're going to come back and
All right, go ahead.
Nah, real
Go
quick.
ahead.
I'm gonna say this, and I'm going to the restroom. I swear, it's quick as shit. I get sick of hearing Negroes complain about whatever it is going on in the world, but yet we vote for the very things that keep us behind. I don't want to hear about niggas being behind on shit, but we refuse because we don't like a person or anything. We refuse to vote on anything that would push us ahead. Shut up. I digress. My mic is muted. Rock out.
How am I meant complaining about things that we already have?
Universal. Well, we don't have universal child care. We don't have that. We don't have universal pre-K, and we don't have, what was the other one? Universal paid leave. Okay, so what is?
I'm sorry,
he's
I don't know a place that you work for that doesn't offer you paid leave. I just don't know one.
Universal
I'm not-
changed it up, though, right?
McDonald's
I'm
don't.
not saying it
McDonald's
doesn't
don't.
exist.
McDonald's don't.
Okay, so help me out so I can catch
There's
it.
no way.
It
I want to
doesn't.
catch up to the conversation.
They don't.
What does universal actually mean? Does it mean government mandated or does it mean citizen mandated?
Yes, he means government mandate.
Government mandate that they must give you a paid leave. Well, you might be right. McDonald's might give you that. I don't know.
I'm about to look at McDonald's.
No,
Well,
let's look.
they
Shit.
probably do for their full-time employees.
They're global.
Let's look. I'm gonna look it up. McDonald's, goddamn.
Full-time benefits.
So if
Well,
if it's government mandated, then that mean we don't have universal health care for kids.
We don't.
No, I'm sorry. We do now, don't we? And
I know.
Ain't that what Obamacare was about? Everybody got it.
No. That means everyone had to have medical insurance. Now you can go buy it through the government platform, but that doesn't mean if you didn't, you got charged for not having it.
Okay.
So
So
penalized.
they
for
want
not
so they
having
want
it.
they want the government to pay for it then. Not
Yes.
just make us get it, but the government pay for it. I don't like these suggestions at all.
Okay,
No,
so
and the reason,
perks,
the reason
hold
child
on.
care is so expensive.
hold on.
They do have it.
2 weeks for medical emergencies. They don't have paid leave just to have paid leave. They don't have it.
I'm seeing 7 weeks.
But that's for medical emergency.
No,
That's for
no. I have paid maternity leave 7 weeks.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
For the medium and on the average is 10.
Yes, I got that, but that's not what I'm talking about. We're talking about paid leave just because you're a person that works there. They don't have
okay,
it.
Okay. I thought we were talking about maternity. Okay, hold on.
No, they got that. They got emergency medical leave and emergency paternal leave as well. But they don't have anything just for the regular worker that goes there every day. They don't have that.
so
You got free food and snacks.
in 2002. I can't remember exactly when they passed it, but it was I forgot what's called too. Y'all can't remember out. Help me try to remember this. That was something they passed where if you had a family
What's up,
emergency. Say it again. Oh.
No, go ahead.
You could request time off of your job, and it was government mandated. They couldn't fire you or anything. I think you got like 8 to 10 weeks off. So if you adopted kids, had a kid, or
FMLA.
thing called
FMLA.
Yeah,
That's not.
there
it's
you go.
not
There
everywhere.
you go. That
Family
that's not everywhere.
Mm-mm.
I thought that was
No.
nationwide. That's not
No,
nationwide.
most
That
states
should be
are at will
nationwide.
states where they can fire you just because your shirt's blue and they want it green.
No, but
most
FMLA is a
states-
federal
Yeah, that's a
program.
federal
I thought
thing.
it.
where you're protected as a worker if you take time off for certain emergencies.
So I thought that was that is everybody. That is everywhere.
It is, but it's unpaid.
Yeah, that's right. It's not paid. You're right. It's not paid.
Yep, it's unpaid.
What up, Sway? So my point. So, do y'all think we need those three things? Will that bolster a greater economy?
No, it won't.
No,
Not even close.
no, child
I don't-
care is
I
so
don't-
expensive right now because it's subsidized by government.
So in other words, she's full of shit.
In 1996, when my son was born, I paid $70 a week for him to go to child care. When my daughter was born in 2002, I paid $180 a week. I can only imagine in 2002. I can only imagine what these kids are paying now to have kids.
I know, and when we were in Hawaii, and we seen that bill, ooh, well, them people were paying like $700 every 2 weeks. I said, "It's you crazy? You better
Matter of
stay your
fact-
happy ass at home. Ain't no one paying $700 every 2 weeks."
My daughter, when she went to daycare for about 3 to 6 months. After paying that $180 for 6 months, I said, "We're not doing this."
That's
It was
crazy.
$180 a week.
Listen, that's why my
$180 a
wife
week.
stayed at home.
I said,
Fuck all that.
I said, "We're not doing this." I said, one of us got to quit working because we working to pay for daycare.
Yeah, that's what most people do. Now, that's why I don't understand. I don't get it. But let's continue. Let's hear his side of the argument.
Finish the discussion.
Ooh, really
after this
quickly,
break.
he's got a lot in
I
there.
know,
gotta
but then you
respond.
can do the other. You can do it after the break. But go ahead.
Let me tackle one thing and we'll come back to the other stuff. If you're talking about the ability for kids on the lower end of the socioeconomic spectrum to learn, they have every capability to do that. But what do most kids who are poor in America realize? They're in an educational system where A, they don't have the resources to them. B, some of the standards have been lowered because
That's not true.
Oh, yes, it is
I
true.
worked in education for 20 years.
No.
That's not
I've
true.
seen the data. My mother worked in education
not
too. I've seen the
true.
data. I've seen the facts.
It's not true.
Standards have been lowered in mathematics and in reading.
Not true.
To just say, oh,
Yeah.
well, there's not.
We have a common core
We have
standards
cities.
that's
We
across
have
the nation.
cities that have done this.
We have
Wait a minute. Shut up, jigaboos. The fact, here's a real fact that math is racist and so is English. I'm just saying.
Well, the fact that he mentioned Common Core breaks his
Yeah.
entire argument.
Argument down to ugh. But yeah, that.
We have cities that have done this. I'll let you talk about. Let me talk.
Yes, go ahead.
His turn.
So if you're not going to have an adequate standard for kids to rise and meet, how do you expect them to go ahead and thrive? That's one thing. That's just one thing. So that's why I advocate for we should actually have many opportunities for kids to go find the academic outfit that they need for their success because their brilliance is unmatched, but it's got to be unleashed. And unfortunately, whether between a lot of things going on at home and things going on in the public school system, it's not being unleashed.
Okay, pause right there.
I'll pause.
I'll let you finish at the other side of this break because you're right. You do deserve more time. I'm trying to be fair here and equitable. And thank you both for bringing the fire
This bitch
and the
said
civility.
equitable.
We're going to continue this conversation. Up next, finish.
We got to address some things, America. Okay. Our tax code is one of the most progressive in the world.
That's a
It is
fact.
not regressive. The top 1% pays 20% of the entire federal income tax bill. The top 30%, the top 40%, pays over 60%. The top 90% pay everything. The top 50% pay everything. The top 10% got it wrong. The top 10 pay 90% of everything. Okay? It is by far one of the most progressive in the world. I think what you're referring to is dealing with FICA and payroll taxes, which everybody pays because everybody does pay into Social Security and Medicare. We got to understand that.
Tell
Number
them
two,
again.
we
Dumbass.
raise more revenue in the United States under the Tax Cut and Jobs Act. Some people refer to as the Trump tax cuts. We've raised more revenue than at any point in American history, $4.5 trillion. We've never raised that kind of money in the United States. So we raise tax revenue all over the place. Corporations are paying. Rich people are paying. Upper middle class people are paying. Middle class people are paying. And trust me, they're paying because if you ask them what's going on their tax bill, they'll tell you. So they're paying the taxes. The problem is here in Washington, D.C., we spend way more than we have. We just raised $4.5 trillion. We spent $6 trillion last year. $6 trillion. The president wants to go spend $7 trillion. I mean, that just doesn't make any sense at all. That is not sustainable. we do have to get our house in order if then you want to talk about all these things, Jamal, that you're talking about. Because the thing that's coming for every American under this economy, number one has been inflation. We all know it. It's been covered ad nauseum. Number two is the fact that if we continue to borrow money recklessly, interest on the debt will become larger than what we pay on defense, larger than what we pay in discretionary programs. We got to take seriously the spending of the American people's money, and we got to do it in a consistent and bipartisan way. I will add to make sure that we lower our debt and we get on a balanced budget track. Now, hold on. Now to the other question. Okay. Looking at the world right now, we are on the precipice, frankly, of World War III in a lot of cases. Russia is heavily involved in Ukraine. China is negotiating with Brazil and other countries around the United States dollar. They're becoming way more aggressive with Taiwan. Mm-hmm. And in short, they're doing this because they see weakness with the current commander-in-chief, one Joe Biden. I remember Hillary Clinton once said in a debate in 2016 that if Donald Trump became president of the United States, we would be on the precipice of World War III. Well, that never happened. As a matter of fact, the world got a lot safer. If anybody's got us on the precipice, it's Joe Biden.
Dad, let me just go to this in the Middle East. So, Warren Buffett's secretary.
All right. So, anyone got anything on that? What he said, his long-winded self, right there.
I mean,
I want to address fair share of taxes.
Mm-hmm.
Please, man, because I was going to address that too.
I love the Democrats and their ambiguous words. Give me a number for fair.
Exactly. I always ask that question. Okay, what is a fair share? What is a livable wage? I said, I broke this down once. I said, look, what is going to constitute a livable wage for me is not going to be the same for everybody else, because depending on where you live at, and depending on how many family members you got, if you're a single or a married parent, that's not going to work. There's no such thing as a livable wage. And even when they talk about taxing the rich, they say fair share. What the hell is a fair share? Like, please explain.
They're already paying 90%.
Yes,
exactly.
90%'s a lot.
Yep.
And that's a top 10%. And that's a top 10%.
Yeah. And the argument he's getting ready to bring up about Warren Buffett's secretary paying more taxes than he does. Yeah, because Warren Buffett doesn't have income tax like his
he's usually paying himself $1 or some stupid shit.
Yeah.
Because it's not like he has an income to really tax when he's on the company. It's ridiculous. But anyone else?
And most people are too stupid to
understand that part?
Understand that.
Yeah. Hell,
he's paying capital gains at 30%.
We ain't gonna talk about how much he's gonna pay when he die. You know, most of that going to the state if he lives in New York.
Not Nebraska.
Oh, he's not in New York no more?
No, he's in Nebraska. He's centered in Nebraska, always has been.
I thought he had I could be wrong. I thought he had a house in New York, as far as I'm concerned.
I'm sure he's got an apartment there, but I'm sure he spends more than half a year out of it.
Yeah, that's a fact. Its purpose, what do you say?
We don't want to live in New York at all.
It's purposely ambiguous so they can tax folks to hell. Why punish the productive class? Yeah, that's a fact. That's cool. That's straight. But plus, they're not going to tax at the same. We don't get taxed at the same rate anyway. So our rate, most of us don't even pay anything. And like, I think, to be honest with you, I paid like shit. Well, I paid enough. Shit, I'm sorry. I paid too much.
It is. If you're getting a return, you ain't paying fucking taxes.
Yeah. My wife is the reason why we kind of gotta return it, and it wasn't even a lot. If she didn't have a business, we paying taxes.
Look, I owed money.
Yeah.
The last 2 years, I've owed money. I was like, what the fuck?
We had to sit here and we had to make sure we use her business to its abilities.
How do people who not work get $5,000 to $8,000 back every year?
That's insane. Because they're subsidized. They're subsidized.
Some credit.
They literally work maybe 2 or 3 months out of the year.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. It's called earned income credit.
But Mayo, it used to be you used to have to meet a threshold. I don't think there's a threshold anymore.
Of course.
I don't think there's a if it's a threshold, it's a very low. I think it's like 1,500, maybe. That's probably the low threshold.
Yeah, it ain't much.
Every year around tax time, I hear about 7 to 8 names getting about $5,000 to $8,000 back in taxes every year. And
Well, yeah,
every
it's
year,
single
and
mom
every year,
vacation season.
and every year I gotta pay. Like this pisses me off.
Yo, we took a loss on this one. It said the Democrats hired 87,000 IRS agents to make Americans' lives miserable. I'm trying to get hired myself. If y'all know an IRS agent that needs someone that can push some numbers, I am very good at pushing numbers.
Look, I got sent the application. They sent me the application.
I will gladly work from my house, making people's life a living great is abysmal. Just because
Look, my people said that shit wasn't fair. I showed them the email where I got from governmentjobs.com because I have an account because I applied for like a federal job before, a state and a federal job. And I showed them, I said, go to see this link right here, hit this link, pull this up. I said, do you not see that they're hiring IRS agents? It says right here. So you still think they lying about that shit?
Yeah. I'm trying to get paid sitting at the house too. Shit, I need an extra job. I need to
Uncle
make
Tom,
at least 300,000 right now.
You want
Yes,
a
sir.
job? I'll give you a job. All right. You find influencers on TikTok and YouTube and everything.
Okay.
And you report them to the IRS.
Almighty.
And
How many people watching this right
if
now?
they don't file their taxes, you get 10% for reporting them.
For
The
real?
IRS will cut you
Uncle
a
Tom, what's
check
your real
for
name?
being a rat.
Uncle Tom, what's your real name?
Well, I know some OnlyFans chicks that ain't paying something.
I don't listen. My real
Hey,
name.
Beasley,
My
you
real
gotta do
name has
what
been
you gotta
splattered
do.
on this here a long time ago. I filed taxes, so it's okay. Hey, know what's
Look,
funny?
Beasley.
Facebook sent me Facebook sent me a 1099 for all the money I made from gaming last year. So yeah, I had to file that too.
Yeah, OnlyFans could be very profitable, sir.
Knock some bitches off the plate.
All right, let's finish this up real quick. Let's hear Mr. Bowman speak his bullshit.
Terry pays a higher tax than Warren Buffett, higher tax rate than Warren Buffett. That's the America we live in. The majority of Americans cannot adequately respond to a $400 emergency. I don't know what kind of district Brother Byron represents, but I represent people who live in the projects, people who live in public housing, where we haven't invested a dime in public housing in over 10 years.
Who cares?
So this
That's your problem.
extraordinary economy that the brother's talking about doesn't trickle down to my constituents who live in Eden Wall projects. Doesn't trickle down to my constituents who live in the poor areas of Mount Vernon, Yonkers, New Rochelle, Portchester, and Greenburgh. So this glorious economy where the wealthy continue to hide trillions overseas and use the money for stock buybacks instead of creating new jobs, that's the economy that people are living with and dealing with every day. And then when we talk about inflation, these companies are price gouging, making record profits during the pandemic
I
and
can agree with that.
post-pandemic because they're raising prices even after we dealt with the supply chain issue. This is
You and I
the-
both know that indictment is foolishness. And
Foolishness?
It's foolishness. It's political,
Listen,
and you know
man,
this. But let me go ahead. I'll raise you one better.
Go ahead,
I'll raise you one better. Because if we're
please.
going to talk about stuff going on in the background, you have the president's brother, the president's son. They are taking wire payments from people across the globe. Jamal, I've seen some of the documents myself. They are taking these payments. We've already documented $1 million going to Hunter Biden, facilitated with other members of the Biden family
Biden
while
not
he's sitting
running
in the
for
White
president.
House. That's dude. Stop that.
Hunter Biden's not running for president.
Now you know better than
Joe
that.
Biden
Did he say
better
dude?
than that. You know better than that.
Joe
If
Biden-
Yeah, he
Hunter-
said, dude.
That's hold up. Can I say this time real quick?
Go ahead, sir.
To what he said. Okay, he's talking about the second. What is it? Warren Buffett secretary, right?
Yes.
Okay, who the fuck's the employer? Warren Buffett. I need him to get tax breaks so that he can employ motherfuckers and so he can get people off the street so they ain't out here robbing and stealing. And second, he's talking about the projects. How about why don't you teach these Negroes financial literacy? How about because
Oh, wait. You got to teach them the basic. How about
Yeah.
teach them how to motherfucking build and repair their projects. Not only that, clean up their fucking neighborhoods where they're at. Take pride in where the fuck you live so it would not be called the fucking projects. But until you get a mindset of I want to take care of the place where I'm going to lay my fucking head and make sure everything around me isn't trash, you won't be able to do anything. Until then,
It is trickling down right into their living room and covering their heads and keeping them warm at night
well, that's
because
neither
they
here
live
nor
in
there.
public paid housing.
Not all of them do. Some of them still pay money. But the point is, I don't care who's paying for it.
$100 a month is a lot. Yeah.
I understand. Listen, I don't care who's paying for it. Because would you live in that public free housing?
I would have when I was younger.
I'm talking about now. Would y'all do that shit now?
Hell no.
Yes, I would.
If
I
the
would.
answer is no, and if the answer is not yes, then it don't fucking matter. I think you sorry socks and motherfuckers should clean up where the fuck you live. That's why if someone throws trash in my ditch that's in front of my house, I'm not gonna let it sit there. I'm gonna pick the trash up and I'm gonna put it in the trash can. No matter if I did it or didn't do it, because I take pride in where I live. And most people don't do that. There's a reason why in the military you're not allowed to leave trash anywhere if you're in housing, because they make you clean that shit up. It's called police call. Ask my kids. They have police call a whole cul-de-sac because I'm an asshole because I didn't like trash and they wanted to get in trouble. Take pride in where you live. That's the first thing I'm going to say. If you can't do that, then it is what it is.
Yep. Take pride and take care of you live, and then first, and then second, when it comes to the money shit, you need to teach people how to fucking teach people about money and how it works. Like I said, none of these people, if you ask these same people in the projects who the fuck Robert Kiyosaki is or Dave Ramsey, they're not gonna fucking know. But they'll tell you who the fuck LeBron James is.
That's a fact right there.
And Glorilla, they'll tell you who the fuck them motherfuckers are, but they can't tell you who the people that can actually teach them how to improve their situation financially are.
That's the last time you're gonna talk about LeBron James like that.
No, I'm saying that in reference to people know who he is.
I'm just joking. I'm just messing with you.
No, but I mean, like Lil Big Nate said, poor blacks and poor whites are not invested in America at all. But for the most fact, I know poor blacks ain't invested in because they'll tell you in a heartbeat, what are they doing for us? The white folks ain't doing nothing for us. They're like, what? Do you not? You were privileged to be born here. Privileged. That's what I can't get past. All of us that was born in this country was privileged to do so. Motherfuckers is dying to get over here to take your motherfucking, your resources. They're dying to take your resources.
Why don't we see opportunity like other countries see opportunity in America? Like I don't know why we can't see it.
Because it's disguised as work.
I got kids, family members who say they don't want to work hard. I'm like, if I could slap bricks on top of other bricks right now, if I could be a brick mason, I could make a killing.
Yeah.
They got blinders. They believe that all the other stuff is meant for the people who are quote unquote have nothing. They think they actually have something. That's why they won't take a look at all these government grants that literally you can get it for almost anything.
Bro, I told these kids at where I coach at, like, you understand that you're able to get grants at 16 years old, 15 years old, 14 years old. All you got to do is listen, there's so many grant programs out here that we as black people, we as white folks, we as Americans do not take advantage of. It's ridiculous. You know who the people who take advantage of grants? Rich folks.
We laugh. I don't know why we do it, but we laugh at the Hispanic culture when they come over and live 8-9 people deep into a house, into the apartment. But they work and they gather their money up, and they literally work in every facet they can work. They build their money up and build a lifestyle for their families. I don't know why if I think about that, that's something we used to do. I don't know why we laugh at that now.
Them and the Asians kick everybody.
Oh yeah.
Here's another thing. Most we can say that our people have been in construction for eons, right? We like to say we built this land, right? If we built this land, that means we have construction technology wrapped in our brain. So if we want to complain about these so-called ghettos and hoods and whatever else, I guarantee you someone in that hood that lives in that hood has worked or is currently working in construction. Why is it that we allow our shit to be in a shithole, to continue to look like a shithole, not take care of it so it doesn't become what the very piece of shit place that we call it, the hood?
Tom, because what you just said.
Yep, because
we have the built to, we are these great engine. We built this country, and we won't put our ego in check long enough to say, you know what, that wasn't us. That was the people that came before me. So let me try to build upon what they did instead of trying to live off what they did.
No, they believe that if they keep it looking dingy and dirty, then white folks won't come in and gentrify the area.
Oh yeah, gentrifying the area. I forgot about that. Oh yeah, that's a good one.
Oh no, actually, so I'm actually starting to see a lot of areas get gentrified where I grew in the city I live in now.
No,
Okay.
it's still happening, but the belief is that if they keep it looking crappy, that it's too scary for white folks to walk in.
No.
What happens when an area gets gentrified?
No. You misunderstood what I was going to say, because I was actually agreeing with you. It doesn't work keeping it dirty, because when I first moved back to my city, I actually literally saw, and I was shocked when I saw it. I saw homes that they used to be $30,000, $50,000, $60,000 homes now cost up of $250,000, $300,000 homes, right next to homes that still had the same value on them. And I couldn't figure this. You literally cross one block, and what made me pay attention to what was happening, I actually saw little white women going jogging in the morning. I'm like, oh, that scared the crap out of me.
Listen, motherfuckers need to get their shit together.
So that logic doesn't make any sense. If you understand the value, if you understand how money works, you would buy your home, keep it in your family, learn how to get loans, and build your own community up.
Now, here's the true reason why, because this is what Sway said. Niggas can't pass the drug test and they raging alcoholics. That's a no. Okay. Hold on. He has a point, right? I'm literally talking to my nieces. I was talking to my nieces. I said, so you're telling me you much rather smoke weed than make $30 an hour?
Tom, that goes back to this week's discussion post that I had in my class.
Hold on.
Bro.
She said yes.
They don't know what $30 an hour is. You have to give them the bigger figure. If you're asking them to add, they can't do it.
Well, I was like, what in the absolute fuck are you talking about, Luke?
Want to make
with 30?
They say yeah. If you said $30 an hour, they gonna say no. It's like basically giving them the whole analogy of what's the orange juice glass that looks taller. Give them the small skinny flute, it looks taller, so they think it's more. It's the same ounces.
Rizla, you know what? That makes sense as to why that when most companies will tell you, they'll tell you the yearly salary of a job as opposed to the hourly pay, and that makes sense.
But the people who don't know what real money is like, you know what they turn around and say? Well, I don't know what that means because I don't know what it's like not being hourly.
Okay, so I have a statement from Rumble. Rumble Sincere said, "No, it's because our people are way too small-minded as of right now. A lot of us are just way too comfortable." I agree with that.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I agree with that. I can't disagree with that because it is what it is. But damn, why, if that's the case and we all think like that, why is it that we literally complain about every goddamn thing? Yeah, $32 an hour, 68 grand a year. Come on now. And in most places, that 68 grand is life changing.
Most of them
life changing, unless you're in fucking New York or that old overpriced hellhole, or California where there's shit on the ground everywhere you walk and step.
Might have been making 60. They not.
Well, I'm just saying. I was just telling you what $32 an hour.
In the South, it goes a long way. If
man,
you living in it,
68 grand in motherfucking Florida. You listen, my house right now, bro. Let me shut up.
No, go on. Say what you about to say. Go and finish up. Say what you about to say, Tom. Say it.
Listen, my house that I got right now
I was just joking, man.
I'm gonna tell you. Let me be honest with you. If I was in New York, this house would be probably $3-4 million for the size of it, compared to being down here and you paying not even $300,000. It's not what a house is worth, but I'm just saying.
Now, I will say this, in here in Texas, because we got all these goddamn California transplants, shit is going the fuck up here. Shit is going up, and I'm like, dude,
You
stop.
better
That's why I
believe
keep
it.
saying. That's why I
And
keep
it's some
saying,
bullshit.
stop. Yep, thank you, blacks. I keep saying, stop coming. People think I'm playing when I'm saying this. I'm like, no, for real, stop
He
coming
ain't
here.
lying, man. He
The
ain't lying.
prices of. Go ahead, blacks.
Yeah. No, he Beasley is absolutely right, man. I'm out here in the Dallas-Fort Worth area, and it's ridiculous, man. The houses. I told you how much my house cost when I purchased it. It's worth triple that now, and
Yeah,
everybody's
mine's that
trying
way
to buy
too.
it.
Everybody keeps coming here, and it's like, bro, they're here or Florida. I'm like, bro, stop coming here. Look, stay in your damn state and fix your damn policies in your state. Stop bringing your ass over here.
California's going to Texas, and New York is coming to the Carolinas. That's all I can tell you.
You're
all
right.
all I want y'all to know is that I ain't gonna let this go. This nigga hair is so goddamn shiny right now. He needs to get a towel and wipe off that motherfucker.
Hey, listen, I'm under the lights at Macy's
what it
right
is?
now, man.
Is that what it is?
Yeah. Yeah, so
Okay.
you know, every little angle and nook and cranny is lit up like a Christmas tree. You know what I'm saying? It's crazy, but one of my son's mother-in-law came out here. She lives in Nebraska. When my son was born in Korea, we haven't seen her since Korea. So yeah, man. So we came out to the Galleria Mall to check her out. So that's where I'm at right now with my old brood, man. I didn't realize how many freaking kids I have, man. 6 of them. My God.
Dude, you're trying to repopulate the planet, remember?
I am.
You got 6 kids?
Single-handed. Yeah, 6, man. I got a
No,
13-year-old.
stop.
I have a
How many baby mamas?
10-year-old. One, man.
No,
One wife.
shot.
One wife,
I
man.
This is white.
I guess you didn't take that 6 A's class.
I did,
Pull-out
and
game is weak as fuck.
I did because I got one woman pregnant 6 times.
That nigga,
No. But you still had 6 kids. You took 6 A's. You still had 6 kids.
he got her pregnant the first night he slept with her. What are you talking about? Pull-out game weak as fuck.
Hey,
Nah,
be
man, I got
prepared.
6
Be
of them.
prepared.
No, but you know, it is what it is, man. If you're not actively stopping, you actively trying, right? All the time.
That's a fact. That's a fact.
Yeah, I'm not trying to have 6 though.
Yeah, hey, man, neither was I.
I had 2, and I'm like, oh, this too many. I gotta stop.
Hey, man, listen, man. I look at it this way: when I get old, I'll have at least 1 or 2 of them going to help take care of me, man. That's all good. But other than that, I got my boy, and the rest of them are girls, and I'm all right.
There you go. What a blessing, man. 6 kids. 6 kids.
Well, let's get back into this. We got literally 5 minutes left.
All right.
Biden's getting money from people with Chinese companies. If he's facilitating the sale of a cobalt mine to China while Joe Biden is setting energy policy in the United States, you don't think that man's compromised? Come on. You don't think he knows what his son is doing? He doesn't know what his son is doing?
You're talking about Hunter
Come on,
Biden right
here and
now.
tell me he doesn't know what his son is doing?
Yeah, it's
I'm
funny.
telling you that the president's
All right,
judgment is
I
compromised.
wanna
Yeah.
Are you going to
Hold
let me
up.
talk?
I'm
You're gonna
sorry.
tell yourself go
My
over.
brother, I'm
Okay,
sorry.
Here we go. But let me go back to what the American people need. We have a problem at our southern border created by Joe Biden. The southern border is a mess. It is created by the president on purpose. There are 70,000 deaths per year from fentanyl per year since he's been president of the United States. We were talking in the opening segment about guns, but the Democrats don't want to do anything about the border. They act like it doesn't exist. The czar, the border czar, she was down there for an hour and a half. I've made 4 trips myself. I can tell you right now the 4 things you need to do to secure it. Number 1, give border agents the ability to actually make determinations of credible fear. Number 2, you can't allow rampant asylum at the southern border, because what is happening is the drug cartels are taking advantage of our border policy. There are young girls who are being raped on the journey to our southern border. That is happening right now today under the nose and the guise of Joe Biden and the Democrats. The American people don't want to see fentanyl in their streets, killing family members, killing friends, people taking a Valium or whatever, it's laced with fentanyl and they're dying as a result. The American people don't want that. Number two, the American people want an economy where inflation isn't crushing their pocketbooks. Wages are actually up. But the problem is wages adjusted for inflation are down. Everybody's falling behind. Black families have fallen behind under Joe Biden. Under Donald Trump, black families were actually making more money, building more wealth, had more economic opportunity. That has all eroded under Joe Biden and is getting worse. Seniors on fixed incomes, they're falling behind. The very people, Jamal, that you want to help, they're falling behind under your president. They're not the same group of Americans than they were in 2018. And we all get the pandemic. It was awful, and we've now moved past that. But we got to get back to sound economic principle that works for everybody. And what Joe Biden and the Democrats are offering doesn't work. And the people you listed, they all support these same economic policies or worse. That's not going to be helpful for the future of America.
So not much of what you just said was true, but I'm going to.
Oh, every part of it.
Hold on. You hear how he's talking? He's like, "Oh, policies, but just that's not true." And you, just for sure, he's like every time, like he's like, like that shit sounds like a. I don't know if it's like a female or what, but it gives me sus vibes.
Which one?
Probably.
I didn't want on the one left. I didn't want to say nothing, but I thought the same thing.
He's
Oh,
like,
we got kids.
It's not like, and literally, like you guys are fucking up right now, like
they are.
literally.
Well, he's married to a white woman. Come on now, give him some grace.
You married to a white woman? What that
Y'all leave that man alone. He married to a white woman. You know you gotta talk a little extra.
Are you defending this man, this black man, because he's married to a white man? Is this like the sisterhood that I don't know about?
Yeah, you know, listen, the divested group has to stick with each other. You know what I'm saying? I'm sorry.
Zesty crew.
Yeah, you know, we gotta make these high yellow babies out in these streets. You know what I'm saying?
Black men
you
only
can't be
make high
like-
Asian babies with white women.
Look, you can't be like LA last night. You know, he like Bussy.
No, I ain't saying.
No,
Yo, I ain't say all that craziness. No, but no, everything he said was actually correct though. You can't say it was a lie. The border is a shithole, and now the same people from New York, his mayor of New York City, where he is representative of, is literally complaining and crying about immigration. So for him to say it's a false equivalent is absolutely wrong. So
Shit, look at Chicago, and the residents in Chicago was complaining about that. I said, all them black people, I said, you voted for it.
I've always been complaining about too many of them.
well, you know, it takes away opportunities. Like I said, if you ain't gonna take an opportunity, now most motherfucking black people or most people here in the United States won't work a 9-to-5 job that they think is beneath them, right? Not that they can't do it, that is beneath them. And these people that come into here will. So you can't complain when someone else take a job. Only way to stop that is E-Verify. That's what happened here out in Florida. When that E-Verify hit, construction companies went to a halt.
Man,
And that's a
the
fact.
day my daughter was born, I had got fired from a job. I had got fired from my job about a week earlier.
Mm.
My wife was in labor. I got a job interview that same day. My wife went into labor. I said, baby, I got a job interview. I said, you want me to stay here for the work? She said, no, go get to the job interview. Got that job. That same week, I got 2 more jobs. They was all part-time jobs. I worked 3 part-time jobs for a year, making $7 to $8 an hour each one of them. And I worked there for like a year and a half. I literally worked about 20 hours a day for a year.
I did it. I know it can be done.
For over a year. I say a little over a year.
Mm-hmm.
Don't tell me when you got kids, married or whatever, you don't make excuses.
That's
you
a
take
hell of a
whatever job
motivator.
you can get. Huh?
I said that's a hell of a motivator.
Yeah.
Yeah, but the difference between you and most parents today is you know how to sacrifice for your children.
Mm.
Most parents today don't want to
doing-
sacrifice for their children.
Nope.
Ain't no
Yes, I have to
excuses.
deal with them. I have to deal with
But
them.
that's what I was saying. I was saying it the other day is when we were talking about drug addicted parents, and this woman, she said she had 3 kids, and I was like, you telling me that this drug is so important that you could give 2 shits about your children? That's insane to me. You, my friend, need to die because these kids didn't ask to be here. Matter of fact, you pushed these motherfuckers out. They didn't come here off their own free will. You chose to bring them out. And so in other words, you are supposed to make sure those people are going to be great people in this society.
Damn, that sound like Generation X dropped the ball.
Well, it wasn't Generation X. I'm going to go with Boomers. Was the first dropping of the ball.
But who raising these kids right now?
The Gen Xers overcorrected. Millennials are the ones for the
Yeah,
parents.
it's millennials.
And so what happened was,
it's you, Sway.
Yeah, let's blame the millennials.
no, the millennials got an overcorrection by what Gen X did. So the ones that made it and got into politics pushed all these. See, this is where you get the everybody gets a fucking trophy shit. It started with the Gen Xers. Passing it on to the millennials.
They
were trying.
No.
It started with.
We did not.
It started with the boomers. No. It started with the boomers. It started with the boomers doing it with the Gen Xers. But the Gen Xers, to John the Baptist's credit, they also got a good heavy dose of, not everybody gets a trophy. But then when the millennials came along, when we were children, they really laid it on thick. Everybody gets a participation trophy. Then
I didn't get that. I don't know about y'all.
I'm not. I'm saying, of course, anecdotally, not all of us did, but I'm just talking about in
generationally.
Generationally, yes. But then now here we are with Zennials. Everybody has a participation trophy. I can tell you right now, man. Every damn team. Yeah.
Everybody not get a sex change. Everybody not get a sex change.
My parents are Generation X.
We'll see that, and Sway, that's why you operate the way you operate, because your parents was Generation X. And so
my parents are young.
Yeah.
Your parents are my age.
Okay,
yeah.
And typically the age of my age bracket is in their 50s or 60s right now.
No,
my parents are young. My parents are 42 and 43, and I have young parents.
No, your parents are millennials.
Your parents are millennials.
No,
your parents are millennials.
My dad was born. My dad was born in '79, and my mom was born in '80.
He's on the line.
He's on the line.
Yeah, you're on the line.
And they are young parents. The typical age of my age bracket is in their 60s and 50s. That's Gen X, nigga. What are you talking about? I got young parents, and they're still Gen X.
Yeah, 50s and 60s. That's Gen X, like a mug.
We get you.
So the age bracket, the people who's raising these 16-year-olds right now are 40-year-olds.
That's the millennials.
No,
millennials.
45-year-olds, bro. If my parent is 42, that's Gen X. That's the last year.
Yeah,
so
that's Gen X.
It's 41 and down. Most of the kids right now, most of their parents are in their 40s. If you're talking about 15 and 16-year-olds.
Yes,
I agree with you, Sway.
Okay, and they're not. That's Gen X still.
Hold on. Wait. I am not a Gen X. I am a millennial. And I'm 41.
Yeah.
You
so
millennial.
You borderline.
What you
81 is millennial.
Hit the crest. And how old is your oldest child?
Mine?
Yeah.
24.
And when did you have him?
A long time ago.
Nigga, at what age?
24 years ago.
Yeah, exactly. So you're a young father, nigga. Even for you, you're a young father. You would be categorized. For most of your son's friends, they got old ass parents. All their parents are older than you.
My wife's older than me. I told you I like old women, man.
Well,
I like
all
older
I'm saying
women.
is your friend, your son's friend group, your 24-year-old, all his parents are older than you. You're the young father.
Sure. Some.
That's
some,
especially especially if outside of the black community, they're old as fuck. So I'm just saying, the Gen X are raising these Gen Zs. Y'all can't escape that.
Yes and no. They're both.
Yes,
they're both raising them. They're
like
both raising them because
I'm raising.
They both raised them
They're both
because there's
Millennials got
overlap.
goddamn
Yeah,
toddlers
yeah.
and shit, bro. They got like
There are
5-year-olds right now.
There are overlap. There's overlap
I have a 13-year-old, so that
because hold up, wait a minute. You have
You
boomers
just a
that
horny
raise.
nigga, bro. You been fucking
You have
15. I don't hear that shit.
14.
you have boomers
Okay.
that raise millennials too. So there's overlap. They're called echo boomers.
Yeah,
Millennials that
yeah.
were raised by boomers. They're called echo boomers.
Yeah,
So what's 2002? What's 2002?
Gen Z.
Gen Z.
So I got one Gen Z then.
Yeah.
Then I got one Gen Z. I got one borderline Gen Z millennial.
Mhm.
I mean, no, millennial. He's born 96, so that would be millennial and on the verge of being a was it Gen Z?
Yeah.
Millennial Gen Z. Millennial Gen Z.
But I mean, but
I'm
again,
but
I'm
a young. But
listen,
when my kids
I'm
were in
blaming-
school, when my kids were in school, go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I'm blaming everything on the fucking boomers, nigga. Them niggas started it.
We know you
Generation-
are. That's y'all go to.
I'm
Gen X-
blaming the millennials.
Gen X ain't never been shit, and millennials cry too much.
That's a
No, hold on.
That's
No,
a fact.
Gen X. Hold on. No, that's a lie. Cause
No,
Gen
no,
X
no.
never make
Gen
it.
X,
don't lie.
Gen X didn't. Hold on. Gen X didn't give a shit. Gen X didn't give a shit about any millennial.
Stop.
Hell no.
Stop.
Because
Stop.
them, hold on.
Stop
Go
with the
ahead.
crap. Stop with the
We
crap.
give a shit
Stop
about
with the crap.
millennials.
Gen X are the hardest working generations. Since
oh
we
no.
are you crazy?
Oh, you crazy.
Gen X,
You are
Gen X-
Technically, you are, because I can pull up this book that clarifies as that Gen Xers were the individualist generation. Because I just had to read a whole fucking chapter on communication about this
You
shit.
didn't hear what I
and
just. You didn't hear what I just said. I said we are the hardest workers. I ain't saying about being individual. I said workers.
No,
That's
what I'm
our
talking
generation.
about is y'all's individualistic nature to go out there and be hard workers. Y'all ain't dependent on nobody because y'all didn't have nobody a lot of times, especially a lot of
Wait.
the latchkey generation.
Hold on. I give you that latchkey bullshit.
Correct.
They did.
Which-
Okay,
which-
good. Okay, that's cool. Hold on, John.
which is the reason why we-
Hold on, John. This is why I said motherfucking Gen X didn't give a shit about no one. That was to include their goddamn children.
They're literally called the most selfish generation.
Yeah.
Gen Xers are piece of shits.
Yes.
Oh yeah. All y'all can go straight to jail.
All because we got ours, and we didn't give it to y'all.
Hey, y'all didn't
And it's
give
also,
a shit.
remember,
Listen,
it's also the
you-
shortest
not
generation.
sorry.
Listen, man, y'all just gonna be sorry and upset when y'all dying alone, even though you have children. They don't want to take care of your ass.
Yeah, and
Oh,
that's
I
why
take
we're
care
gonna
of-
leave
my-
all
my
our money
kid-
to the local SPCA.
You think we give a fuck about your money?
And then cats and dogs is better than you
I'll
fucking
tell you
kids.
what,
Hold on.
Gen Z
Millennials
right now, bro. Gen
Jim-
Zers are petty and vindictive motherfuckers.
Listen.
We want to see y'all crash and burn and step on your
I
grave.
don't.
y'all die,
And hold
bro.
on. Millennials are making more money than Gen Z right now.
That's
Yeah,
correct.
millennials make more
What are
money.
you talking about, duh?
No, that's what I'm saying. But he said they're the worst hard workers. But the millennials are making more money than y'all.
You mean
Well,
Gen
it's
X?
also
Gen X.
more.
You mean
It's
Gen X?
also hold up. It's almost. It's
You
also a
mean Gen X,
million
Tom?
more.
Yes,
Wait a minute. Hold
yes.
up.
You said Gen Z.
It's also a million
I
more
meant Gen X.
Gen Xers than more millennials than Gen Xers, and Gen X was also the shortest generation. So it's not a lot of them motherfuckers. So that's not a hard thing to do.
Fuck
'Cause
them
it don't-
niggas,
that-
man.
That generation only lasted 16 years. That's the time frame they give from Gen X. 16 years. That's the shortest one.
Can I tell you
All I can-
something? I'm gonna be
Gen X
wholehearted.
Gen X is rock. That's all I can tell you.
Gen Xers ain't shit. They didn't give a shit about no one but their motherfucking selves. That's why I was outside eating
That is
goddamn
a lie.
Get the fuck.
That is a lie.
No,
I raised
Uncle
my
Tom.
kids. My kids gonna take care of me because I took care of my kids.
That you're an
You were out
individual.
there
I'm
eating
talking about
bologna
over.
sandwiches and drinking out of the hose because that's exactly what your parents did.
I know. Yo, hey, that was not fun. But I mean, it built character, so I don't give two shits. You know, I do say that my parents. I don't know
How
who
old are
my
your
parents.
parents, Uncle Tom?
Well, my mom, she's a boomer. My dad's a boomer too. So, my mom is 70, going to be 74, and my dad is just about to hit 60. Well, he gonna be 68. So they're all up there.
Okay.
All right, Boomer in the house. Boomer in the house.
Y'all
Mama
fucked it
that
up
came
for
up to
everybody. Y'all fucked it up for everybody.
Bro, they're still
Everybody.
fucking it up, bro. All they're doing is
not.
eating up the Social Security and fucking up the economy. Just die already, bro, so we can get our money.
I
Well,
want
not
Paying
just
y'all to
that,
die,
Sway.
bro. I'm literally
I want
paying y'all to die right now, bro. That's just so annoying. Y'all
I
take
want-
up
Sway,
the road,
it's
y'all
not
drive-
just that.
y'all
They
drive-
hold a lot
y'all are
of powerful.
terrible drivers. Yeah, like, bro, just taking up all the Medicaid. God damn.
Everyone's gonna die eventually, so it don't really matter.
That's-
And if you
Hold on,
and-
hold on.
and-
So, okay, there's so many baby boomers. Yeah, they take up everything. But what's gonna happen is Gen X, it won't be that many of us. So therefore, there'll be a lot more money for Social Security and in retirement.
that's what they say,
Because
right?
it's not that many. Because
That's
it's not
what
that
they
Yeah,
say.
many of us.
that shit ain't gonna happen.
No, it's not. We're wasting so much money right now. Ain't no money gonna be left anyway. But it don't really
We
fucking
just
matter.
sent how much money to Ukraine? There ain't gonna be no money.
Yeah. Well, money is okay. Mama, go ahead. Say what you gotta say. Since you're a boomer, we gotta give you your respect. Since you're the oldest on the panel, go ahead.
Yes. Yes. Thank you, sir.
Yo.
I just want y'all to know that I raised some pretty damn good millennials, and I made sure they did their chores and they got their ass beat on a daily basis, and they had their cherry Kool-Aid on the front porch.
Was it? Did it have sugar in it though? Did it have 1 scoop or 7 scoops of sugar?
No, the bag, Tom. The bag.
It was dry. That's right.
So you messed up already. It should have been grape Kool-Aid.
Well,
Look
hold
at
on. You
this
got.
nigga. It should have been
I
great
don't
Kool-Aid.
drink
That's
no
a true
damn.
nigga. That's a
I
true
do
nigga.
not drink no fucking grape Kool-Aid. I drink fruit punch or whatever the fuck else. Anything but grape.
Yeah, it should have been great.
Hey, hold on. You mix grape with lime. You got to mix them both. That's how you do it. I don't care what no one
Man,
says.
that sounds like corn swill. That shit sounds disgusting.
I think the boomers get like 2 generations. I think it's like boomer 1 and boomer 2, but most of the time it's 1 generation between like the raising. So if it's Gen X,
Yeah.
they're typically raising the Gen Zs, and the millennials are raising like the children right now, like the 5-year-olds, the 4-year-olds and down. Like that's millennials, like 6-year-olds maybe. Depends on how old, young they had their children. But bro, like most of the people who's raising these Gen Xers, these Gen Zers, oh y'all, goddamn Gen Xers. It's just what it is. Millennials aren't to blame right now. It's for y'all. So that's why these black niggas are shooting each other, because Gen X sucks.
I woke my kids up in the morning. I said, "What are you going to do today?"
And you beat their ass.
And they would tell me, and I'd say, "This is your pre-ass whooping for anything you're going to do wrong."
So you cannot wake your kids up in the morning and ask them what they're gonna do. You gotta wake up in the morning and tell them what they're gonna do. That's how this has to work.
See, that's why some of these damn fucking Gen Xers made all these damn whooping ass laws that you can't damn whoop a kid because they got ass whooping for no reason.
Listen, Check Cash David. I don't give a shit. I don't like Gen X. I don't like the boomers. I'm gonna tell you to be honest. I say it's the boomers' fault. Fuck them motherfuckers.
I like Gen X, but y'all are crybabies. Y'all take no accountability. I don't like the boomers.
Tom,
though,
we
for real.
was
They just a waste of space. Boomers literally just take up so much space for no reason.
Sway, you have no clue what you're talking about, Sway. Gen Xers are Gen Xers. We
Y'all the
pretty much
biggest
raised
victims,
ourselves.
bro.
We
Y'all the biggest victims, bro.
we raised ourselves.
Y'all
We
are the
work
biggest
hard like crap.
victims.
No, we're not, dude.
We raised ourselves.
And we didn't even cry about it. We didn't even cry about it. We went to work we started working at 10 years old. We had a job. We had a job at 10 years.
Your parents weren't there, bro. I don't want to hear that shit.
Yeah,
we had a PlayStation. We had a PlayStation. We had PlayStation.
No, you didn't.
We did have PlayStation. We did have PlayStation. We did have PlayStation.
No, you
PlayStation was millennial.
No, sir. No, we had Ataris.
And Coleco.
No, no, we had
Coleco.
We had
You had NES.
We had Sega. We had Sega. We had Sega. We had Sega. My bad, Sega.
Yeah, you had Sega, you had Nintendo, you had Nintendo.
Because you played.
You had Atari, you had Commodore 64.
Wait.
Put you
Gen X.
plague.
They had listen. So it depends on what part of Gen X you're part of. If you're
No.
like 7,
That's $60.
Could y'all
No.
play against somebody in China right
what
now?
what I'm
Or
saying
back on
is
the Atari?
you gotta understand
No.
Oh, that's
that
what I thought.
if you was it like so if you were like in like the 77 to the 80s, you were the ones who got the Nintendos and all the rest of them were or actually damn near grown by the time all that stuff came out.
Oh yeah,
To be
we had an Atari and we were only allowed to play
Yeah.
it when it was raining out.
And the Commodore 64.
Yeah, that's true.
Hold on. Sway. How many times you been outside of your life to play?
Oh my god. This nigga. The disrespect is real. The disrespect.
You ever skipped that backyard,
This is the
Sway?
same nigga. This is the
Hold
same
on,
nigga
wait-
that cut
wait a minute,
many
Sway.
kids
Hold
dick
up,
right
Sway.
now, bro.
You
Hey,
Gen
didn't even
Z,
tie your
right?
shoes, John the Baptist,
Yeah.
talking about been outside.
Okay, you got some goof
Go
troops
for
in
a
your
walk.
generation too.
I can't hear you, Sway. What'd you say?
Go for
No,
a walk,
Sway-
nigga. Walk until you're able to
Hey,
tie your own shoes.
Hey, Sway. You ever cross the street by yourself?
Bro, John the Baptist so fat he got to get them zip-on shoes, bro.
He said zip on. God damn.
Damn.
That Velcro shit.
Hey, Velcro was for the boomers. Hey, motherfuckers don't give a shit about shoelaces no more once they hit goddamn 70. They don't give a fuck. They slip-ons and
John the
goddamn
Baptist, you got a basketball court in your
Velcro.
house? I will break your ankles, you old nigga.
Mm.
We're getting
Sway, you
married.
can't break. Sway, you can only play on the indoor gym. You can't play outside.
Oh my god.
What? Hey, Sway, what does rain feel like? You ever felt the sun?
That nigga called you a goddamn
How do
vampire.
Nikes wear on blacktop?
The problem is that I can always blame y'all because y'all my parents. Y'all my parents. It's Gen X fault.
It is Gen X fault. I said, but I'm blaming the boomers. Everything got to be blamed. Hey, shit.
What did I
Rose
tell you,
uphill.
Tom? I told you it was both of y'all.
Well, I'm not. Listen, I'm a millennial, so I ain't worried about it.
You're such a fucking captain. Wow.
I was born in
Mark gonna be
82.
41 for the rest of his life.
I was born in 82. I'm a millennial.
Nah.
Yeah.
Nah.
You
I
are.
missed the cut.
You are an excuse.
Yeah,
that's
you
what
right.
An excuse.
You know what? I'm playing the
Also
video.
visited the border, and I met with Border Patrol police.
I don't
and
even
they
like
told
y'all.
me well over 90% of the people they stop are not committing any crimes at all. The only crime is
out.
seeking asylum in our country, if you want to call
But
it.
you're not allowed
Hold
to.
on,
Hold
number
Jamal,
one.
Under
Number
federal
two.
law today.
Number
One
two.
thing, real quick. I haven't interrupted you, but I got to
Right.
stop you here.
Number two.
Under federal law
Be quick, hurry
today,
up.
you're not allowed to claim asylum at the southern border. Joe Biden is ignoring the law and allowing that process to
Okay, let me
take place.
finish.
That's the law,
Number
folks.
two, 70% of fentanyl that comes in here is brought in by American citizens. That's a fact. Number three, I've also visited the Northern Triangle, where the majority of mass migration comes from. Have you heard of United Fruit? Have you heard of the Iran-Contra scandal? Are you very familiar with the way America and our Western allies have disrupted the economies in Central and
my
South America,
God.
leading to abject
This ain't
poverty,
about their
hunger,
country.
and despair, and how we have funded militaries and police in those countries to intimidate so that corporations can come in and mine? We've left them with nothing. That's why they're coming here seeking asylum. And then third,
Oh,
I've
shit.
met recently
No.
with one of the top economic advisors in the country. And the economic forum in our country, one of their main priorities, comprehensive immigration reform. Because immigrants are the engine of our economy. And
No,
right
it's
now,
not.
because of
No,
Trump's
sir. They're the
disruptive
cheap labor of our
policies,
economy.
they're dealing with fear and despair as they try to enter.
Disruptive
like Title
policies that
42.
unleashed America's economy?
bottom line. Here's
The
the thing.
disruptive policies that allowed Americans to thrive than at any other time in American history since the Reagan administration, those disruptive
Reagan
economic policies,
facilitated the
I will
Iran-Contra
tell you
scandal.
this, there are Americans,
right, gentlemen.
white, black,
We're gonna have
Hispanic,
to-
they want those
Here's the
economic
bottom line.
policies
You
back.
both
It was
have to
working
come
for them.
back because clearly there's a lot more to discuss. But I want to thank you both. I really mean that.
course.
Millions of people in America, they believe everything you just said. Millions of people believe what you just said. I think it is important to hear different perspectives and to have tolerance for those perspectives. And you both showed that. So thank you very much. Thank
Thank you,
you.
sir. Absolutely.
There we go.
So it was a decent debate. There wasn't. I mean, I wish they would fucking actually stop
It was a
talking over each
terrible
other.
debate.
Ah, it wasn't that bad.
So
You're
Sway,
insane.
You got more friends on social media or in real life.
God
We
damn.
going back in this shit.
This nigga.
John just mad all his friends died. They dead and gone.
Oh,
So-
you got me on that one.
No, Sway,
And
you gotta
at least
hit
he
him with
called
the,
them
you
while
gotta
they
hit
were
him with
alive.
Sway, you gotta hit him with the Bone Thugs and Harmony. Boom, 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 boom. boom. I'm gonna miss everybody. I'm gonna miss everybody.
Hey, Sway. Hey, Sway. How many of your classmates smoke weed rather than work?
That's a lot.
Rather than work, I think they just do both.
Mm.
Oh,
Most,
where they
you
work
know,
at
I think
McDonald's.
the old heads the only one that don't realize you can buy fake piss now.
Oh yeah, that's true too.
So you know, all you gotta
Yeah.
buy some fake piss and you straight. That's
Yeah.
that's what people in construction tell me.
So, Sway, I have a
Yeah.
question for you. Do you think
Typically
immigration
white
will?
boys, black people don't realize that.
Sway, do you think immigration will affect your generation more than anyone else's?
Immigration,
Mhm.
man, we piping them hoes. Bring the thotty wops over here, man. I give them a new life. Bring that traditional, feminine energy, and I'll take you on. The niggas, they gonna have to get where they fit in. That's on them. They want to join the jungle, then join the jungle. We got land of opportunities. I ain't gonna knock nobody hustle, but don't be mad when I steal your hoes.
What did that even mean?
That means
I'll translate. I'll translate. In other words, you bring your ass over here, he gonna fuck your girl. You can get mad about it if you want to, but he's still gonna fuck your girl.
My girl moved here
you
when
can
she
do
was
that. You
10,
can have
nigga.
them.
My girl moved here when she was 10. You don't think her dad might have want her to date a Hispanic dude that spoke Spanish? You're shit out of luck, my guy. You got the brother that's 6 feet tall and you 5'7". It is what
I
it
thought
is.
you was Hispanic. I thought you was Hispanic.
No, nigga.
Jesus Christ.
John, stop. He got you.
Honestly, I don't care if I look Hispanic. Them Hispanic bitches, man.
I was
Oof.
just, I was just messing with you.
I like them better
gotta
than
get
I
it back.
like.
So
black
my
women.
question.
I
Okay,
gotta
so
get them back because you see all my friends died. I gotta get them back. All my friends died.
you throwing mid jokes. You gotta wait for the punchline. You trying to force it now.
so if you think you don't care about immigration, right? 6 million people were encountered within the
All right, you want to be
last 2
for real,
years.
bro?
Yeah, yeah.
I was just joking. All right.
No, I'm
Honestly,
sorry.
I think we should have more control on the immigration. I think what they did in Florida on stopping all those immigrants from working and illegally, I think that was a good thing. I think if you put more advertising and filling those jobs with American workers, especially men, and that might I think it's a good space for men to grow their balls back because in those environments in construction, men are really men. Like honestly, they be talking about all types of crazy shit, and they be basically, and they also push a lot of like relationships and families. When I was in commercial, most of the people there were in relationships or had a family. It was either from Hispanic men or white men or black men. They all had relationships or family. Even moving into residential, my manager pushes you to thrive to what, like he pushes family men because they know that they dedicate their time to work more for their family and stuff like that. So like the environment itself in the construction world is more like conservative, I would say. So I think it should be filled by the American men and stop and grow their nuts back. Kick them. I don't want these illegals taking all our opportunities. When an American man got to work at fucking CVS or become a dweeb tech dude, like it seems like they don't understand that you can make bank if you just get a skill, but you're wasting your time working for other people at a job.
Okay, so since you're the youngest person on the panel, looking forward, construction. I'm not gonna say construction. Trades. Do you think trades will overtake the tech field?
You need balance, man. You need to get where you fit in because you don't want anything to be too inflated. That was the whole thing with the degree shit. Everybody thought you needed to get a degree to be successful or to make money.
Overcorrected.
They overcorrected. So like I don't want another overcorrection. I think that's what a lot of things we do over here is like even when you're talking about the feminist movement, it's gone to empowerment, and so it's like okay, who do you want to be empowered over? Oh men. So now you're fighting for the thing that you fought against So it's like, what do you know what I mean? You're
Mhm.
just being hypocrites. You want to be the men now. You want to like repress and suppress men. That doesn't fix anything. So in my opinion, I think, the men who feel that, either the military is a good option for them, either if you don't have the finances or if you don't have the discipline mentally or structure or any guidance, just go in there, get with technical trade or technical skill you need to get to and keep it pushing. It'll also provide structure while you have that. You have a controlled environment to get the education you want, and you can fuck bitches. So go crazy. And then either outside of that, then get a trade or go to college to get a skill. But this is mainly towards the men. You need to be able to market yourself in the open market. And my thought process was something that the only way I'm not going to have work is the whole globe resets. I'm an electrician, nigga. Everything runs off electricity. The only way I ain't gonna have a job is if everything resets and you don't need electricity anymore.
Well, there's always gonna be electricity, even if we got solar panels. So you're
That's
always
what-
got your job is always you gotta. That's why I said you gotta look at everything and see what is gonna hold in the future. Nursing, being a doctor, lawyers, all that shit is something that we're gonna need in the future. Being an electrician, truck driver, shit, combing
Like-
hair eventually is one of them.
People can't. A lot of other trades can't be a trade without me.
Mm-hmm.
Like,
And that's
you
a
can't-
fact.
Like HVAC ain't gonna work, plumbing ain't gonna work. I mean, you might get cold water depending on the unit, but if you got a well pump, you ain't getting no water without me. So all I'm saying is that you have to think, a little bit further ahead, but also understand that your job or whatever is not your identity. You just developing skills. So if you need to make money, you can do so. Like my identity is not an electrician. That's just that's just a career path I chose to take.
And a good one. Blacks Who Identify or Blacks Who Defy. What do you think about anything that was said today? Because I know you on a short time. Hello, Blacks Who Defy. Going once, going twice.
powder in his head.
Stop calling him by his government name.
Yes, sir. What did you say? I didn't hear you.
I said, what do you have to say for? Because I know you're on short time because you got before you go back to what you need to be doing.
About trades.
Anything,
Things like that?
anything that was
well,
said today.
Well, I didn't.
I would love to hear
I
how
didn't get
much
everything.
you feel about young
I didn't
people.
get everything, but I'll tell you this: America, with this current trajectory, is doomed. As we know it, it's doomed. And like I said this before, I gave the statistic before. China is losing all of its people. They currently have a birthing crisis. Nobody's having babies over there. For the next 25 years, you'll see a decline. Manufacturing is moving back to Mexico and America, and that's why they want all the influx of illegal aliens here in America, period. So we're going to see a change of the face, and as it's going now, it's going to be nothing but a service industry for those of us who were born here sovereignly.
Do you guys think that the next two election will be Republicans like Obama?
It should. If everything goes according to the way the trajectory of America is going, it should. You're gonna need at least 12 years to get this country back in order the way it should be. Just be from these fucking 4
Can
years.
we just not have a white man every single time? I'm cool with a conservative.
I don't care if they're white or black.
I want some diversity.
I don't need
you have
diversity.
to-
I need people that work.
Bro, if they're gonna push the same agenda regardless of the face, give me a different face every year. I don't want to see a white man at the top.
Okay, so here's my thing.
I don't need that.
Agenda. Give me a new nigga.
Well, okay, so if you want a new nigga, say we got say we had this Jamal Bowman who just espoused everything.
It could be
dealing with
you,
race.
Uncle Tom. If the same agenda is going to get pushed regardless of the face, then put you up there. I don't give a fuck. Just don't.
I'm not gonna push this.
You
Hey, I'm not gonna push the same agenda. I am a dictator. I will change everything to be a dictatorship.
don't have a choice because you're controlled by lobbyists, so it doesn't really matter unless you're
That's a
Trump.
fact.
You're
That's a
controlled.
fact.
So if it don't fucking matter who the face is,
That's a
put a
fact.
new nigga in the goddamn seat. That's all. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, I hear what you're saying. I mean, I'm glad that we got young people out here actually think about things other than just getting pussy and getting money, because there's a lot more to this country that goes
What's y'all
way
beef with
further
us?
than that.
What y'all be? What do we do to y'all? What honestly? Why do y'all hate us so much?
I don't hate you guys. I think y'all are their future, so it is what it is.
Seem like old people don't like us. and we ain't.
No,
do
I
nothing.
I think majority of y'all are
No,
stupid.
y'all just straight wishing death on older people.
It's only in retaliation though. 'Cause y'all niggas are
Actually, I like young people. Actually, most of my ministry was done with young people.
Yeah.
I don't like work. I don't like working with old people. I don't.
Nobody likes working with old people.
Well, we're
But to
all
be
set.
fair,
Once we
most
get to a
Gen Xers-
certain age, we set in our ways, and that's the truth.
I'm not
Once you
gonna lie
get
to
set in
you.
your ways, it's pretty hard to fucking change.
Yeah.
So, and
To
I
be
see
honest
that
with
with the same people I work with at work, because most of them is 65 plus, and some of them I can't motherfucking stand. I'm like, do you even read your goddamn emails? Do you read them? And I have to go up there and I have to harass them.
Get out of
I
the
just
street.
fucking emailed you like 2 minutes ago. Okay, it's a really simple question. Just answer the motherfucking email.
We don't like emails. Just text us.
No, they don't like nothing. The most of them
Well, call
motherfuckers,
me.
listen, most of them motherfuckers don't
I
do
ain't gonna
anything.
lie.
I'm not talking
I don't
about you
like
young
text.
people.
I don't like text or email. So you got.
See what I'm saying? Old motherfuckers.
I ain't gonna lie. I probably got about 300. I
Dude,
probably
you know how
got
much
300 emails
time
I
is
need to check right
wasted for emails every year?
Personally, I'd rather be called. Oh my God.
They don't answer their goddamn phones.
I still don't understand the gripe, man.
I don't have any gripe. I mean, it's gonna be what's
Millennials
gonna
and
be.
Z's don't answer their phone.
No.
Millennials and Z's.
I have a work cell phone, so you know
say
they're
your
gonna,
children
I'm
don't
gonna
answer
come
their phone, bro.
I don't answer it because it's not on me.
Talking to John.
No, I'm talking to my wife.
Kids
My
answer-
wife said I don't
no,
answer
my
it.
kids answer the phone when I call. If they know,
How
they
do-
know.
now
there's
how
a
would
phone
you
when I
know
call.
that we don't answer our phones?
That I don't only just talk to my kids.
So who kids you talking to? Let's go. Where's the FBI noise? The criminal justice shit. The SVU.
Oh.
Yeah.
I told you I was in ministry. I'm in ministry. I work with young people.
And so you calling and texting them, and they just not responding. They not picking up on you. You're like, hey, hey,
they
Tamika, how
don't-
you doing? I'm just trying to get in touch with you.
No,
Wondering why
when
you're not
you
getting in the
call
youth group.
when you call, they'll text you back.
What? Because they don't. What?
They
That's
don't
me.
because y'all don't like talk. Y'all don't like
I
talking
do
on the
not.
phone. Y'all don't like
I
talking on the phone.
don't talk on the fucking phone. Text me. Do not call me because I will not answer that bitch.
Bro,
Unless
that's
it's
my
something
tell you this,
important.
man. I'm gonna say this: most young niggas really ain't got shit going on, and so they like to pick and choose who they want to talk to. But if you busy, bro, like texting, that shit's annoying, bro. And it takes too much fucking time to get a fucking point across, and it's left up to
Amen.
interpretation.
I agree.
It's
I
left
agree
up.
with
It's
that.
left up into interpretation, bro. So if you really want to have a conversation, bro, just call me so we can get that shit over with and keep it pushing. I don't even really like texting my boss. I will call him just to ask a simple question that would take whatever, because I don't know how long it's going to take a response, let alone I'm going to get the response I want, and then I got to word it a certain way, which is going to take a whole nother. I'm like, bro, fuck that shit. I'm gonna call him. And so, if you have real shit going on, you're not fucking texting.
Oh, so you a
That's-
young old dude then? Okay. You a
Yeah,
young old
that's
dude.
why I say Sway is not like the typical young cat. Like
He's
me,
not.
I
He's
don't
not.
want to. I don't want to talk to fucking people. So just leave me the fuck alone. I'm the leave me the fuck alone type person.
No, I
Like I told-
understand. I was there with you at one, like 3 years ago, bro. 2 years ago, I was with you, bro. I was like, man, I ain't trying to talk to nobody. Don't call me, bro. Man. So text me so I can ignore your shit, or I can just be, respond whenever I feel like it.
Well, Sway, it's because in my situation, everybody always wants something. So I don't want to fucking talk to people if you're gonna ask, hey, could you come pick me around, or could you give me some money, or could you? No,
Yeah,
don't text or call me for shit because I know you don't want anything. Ain't nobody texting or calling me to ask me about how my day is. It's only one person, and that's the chick that I've been dealing with for the longest, who will text me out of the blue to see how my fucking day is going.
Hey, do you need
You know how to-
a hug? Do you need a hug, sir?
I don't need no goddamn hug. I need motherfuckers to pay me the money that they owe me. That's the fuck I need.
Hey, Beasley.
Yeah.
Beasley,
You know-
how was
you
your
know
day,
how-
though? How was your day?
Well, it's not open yet because I gotta go. I'm driving to fucking work and I found out it's a damn party, so I can't lock the facility up. I'm like, oh, great. So I gotta deal with a bunch of rich motherfuckers today.
Okay, I didn't ask all that. I was just being nice. I
I didn't mean that shit. I was just being nice.
See, that's that bullshit.
If you,
You know how
text
to
me,
fix
I'll
all
call
that?
you to respond.
You know how to fix all that, Beasley?
Ow.
You set
Go
your
ahead.
phone. You set your phone up to identify its own message as "Good morning. This is the Internal Revenue Service. How may we help you today?" Push 1 if you want to set up a payment plan. Push 2. I'm sorry, all of our customer service representatives are busy right now. Currently, there's a 5-day waiting list. Please leave your number and we'll return your call. And I guarantee you, you will not have to talk on the telephone.
Oh, no. Hello, this is the IRS. You have been elected to receive an audit, and that motherfucker will never call again.
Mama, can I ask you, where are you from? The South?
Not currently, but yes, I was raised a good part of my life there.
Was there like some old tradition where you were like getting sick, where you guys would put onions and honey and like ferment it for like 24 hours, and you would eat it to get over like something like that, like a cold or something? Was that ever a thing?
There's a lot of old folk remedies. I don't remember a lot of them. I remember that, like with my grandmother, if you got stung by a bee or something, she would pull chawed tobacco out of her mouth and slap it over top of the bee sting, and it would pull all the poison out. And if we had a real bad head cold or something like that, she would give us boiled onion broth, and she'd put something else in it, but I don't remember. And onions.
You ever had kerosene and sugar?
Yes, sir. Sure have.
Why do you think none of that stuff has been passed down? Why do you think you guys dropped the ball on that in teaching us? At least even teaching us how to. Y'all don't even teach us how to cook. Let's be honest. Y'all don't even teach us how to cook, let alone fucking home remedies.
I still use a lot of the old home remedies, the ones that I can remember, but I think the medical industry, in particular the pharmaceutical industry, just started really preaching hard to everybody that things were poisonous. You didn't know what you were getting out of your yard. You didn't know if it was, poisonous plant or a nutritious plant. And then also you guys have to carry the ball a little bit too, because there's a whole generation of people that just aren't interested. They're just not interested.
That's true. I mean, there's a lot. Youngins got to get, like my oldest son. Like I went to school to learn how to do interior of vehicles, like literally from subwoofers to anything. And the only one that was interested in learning that was my oldest son. And I can tell you how to do anything on the interior of a vehicle, as far as change it out, make it custom. But only one person was interested in it. My other kids don't care.
The only thing the only thing I look back on is my dad putting video games in front of me, and I feel like that was one of my only biggest downfalls, that it led to procrastination because I didn't want to do the shit that I had to do because I really wanted to play video games. So it was like, I don't know if that's like something that every kid goes through, like there's something that they would rather do than what they want to do, or even just learn something like a trade or like that. But I know in the Italian culture, like they require every child to learn, every least boy child to learn a trade before the age of 18. Like just like and more than likely the father knows a trade, and that's
Jewish people too. That's Jewish. That's Jewish.
Yeah,
too.
so it literally just passed down. Like my dad knows a trade, my granddad knows a trade, my uncle knows a trade. All Italian. I know a trade. I'm sure my son's gonna know a trade. And this is not even like intentional. This is just like cultural, and it's just constantly just shifting now. It's not even I have to tell you anything. It's more so a trade is always an option because this is what your family can provide you. Like
So,
the knowledge.
so Sway, at 11 and 12, my grandfather,
Well, all
my grandfather had
my
me
wife's
doing
side is
asphalt
upper middle
work.
class.
Yeah. So that's the thing, right? So all people's trade, like my trade in my family was always military. That was our trade. We were good soldiers. That was it. I was a soldier. My dad was a soldier. His brother was a soldier. Hell, my oldest two kids are soldiers. I mean, that we passed. That's what one trade that we passed down was just being soldiers.
And now, see, out of our children, our daughters are.
My bad. I'm sorry.
Out of our children, our daughters are the ones that wanted to learn how to work on the cars, wanted to learn how to do what their dad did, which was drywall work. And they all do it. They all know how. Our son, he could have cared less. He didn't want to do it. And when his dad, when his dad said, get out here, I'm going to teach you how to change brakes on your car. He was like, I'm just going to pay somebody to do it. I don't want to learn how.
Who gives a fuck what he cares about? Y'all can send y'all kids on some trumped up charges. Man, y'all can force your kid to learn how to change his fucking tires, brake, oil change, and all that shit. Yeah, I don't want to hear that shit. Y'all listen, that's y'all crying about the participation trophy, but you can't even force your kid to learn something useful.
How old are you, Sway?
I'm 24.
You got any kids?
I have no kids.
You come back and tell me that argument when you have kids.
Man,
we will discuss it.
Yeah, I bet you my kids will learn everything I goddamn say.
Sway, hold on. I know this. How I know your kid's not gonna listen to you. Somebody now.
Y'all niggas raising your kids like y'all some bitches.
Oh no, I raised my kids. My kids listen to me.
Man, what Uncle Tom said, it's a dictatorship in this hole. Man, ain't no fucking rebuttal.
Fact.
If I say drop down and give me 15, he could tell his kids to drop down and give him 15 and they do it, them motherfuckers should show up to shop class and be there and learn that motherfucker.
No, they'll complain, but they'll still do it.
Exactly. So it don't fucking matter.
Yeah, because they know they motherfucking word don't mean shit to me. You can cry, but as long as you're doing push-ups, I don't give a shit.
So, there you go.
I gotta go back though. My daughter will try to push the limit though.
Don't be such a soft father. Leave that up to the mother.
Yeah,
Leave the mother to be soft.
My daughter try to push back on me a little bit. I will. She get away more
They
than my
always
son
will,
ever
though.
did.
They always will, though. All kids will push back because that's in the kid's nature to do.
Yeah.
Even though I hate it and I can't stand it and I hate repeating myself, that's one thing that I had to learn is I'm gonna have to repeat myself more than once because if I don't and they don't listen, I'm gonna take it too far. And that's my problem. I have anger issues.
Can we acknowledge though that
almost killed my son when he was 13.
Can we acknowledge that you guys a lot of times parent too late? It's like y'all want to coddle them up, y'all parent too late. Like y'all should have said like y'all want to coddle them up to a certain age and then y'all want to be all big and bad with the discipline and shit. Like
I started parenting. I started parenting. If you speaking to the general public, I can't argue with you. Specifically me, no. I started with my kids from the time they were born. Actually, I would tell my kids, like when parents complain about their babies not sleeping at night, I didn't have the issue. Before my kids were a month old, I said between a month and 2 months old, they would sleep with they never slept with me. They slept in their own bed and they went to bed at night and they didn't wake up. They didn't wake up until the morning. My kids did not get up in the middle of the night.
I was talking about as a baby. I didn't have to sleep in the room. So
as a baby, they're not sleeping with me as a baby.
The reason why I say that would happen in my house because I was on deployment rounds, so I was getting as much time as I possibly could. Now I ain't gonna say I didn't feed their eyeballs, their nose, and every damn thing else because they was damn near drowned with milk, fucking with me. Because if I fall asleep, they gonna fall asleep where they lay. I'm telling you, I was putting milk in their eyeball and every damn thing the whole time. I know that's what happened with me. Listen, but yeah, my youngest literally slept with me for the majority part because it is what it is.
All I'm saying is a lot of times, at least in the past, the millennials and Gen Xers, they don't want to be stern parents until it's like they're more reactionary than proactive. Like they, you know what I mean? That's a fact. Like they more so react to their kids acting crazy, more so being proactive and setting the tone early, so that when that happens, they're not playing dumb goofy on how you respond.
Sway, that's a fact because I have to deal with that and I'm sure Uncle Tom can agree with this too. I have to deal with this as a sensei, as a teacher. When I'm teaching kids, sometimes I gotta fucking teach the fucking parents too on how to be a parent. It's like, no, let's not do that because there's this level of communication and there's a breakdown that happens with the parents and the students, and they don't know what the fuck to do. So yeah, they always want to parent after the fact. Well, my kid does this. I said, really? Because when your kid's with me, I got to make his ass do 50,000 push-ups just to get him to shut the hell up. So you sure about that?
Well, that's a fact because I sit the parents down when I was coaching. Like I let them know, listen, don't come to me with your kids ain't listening to you because I'm gonna tell you like this. I'm gonna have them running all goddamn day, and I don't care about you. I don't care about your whims. If you don't want to be here, take him on because he might get called an idiot today, or he might be called a dumbass today. Just depends on how he react. But I never really had a problem with the parents. My parents that I taught was pretty damn good, so I like that. So,
unlike the kids that are like complaining to the parents about being bullied when they're also the fucking bully too. And it's like your kids doing the bullying too. So don't get it twisted. Little Jimmy or Tyrone ain't fucking all innocent. Because just as much as somebody's talking about their mama and poking fun at them, they're doing the same right back at them. And I'll sometimes bring it up to the kid. Okay, y'all the same kids that want to tell your parents that you're getting bullied, but then I got to stop you from messing with somebody else. Who? You. That's who. So knock it off.
Mm-hmm. Keenan Minor with the $5 super chat.
Have a good one.
All right, brother. Keenan Minor with the $5 super chat says, my husband and I mimic the Amish, Asian, and Jewish community. Peter Santelio interviews are worth watching. Many blacks don't see the value. I'll check it out. I don't even know who that is, but I'll check it out. I mean, I'll always check out things too. So,
hey, Sway.
Go ahead.
Hey, Sway.
Yeah,
thanks for the $5 super chat.
We still cool, man?
You the only one that's be trying to come with the jokes. I just respond to your joke.
That was good. I'll take it easy, man. I'll go watch this again.
All right, thanks for coming over here, John.
Oh, man, peace out.
I'll be hitting with the 1-2 counter though. That's the problem.
All right, so I wanted to get off the most serious stuff, and I want to talk about some bullshit shows that I was watching earlier. It's court. So this is court. So if you don't like it, you can step off if you want to. I think they're fucking hilarious if you ask me. But this is a snobby, crazy cat lady that
Is this Jerry Springer?
No, it's not Jerry Springer. I don't watch
Jerry.
This is actual. I watch actual court cases. These are funny. Some of these are funny. Some of them are stupid. So, where's that? Where are we at? There we go. Right here. There we go. So, without further ado, let's get it going. They even put a disclaimer up there for me. Ooh, awesome.
We're stuck with this mixed breed cat that since court will be over today or in your judgment, we will find a new home for this cat, and it's not going to be in my home. This cat is disqualified from CSA. We paid $2,000 for that cat.
Well, the cat's lineage is known. I mean, she's got the 3 or 4 generation pedigree, she said, from CFA, and that is his lineage. That is what's behind him. It's what's in his background. He's from all registered cats as far back as at least 6 generations. As to the fact that he didn't turn out to be the way she wanted him to be, I'm sorry for that, but they grow up and they don't always turn out exactly how you envision they will. That's why I offered her one that was already older, established. If she wanted a stud, he was already, ready to be a stud. If she wanted a pet, he was a very sweet pet and had the look that she thinks is the only look a Mao has.
In today's video, we have a squabble over a cat.
Can I say that I'm not paying $2,000 for a cat, first off. And most of these cat people are fucking crazy.
And 6 generations of cats is what, like 3 years?
I don't know. I'm not a cat person like that.
2 months, Mayo.
I don't know. That shit's listen, let me go ahead and let y'all watch this stupid shit.
They got to be talking about a Maine Coon cat.
I don't know. You gotta look at it, Mayo. and I think it was a Maine Coon though.
I got 2 cats for free, bro. I
This
don't even
case
know.
had already
Like,
been heard in
it ain't even hard to find cats, bro. I found one outside, and another motherfucker gave me a cat. They're like hotcakes out here, bro. You ain't
I'm
gotta
telling you,
pay
I don't know
$2
nothing
grand.
about cats. I barely know anything about dogs. All I want to know is my wife, you want this dog? Sure, she went and got it. She's like, this and this. And I'm like, nope, don't know none of that. I know a little bit, but not a lot. She knows more than I do.
front of Judge Webster, which ended in favor of the plaintiff. Now the defendant has filed an appeal in which is being heard today. This hearing takes a pretty interesting turn, so grab your popcorn and let's get into the video.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
All right, we'll go ahead and get started. This is in the District Court of Greenwood County, Kansas. Case is entitled Tracy Burke versus Kimberly Benson, case number 23 CV5. Plaintiff Tracy Burke appears in person pro se. Defendant Kimberly Benson also appears in person pro se. All parties are appearing by Zoom. We are set today for a trial on an appeal from Judge Webster's decision in this case. In Kansas, an appeal from a small claims decision is heard de novo, which means this court hears it as if it's hearing it for the first time. It's not based on the prior record. So the manner in which we'll proceed is probably very similar to the manner in which you proceeded when the case was heard in front of Judge Webster. Ms. Burke, as the plaintiff, you will put on your case first. If you call witnesses to testify, including yourself, Ms. Benson will be able to cross-examine you or ask you questions based on your testimony or the witness's testimony, and vice versa when Ms. Benson puts on her case. I do note that you both have submitted some exhibits. When you wish to reference an exhibit, you'll need to, they're not marked, and I understand you both, or well, maybe they are. Since you are both representing yourself, I'll give you a little bit of leeway on court procedure, but we still operate as if you did have attorneys. So
Yes, Dave, I know some
Ms.
pussy.
Burke, do you have any questions about how we'll proceed?
No, sir.
Yeah, Ms. Benson, do you?
No.
All right, and I will urge you both if somebody else is testifying or presenting evidence, try not to interrupt. If you disagree with what somebody's saying, don't say anything. You'll each have an opportunity to tell me whatever you feel is necessary for your respective cases. So I typically will give each party an opportunity to make an opening statement if they wish. An opening statement is just a preview or a brief summary of what you hope to show the court.
Oh, damn, I didn't know this shit was an hour. God damn, hold on. I got a different one. That's too long. I have a short attention span, but these motherfuckers are crazy. I'll play it sometime tomorrow. That's way too long. Hold on, I have the one that I really wanted to see. The crazy ones are. What's this one? Let's update. All right.
So I could help you with today.
No, ma'am. Other than the two last ones you said are new. I didn't get those ones until today. But whatever. I mean, it don't mean anything. Just the other than new. I didn't understand what happened. But no, ma'am.
Mr. Michael, are you on any drugs today or alcohol?
No, ma'am.
After Mr. Michael's debut in Judge Webster's court yesterday, he was arrested, held in custody, and given a UA. Today, we are back with the UA results and to continue his arraignment. Can you guess?
Hold on, I think I got the wrong one. I did. Hush your mouth. Hush your mouth. Yeah.
Bro,
No,
why
I'm
don't
gonna
you
play-
play the video?
I'm going to play that. I got the wrong one.
That's why that one was fine.
That was the update. I'm going to give you the actual one where you see it. It's acting stupid.
I'm on the court right now. Yo. You gotta get up.
All right, there we go.
Yo. Yo. You gotta get to the judge, man. I'm on the court right now with him. I'm on the court right now with him.
You just sent me a message saying I'm answering, so you answering now?
Yeah, I'm on like literally on the court right now. Thank you. Thank you, bro.
I'm serious, Mr. Michael. You owe those gentlemen some gratitude.
For sure.
If they hadn't been willing to go by your house and wake you up, I would have just issued bench warrants.
Hey.
All right, let's get
My video
on.
is working, isn't it?
Let's get on with the order of business here.
In today's video, we have a defendant flying high in Judge Webster's court. This defendant decided to F around in court and found out very quickly what this judge can do. Let's get into the video.
Jacob Michael, please start your video and your audio. Well, your audio is on, so please start your video.
Yes, ma'am.
You're already 1 hour and 34 minutes late. You better get it started sooner. The officers can just take you in on a bench warrant.
Can you hear me yet? Is
You can understand the words you're saying.
it working yet?
You're mumbled.
Is it working yet?
No. Your audio is not your video.
Okay. Yeah, I've been on since 3:30. Yeah, I didn't have my video working.
It doesn't count if you're not there when I call your name. You owe those officers that came by your house a debt of gratitude, or you'd be sitting in jail.
Yes, ma'am.
You thank them for coming by and making that public service to you.
It's working now, ma'am.
I'm serious, Mr. Michael. You owe those gentlemen some gratitude.
For sure.
If they hadn't been willing to go by your house and wake you up, I would have just issued bench warrants.
Hey.
All right, let's get
My
on.
video is working, isn't it?
Let's get on with the order of business here. You were supposed to be here at 1:30
You
and
look,
it
you remind me
is
of that
now
Mike
3:05. and
Wazowski
You
chick.
wouldn't even be here now if the officers.
What did you say?
Mike Wazowski. Don't she look
Yeah.
like that chick
Yes.
from Monsters Inc?
Mm-hmm.
Let's get on the order, Mike Wazowski.
Or I think it was a wife from Up too. She kind of looks like too, before she got old. But I can't. I
You
should
hadn't gone to your house or wherever you are and woke you up. Apparently you're not at home.
Yeah, ma'am. Not until this court date, I hope.
Apparently they knew where to find you. So again, you're lucky in that respect. All right, we're going on the record now, sir. Are you awake?
Yes, ma'am.
You sure you understand what's going on, where you are?
Yes, Judge.
All right. We are on the record in 2023 CR 80 and 2023 CR 96, both captioned State of Kansas versus Jacob William Michael. The state appears by and through County Attorney Jill Gillette Mr. Michael appears in person and pro se
That
via
bitch talk slow as
Zoom.
hell.
It is now
Mike
3:07 p.m. and he was
Wazowski.
to be here at 1:30.
So what's the problem? What did he
Called
do?
in and then
So-
apparently fell asleep and
Oh,
didn't
shit.
answer.
They give you the backstory. The motherfucker was abusing his I guess his wife or something. And they got a it's a TPO filed against him.
Damn.
And
what did he do? Punch her?
I don't know. They didn't go into it, but he was supposed to he was not supposed to go over there, and he was over there contacting them. So you know he could. Well, I think it was not contempt, but he broke the TPO. So he was supposed to be going back to jail or some stupid shit. And he wasn't supposed to be high or nothing. And obviously he's high as hell. He is higher than a motherfucking kite right now.
So the officers had to go by his home to try to find him, to wake him up. Couldn't find him, so they went to another location he might be at, and they found him and woke him up. This was a public service the officers did. They didn't have to, but they have saved bench warrants for Mr. Michael. Mr. Michael, you need to pick a location, stay seated, and keep your camera on you, please.
Yes, ma'am.
So this is your first appearance in 2023 CR 80. In this case, the state is charging you in count 1 with domestic battery that on or about the 22nd day of April 2023 in Greenwood County, state of Kansas, you did unlawfully and intentionally cause physical contact with a family or household member in a rude, insulting, or angry manner, the family member being Aubrey Maxwell. Okay, keep your camera where I can see you, please. Thank you. As charged, this is a Class B person misdemeanor. There is a mandatory must serve 48 hours in jail up to 6 months. There is a mandatory minimum fine of $200 up to $1,000.
I would die if she was my goddamn judge.
Can
Oh my
waive the jail
god.
time if instead you do a
Little to what we know,
certified
this is
domestic
sentence
violence
right here.
offender evaluation.
What'd you say?
This is the sentence right here with her slow talking ass. Like, god damn. Get it the fuck over with, nigga. I'm already getting punished. Shit, you ain't even got to.
I'll take 2 days in jail, please.
Yeah,
just go ahead and give me my time. This bitch is taking entirely too. Oh, Sway, you said the chick from fucking Monsters Inc. Mike Wazowski. Always watching Mike. Oh, I'm like, god damn, speed up.
Yeah.
By a certified evaluator and comply with all the recommendations of that evaluation. In count 2, sir, you're accused of disorderly conduct. The state is alleging that at that same date, you did use fighting words or engage in noisy conduct tending reasonably to arouse alarm, anger, or resentment in others. To wit, Aubrey
No,
Maxwell.
she's reading. She cannot
This
read.
charge is a Class
This is a
C
proven fact.
misdemeanor.
Old people are a waste of space, and they need
If
to get out of
convicted, you
the
could
job
serve
field.
another 30
Let
days in
40-year-old
jail.
women handle this court case. You're too old. You read too slow. A 40-year-old woman would be able to have got through this 5 minutes ago.
Literally, the way how slow she's talking, it made it 15 minutes. It shouldn't have been this long. Whew. Lord have mercy. Lord have mercy.
And you could pay another fine of $500. In count 3, you're charged with criminal damage to property. The state is alleging on that same date, you did, by means other than fire explosive, either damage or destroy or deface or substantially impair the use of property, to wit, a cell phone, in which another, to wit, Aubrey Maxwell, had an interest without her consent, and that the damage you did was under $1,000. As charged, this is a Class B non-person misdemeanor. You could serve another 6 months in jail and pay another $1,000 fine.
Well, let's stay racking up charges on his ass.
Mr. Michael, do you have any questions about these charges or their possible penalties that I could help you with today?
No, ma'am. Other than the two last ones you said are new. I didn't get those ones until today. But whatever. I mean, it don't mean anything. Just the other than new. I didn't understand what I had to do.
Yeah.
But no, ma'am.
Mr. Michael, are you on any drugs
Bitch,
today or alcohol?
No, goddamn well he on drugs.
You're so full of baloney.
I'm sitting on the edge of bed and I can sit up a little bit.
You're still what?
I'm sitting on the edge of bed. On the edge of the bed, I can sit up a little bit.
Okay, well, I'm just concerned about your slurred speech and your jerky movements there. Maybe you're under the influence of something.
Yeah.
Nope, not
Make
anything.
sure you understand what you're doing today and what's being said.
Yeah, I do a lot there.
Okay, are the officers still with you?
I know they came hard at me, but they actually I did fall asleep, but I woke up before they came in here and told me I had hurt.
All right, we're going to go on. In 2023 CR 96. Did you say the officers were still there?
No, ma'am, they're not.
Okay. In 2023 CR 80, you're charged in that case. Well, that's one we just did.
I think she on drugs as well. They been hiding the hope. She hiding it. It's over with yet. Where am I at?
Excuse me, just a moment. I'm gonna take just a brief recess.
Yes, ma'am.
She sends the motherfuckers out to come pick his ass up. Yeah. Almost. She sending people after him. She sending people. What in the actual fuck?
Fuck.
All right, where did he go? Miss Gillette, do you want to unmute?
All right, so there's that. That was the end of that. Fuck that. I can't do it no more. Ooh, Jesus, Lord have mercy. Ooh, child. That was a lead up for what I guess this one was. Jesus Christ, have mercy on my soul. But the motherfucker was so goddamn high.
And that shit was so bad. Look, you killed mama.
That's what he tested positive for?
You ain't shit.
Let's find out.
Good morning.
Good morning.
It went to that boy to
We
jail.
are ready to go on the record, Missy. We are on the record in the 13th Judicial District.
Why is she
the
talking
District
faster
Court of
right now?
Greenwood County, Kansas. We come on for hearing in
She ain't high.
2023 CR 80 and 2023 CR 96, both captioned State of Kansas versus Jacob William Michael. Ms. Jill
in
Gillette,
other words, she ain't high
Greenwood
right now,
County Attorney, appears for the state, and Mr. Jacob Michael appears in person in custody at the Greenwood County Jail in pro se. Mr. Michael, how are you doing this morning?
I'm doing all right. How about you?
Well, I'm okay. You're certainly looking a little better than you were yesterday. I
apologize for that. It was an hour, got tired and got comfortable on my bed watching you guys do for it and fell asleep.
Okay, I need you to speak up or get adjusted with the microphone. I did have trouble getting you into court, so I had you brought in for a number of reasons. First of all, because you failed to be able to appear in court consistently by Zoom, and because you couldn't seem to track very well. Also, it's contemptuous behavior to come to court under the influence of substance and the condition you were in. And thirdly, I was just worried for your physical and mental health. You just did not look or sound good at all. I was very concerned. And the officers had to go and try to wake you up. So in any event, you are feeling better today.
Oh, yeah.
I did have the officers give you a UA, and it was positive, I understand, for methamphetamines and amphetamines. So that's also a violation of your bond. You're not supposed to be having illegal substances, and meth is certainly illegal under any circumstance. Amphetamines can be.
Yes, ma'am. I actually have treatment today at 3 o'clock for it.
You have what, sir?
I have treatment today at 3 o'clock actually for it.
Very good. What kind of treatment is that?
Outpatient in Emporia, the corner
So
house.
you've already done an evaluation. Will this be your first appointment?
No. Since me and my wife got in that fight, I haven't been able to make it the last 2 weeks. So I don't have a license, but I told my mom yesterday, I can't miss this one. I gotta meet with my counselor at 3 to 4.
That boy, he got the jitters. He
I'm
coming
thinking
down
they
off of a
usually-
high
They
so
usually
bad.
kick you out of the program. in three.
Yeah. So this will be my discharge if I don't make it.
All right, well, let's take up the business at hand. I wasn't sure you'd even remember being in court yesterday. Do you remember?
Yeah. I said I nodded it off. I wasn't necessarily under the influence, maybe. I just woke up, you know what I mean?
I think it would be to your advantage to go back and look at yourself on the video from court.
I understand. I just woke up. I understand. I'm not a morning.
I've seen a lot of sleepy people, but I don't think that was just exhaustion. You better go back and look at that. You'll be, I think, quite surprised. All right. We've gone over your rights and charges. I want to do that real quickly again now that you're coherent. In count one of 2023 CR 80, you are charged with domestic battery on April 22nd, 23 in Greenwood County, unlawfully and intentionally causing physical contact with a family or household member, to wit, Aubrey Maxwell, in a rude, insulting, or angry manner. A B, person misdemeanor. If convicted, you can serve anywhere from 48 hours to 6 months in jail and pay a fine of $200 to $1,000, or in lieu of that mandatory 48 hours, you can be ordered to complete a certified domestic violence offender evaluation and follow that evaluation's recommendations. In count 2, you're accused of disorderly conduct, that is unlawfully and intentionally using fighting words or engage in noisy conduct, tending reasonably to arouse alarm, anger, or resentment in another person. Again, Aubrey Maxwell. This is a Class C non-person misdemeanor. If convicted, you could serve another 30 days and pay another $500 fine. Then you have count 3 in that case, which is criminally damaging by other.
How many charges this man got? He already up to what, 6? God. Mayo, how many charges you done when you went to jail? How many charges did you get on you?
I've never been to jail, sir.
Oh, okay. Damn, I forgot you were part of CIA.
No, I just don't do meth.
Yo, I've never been to jail either. I've never been to jail either, but Jesus. We got something from Rumble said this woman the judge looked like she could miss a meal, but meth isn't the same as self-control weight loss. Oh my God. Wow.
I'll bet you that bitch can bake a hell of an apple pie, though.
You know what?
You can't
probably
judge
right.
for the fuck.
Yeah.
Than fire explosive, you either damaged, destroyed, defaced, or substantially impaired the use of a cell phone belonging to Aubrey Maxwell with a value less than $1,000. This charge is a B non-person misdemeanor. If convicted, you could serve another 6 months and pay another $1,000 fine, as well as any restitution. Do you have any questions so far about what I've gone over on that case?
The cell phone thing, I don't really understand. Like, I got picked up that night, and it was at my house, and I went home, and it was just still there, and then they came and got it the next day.
All right. Well, you can talk to an attorney about that.
That's fine. Yeah, I didn't understand that one.
Okay. So you don't understand why you were charged, but you understand you were charged with it?
Yeah.
Okay. Now then, you also have case number 2023 CR 96.
Mm-hmm.
And that first case allegedly happened April 22nd of this year. And now in the new case, the 96 case, they are alleging that on or about April 29th, 2023 in Greenwood County, that you unlawfully and knowingly violated a protective order, which was a condition of your post-release supervision in the other case. In other words, in that first case, you were ordered not to have any contact with Aubrey Maxwell, and they're claiming that you did on April 29th. That violation would be a Class A person misdemeanor. You could, if convicted, serve up to a year in the county jail and pay a fine up to $2,500. So do you have any questions about that case, the second one?
No, ma'am.
Now, you do have the right to an attorney. Are you going to hire an attorney, apply for court appointed?
Probably file for court appointed.
Let's ask a few questions, see if you're eligible. Are you employed at this time?
Yeah. I've been on work comp because I broke my wrist at work since January 9th, but I got released to go back May 10th.
Did they prescribe you any medications for that?
When it happened, yeah.
But you're not on those?
No.
You use those all up? Okay.
Oh, yeah.
All right, so you go back to work. You said you did go back to work May 9th?
No, I broke it January 9th, but they gave me my travelers and my insurance said that they got a hold of I work for CNG Drilling. And they got a hold of CNG and they said they'd let me go back on May 10th, but they'll give me a date when. So I imagine it'll be this week.
Okay.
Matt already messaged me and said I can go back. I don't know.
All right. Are you getting any kind of pay while you're off work?
Yeah.
Workers' comp?
Yep.
Okay, and how much do you get per month on that?
$1.
Like almost 2,000 a month, maybe.
Okay, and then you said you have how many children?
3.
You help support them?
My wife don't work; she's stay-at-home mom.
Okay. I'm
Hey,
going to appoint
hey,
Attorney
hey,
Shannon
she's if his
Cooper to
hold on, wait, the
represent
fuck.
you. And I think that
If his wife is a stay-at-home mom and he makes $2,000 a month, Rod times is rough over there. Well, they are in Kansas, so maybe not. I don't know. That's insane. I can't even think about going back to $2,000 a month. What?
In that part of Kansas, you could actually live a pretty decent life for $2,000 a month.
Really?
You can get a house for like $350.
Damn.
Like, I mean, $350 a month.
Damn. But no one wants to live in Kansas, though. That's just like being in Mississippi, damn near. No one wants to do that.
the jailers will have a card.
Okay.
So you be sure and contact her on both these cases
Okay.
and talk to her before your next court date. Missy, when will that be?
June 27th at 3:30.
So that motherfucker got more court dates. This is insane. This is what, and then he gets released to go to his whatever the fuck he was talking about, his appointment with narcotics, so he can continue to go get treatment or whatever. It doesn't really. Oh, I can't do it no more. That was fucking brutal. That was fucking brutal. What the fuck just happened?
Like I said, man, I think you killed Mama.
Shit. That shit almost killed me. Where am I at? Hold on, I got one for you. What do you mean? That was. And I had a... Oh, there it is. Right there. Now, this is one of the first judges I actually watched. Hold on one second. Let me share this shit. This is a black judge, people. Yep, that's it. I don't know if we watched. Have we watched this one before?
Because you
I don't
can't
know.
live off your daughter's income. Your daughter, even though she's getting Social Security,
we saw this
it's as though your daughter is working.
What'd you say?
Yeah, we saw this one before.
See, I know. I could have sworn I didn't know if we saw it before, but yeah. Oh, all right. Well, shit. Bear with me. We saw a lot of these court cases. Jeez. What in the actual fuck is going on with my screen? It's moving slow. Oh, that's why. Let me get on camera. So, in other words, we're going to go with this one. All right, here we go. We're in the kitchen. We're down yonder.
They're doing activities or cards. He makes comments to me and tells other residents, calls me names.
Liar.
And this is just been a
Mr. Patton,
non.
don't say a word. I'm sorry. Mr.
We
Patton,
saw
don't
this
say a
one
word
too,
until
Uncle
I
Tom.
ask you.
Did we?
Yeah.
Is there a way you can turn the picture off so I don't have to look at my sister? It's upsetting me greatly and making it hard to speak.
Nope.
Thank you.
Gentlemen, have a seat, have a seat, have a seat. Everybody have a seat.
Hold on.
Siéntense todos. All right, everybody, this is what I like to call a you problem tonight. This is
It's not none of their problems. Damn. How many TPOs have I watched? I can't find my other channel. Jesus Christ. All right. All right, here we go. I don't know what this one's about, but it's about something. Yeah. Someone was going 100 miles an hour.
Being a better person and just improving my lifestyle and doing better. But I've never done that before, Your Honor.
But explain to me, why was that the day?
I was just trying to get home.
What were you thinking? I mean, 110?
I honestly, Your Honor, I don't.
In today's video,
No,
we
we
have
didn't.
4 hearings from Judge Washington's criminal docket. Each hearing gets better and better as they go, so watch to the end for the best. Let's get into the video.
State of Michigan versus Ryan Webb, case number 20S00255.
Rachel McDuffie for the people.
Assistant Public Defender Melissa Kleeman on behalf of Mr. Webb. And sir, can you unmute and state your name for the record, please?
Well, they talking fast over here.
Ryan Webb.
Thank you. Good morning, sir.
Good morning, Your Honor.
And Your Honor, at this time, we have not received any information about an offer. In this case, we would like to try to get it resolved. However, if we could have a brief adjournment and then address bond, please.
All right, because he was arraigned on a bond violation on April the 4th, 2023 before the magistrate.
I'm not sure that I've received, I have a bond violation from 2021. Is that the same document?
Trying to figure that out myself.
Okay.
Yeah, it looks like he's been gone since 2021.
Okay. And he did represent to me that he was in treatment for some time in Kentucky. After that, he had forgot to update his address with the court, and he didn't receive any sort of notice going forward until he was picked up on this warrant.
Well, the bond violation indicates that he stopped testing. He last tested positive for cocaine on July 30th of 2021, and buprenorphine and THC. And he had tested for those twice already, July 26th and July 30th of 2021. And then he simply stopped testing from August 3rd and apparently until we saw him again in 2023. This is operating while intoxicated case.
Understood. And sir, you do admit that you had stopped testing, correct?
Yes, I do. Yes, ma'am. Correct.
Right. Before I accept the plea, sir, I have to advise you. I mean, I know the magistrate did, but I want to make a record here that you have a right to have a hearing on this matter. And if you are found guilty or if you admit guilt, then your bond can remain revoked, or at this point, it looks like it's at 5,010%. Do you understand that, sir?
Yes, Your Honor. Yes, I do.
Understanding that you want to waive your right to have a hearing and admit to the bond violation?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, Your Honor.
Raise your right hand. Do you swear affirm the testimony about the provide the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So help you God.
Yes, Your Honor, I do.
Thank you. First of all, you acknowledge, sir, that you were under court order to have no illegal drugs or illegal substances in your body?
Yes, Your Honor, I do.
And you acknowledge that you tested positive on July 26th and July 30th of 2021?
Yes, I do.
And then in addition to that, sir, you also missed August 3rd, August 13th, August 25th, and every day after that until now for testing. Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. I find that there's a valid basis for the bond violation, and it's been willingly and knowingly made. Are you satisfied, Ms. McDuffie?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, Ms. Cleveland?
Satisfied as well. Thank you.
They do this too much because you can tell
Now,
that
Ms. Cleveland, you
since
said you
how
wanted
fast
to,
she talks,
adjourn.
how fast as she talks, you can tell all she does is this shit. This might be overnight. Do you think this is at night or do you think this is during the day? Because I know overnight they do a lot a lot quicker, get people moving in and out of these court systems. I don't know. It's weird.
Look, it's during
so
the
you can
day.
have time to talk to Ms. Duffy.
Is it during the day?
Lindsay Payot's. You can see her outer window of her car.
Oh yeah. Okay, I see. But you know she does a lot of these shits.
Oh yeah.
Ms. McDuffie, about an agreement, a potential resolution?
Yes, please.
And You want to address bond?
Yes,
Oh, man,
in
she
terms
look like
of
a
bond,
drug
we
addict
are
right
asking if
there.
he could be released with a GPS tether and a personal bond. He's been unable to post the bond so far. He did express to me that he has been working on his sobriety. He is
Ooh,
now in
look at all
a
them
weekly Suboxone
tattoos. Black
program.
thoughts would be
He
motherfucking
does live
angry.
with someone that he met in the program who is assisting him in staying sober, and he does have a reliable address that he could be tethered to.
Well, all right, Ms. McDuffie.
I'm just curious. I'm a little bit confused about how he ended up in Kentucky, but so he's in a Suboxone program here locally. It sounds like. Okay. So no objection to the release with the GPS tether. His testing requirements, I guess, I'd like to know what those are, or if there's a new order that needs to be entered.
He would need a new order to be entered. He was supposed to drug test within 24 hours. It looks like he's set up for intermediate testing right now, which means that he tests 3 to 4 times per month.
Okay. No objection. I'm just looking. It looks like the majority of the failures to appear are apparently at some point he's in. Okay, let me just ask this, Your Honor, because there's another note in GIS from back in 21 that says he's in Texas. Are we under a no leaving the state without permission situation here? Because that's my concern, is that he's apparently been in 2 different states so far.
No,
And
it was just Kentucky. I never went to Texas.
okay, so at least 1 state so far. So my concern is just that. I understand that his reason for doing that was to seek treatment. We don't have any information about what happened there, but I'm just concerned about him leaving again.
I think the court, hang on, sir. I think the court did know that he was in Kentucky, though, because we had actually received that information from Heather Ball. So I think he had updated the court on that. Whether or not there was permission to leave, I'm not clear. I wasn't on the case at that time. But I do think that the court did know at the time.
Well, the court may have known, but it said right in my order, no leaving the state without permission of the court.
Understood.
Oh my God. See, that's why you don't get in trouble. You ain't got to worry
All right,
about the judge
and
telling
as
you
far
nothing.
as the Suboxone is concerned, he was supposed to be on that. He was prescribed that back on July 22nd of 2021. My notes talk about it right here. And he was not supposed to be released from the jail without proof of Suboxone prior to release. So that is not a new thing for him to be on Suboxone. And we have no proof that he was in treatment in whatever state he was in. That is my other concern. However, there is no objection from the people for him to be released on a GPS tether. So I'm going to release him on a GPS tether.
Oh, look at you. Good lawyer. I mean, good judge over there letting the white man out. Look at that white
And
man
testing.
getting out.
I'm going to actually make it 5 times per month.
That boy got pissed 5 times a month? Jeez. Can you imagine have to always submit
Okay.
piss every
He's supposed to be in
goddamn week?
Isaiah
That's
House. Do we have any
crazy.
proof that he ever even completed that?
I do not have any documentation as of today. Sir, do you have documentation that you completed the program?
I didn't complete the program, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you. May 11th, 2023 at 9 a.m.
I appreciate your time.
Thank you.
Third, if you cut the tether off, you understand that that is a felony, right?
Yeah, no, I just want to do whatever I have to do to get this taken care of, Your
Just
Honor.
making sure you fully understand.
I'm not going to mess with it, I promise.
Okay. All right, we'll see you back here when?
Next week. We got a piss.
Mr. Webb, when will we see you back here?
Oh, whenever I need to be here. I don't.
You don't even know what I just told you, do you?
You said the GPS tether, right?
That's all you heard. And you need to be here on May 11th
May 11th, yes, ma'am.
at 9 a.m.
9 a.m. I will be here early, 8:30.
It's on Zoom.
Oh, it's on Zoom?
Yes.
Okay. I will be on it. No problem.
All right.
I appreciate your time.
You're all set, sir.
Thank you. Oh.
Mhm. State of Michigan versus Justin Becker, 22-00177.
Rachel McDuffie for the people.
Assistant Public Defender Melissa Kleeman on behalf of Mr. Becker. And sir, can you unmute and state your name for the record, please?
State of Michigan versus Jeremiah Palmer, case number 22-00439, as well as 22-00467.
Rachel McDuffie from the people.
Again, may it please this honorable court, Gerard Scanlon, P number 74992, appearing on behalf of Mr. Palmer.
Thank you. Mr. Palmer, please state your name again.
Jeremiah Palmer.
Thank you. What would you like to do on behalf of your client today, Mr. Scanlon?
Your Honor, after having a thorough discussion with my client as to his options, my client wishes to enter a guilty plea. He would like to provide an explanation as to why it is he did not obtain the scram tether as ordered by the court.
All right, sir, please raise your right hand to be sworn. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to provide will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Thank you. You may lower your hand. Sir, as to this particular case, violation, do you acknowledge that you failed to comply with this court's order to go and get the scram tether placed?
Yes.
All right.
She has multiple court cases. That's pretty cool.
Are you satisfied with the plea of guilty to the violation? Ms.
Yes.
Mc-
Provide my explanation. I mean, I've been working 12 hours. I walk home about an hour walk each way. That's 14 hours of my day. And
Mr. Palmer, I got it. Thank you.
Oh.
All right, I'm sorry, Ms. McDuffie, I'm not certain that the recorder picked up your response.
Yes.
Thank you. And I believe that you said you were satisfied, Mr. Scanlon?
Satisfied, Your Honor.
Thank you. All right, you may proceed, Mr. Scanlon.
Your Honor, Mr. Palmer is an individual that has battled a severe addiction to alcohol. And
how many times do you think these lawyers just lie for everything that they got going on? I mean, that's their job, is to lie. It's when does it get old? I see why lawyers
yeah,
is
but the
crazy.
judges know this game too.
Yeah, I know, but see, Your Honor, my Justin Mills was just a great kid who his life been caused with turmoil and negatory and it's just like, dude, what the fuck?
I'd like to report to court that in battling the severe addiction that he has to alcohol and his dependency upon alcohol, he's making tremendous strides. He works for Contractor Steel, where he's been employed twice. He's working 60 to 70 hours a week. He understands the gravity.
Oh, he making money over there.
And he has no transportation. And despite the fact that he has no transportation, he is in fact going to work. He was attending meetings, group meetings. He was attending AA. He was on the breathalyzer program where he was supposed to be blowing into the breathalyzer and testing there. And as far as I knew, up to a certain point, there was no violations of that breathalyzer. As far as I know, he's steadily paying on his fines and costs. There's been no indication from probation that he's behind on his fines and costs. He's making payments towards that. He has to do his 1 day of community service. Probation and the goal of probation is to rehabilitate the individual. They want to make the individual a productive member of society. They want the member to know that you did something wrong, but the court has compassion and understanding and realizes that you did something wrong, but we're going to give you an opportunity to make it right. And that is the goal of probation. It's to rehabilitate the individual back into society. And I believe in this particular instance, it's working. This individual has not drank a drop of alcohol in quite some time. He realizes that he made
nigga
very
drunk
grievous
now. What are you
mistakes
talking
in his
about?
life, and he wants to move past these grievous mistakes that he has made. And I believe that he is in fact making strides towards that goal.
Mr. Scanlon, I didn't want to interrupt you, but the reason why he was supposed to go get on the scram tether was because he failed to comply with the sober link. He failed the test.
And I indicated to the court the last time, I believe, that yes, we were aware that he had failed that sober link test, but I believe that he had tested shortly thereafter. And I think Mr. Palmer can attest to this. He had tested shortly thereafter and it was negative. I believe he had gone to the police station or something like that.
No, I had missed my test by like maybe an hour or two, and then I would take it because I'd be on the floor working.
And so he would take the test, Your Honor, and it would be negative.
I have already made my ruling about how I felt about that, which was for him to get the scram tether, and he didn't do it. Ms. McDuffie?
Your Honor, with that being said, it's difficult to sort of view this as an entirely sort of I agree. The purpose of probation is absolutely to do those things and to rehabilitate. But we're in a situation now where we have the mistake of the original offense, says, and the mistakes made on probation. So obviously, I agree that he does need a scram tether, and that will help to prevent any issues with timing in his work schedule as well. But I'm going to leave the rest in the court's discretion with how to move forward. It's difficult for me to look at this as everything is okay, because it clearly isn't, and he had to be brought into custody to get arraigned on a bench warrant just a few days ago.
Okay, am I not understanding? He missed his testing by an
hour.
He went back in and still got tested that same day, and it was negative. But you punish him for being late. He doesn't have a car, so he has to, and that right there is what, oh man, I can see how people get jaded towards the courts when it comes to stuff like that. He obviously wasn't drinking. He obviously was going to work 60 and 70 hours a week without a vehicle. So,
well, and he had to walk from work to testing and back.
Yeah. And that's what I'm saying. That's a hard thing to fucking, ooh. And then to say we're gonna put you on a tether because the simple fact is you missed testing by an hour. That's it. That's kind of criminal. I don't like that shit. Huh?
It sounds like the judge thought he missed testing, period.
Yeah.
When she made that ruling originally.
Yeah, well, she said, my wife said she thought he failed, and he didn't fail.
Yeah.
He just missed it.
Yeah.
So
And he
that
only
would be
missed it by an
that'll
hour.
be a failure. That'll be a failure if you really come to think about it. If you missed something, you failed it. But again, he went back an hour and he still got tested, and it was negative. So, and she ruled on it. I think her ruling, if she said she ruled on to him to get a tether, was stupid, because if he's walking everywhere, how the fuck can you, man, get the fuck out of here. That's bullshit. That's when they say a motherfucker's trying to do the right thing at all times, and the court system keeps beating him down. I will say that in this case right here, I will agree. Because he doesn't have a car. He obviously doesn't have anyone to take him anywhere, and he's walking everywhere.
And he's not drinking,
and he's not drinking, and he's working.
Yeah.
That's crazy. Yeah, this is how you get that defunding rhetoric. Yes, that's exactly. Yeah, see, this in this case, and this is a white man. This is a white man. So this is a hard one.
Mr. Heaton, are you able to tell me whether he was still blowing in SoberLink from February the 14th until he was brought into custody on April 10th?
I can look it up right now, Your Honor. I did want to add that while I'm looking it up, there were 42 missed SoberLink tests. There were several that were never retaken, and there were several days where there was no SoberLink test at all. So just wanted to add that to the record.
I appreciate that, Mr. Heaton.
Can I say something, Your Honor?
In just one moment. Is he on scram tether now?
Yes, he is, Your Honor.
Sir, were you still blowing in your SoberLink from
Yes, I was.
February 14th until April 10th?
Up until it stopped working on me, which was like 2 weeks ago.
What would you like to say?
I know I missed, but I had left it at work the one time from Friday or Saturday morning until Sunday night. So that was like 3 tests right there that I missed. I had no way to get it because nobody's in the shop from Saturday at like 9 a.m. till Sunday night at 9.
You told me that before.
So I was just clarifying.
And as such, I ordered you to do scram, and you just didn't go.
I mean, he actually has a good excuse.
Your Honor.
Oh,
yes,
now,
Mr. Heaton.
So I don't have a report of there being any.
Go ahead.
I would say he would have been better off if he had documentation from his work.
Yeah.
Or from his boss saying that he called and tried.
Yeah.
Because honestly, if I was him, I would have went to the police station and blown.
Yeah.
At least once a day. but that's me. I didn't get in a DUI because I don't drink and drive. So I think differently.
Yeah, I agree with you on that one. And I have a designated driver behind me, so I can drink all I want.
Any tests, all I have is the report stating that the SoberLink device was deactivated after the warrant was issued and several notifications were sent to the device, reminding Mr. Palmer to come in for the scram tether.
All right, thank you so much. Can I see counsel in the breakout room along with probation? All right, we're back on the record in the Jeremiah Palmer matter. Mr. Palmer,
Yes.
this is what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna extend your probation for an additional 6 months.
Okay.
Is there anything else anyone else wanted to say prior to me sentencing Mr. Palmer?
No, ma'am.
Just thank you, Your Honor,
Thank you.
on behalf of my family.
I do appreciate it.
And I'm gonna tell you this, Mr. Palmer. If you miss one of your downloads at any point in time, I'm giving you the entire sentence.
Okay.
Okay. I want to do a review in this case in 90 days on July 13th, 2023 at 10 a.m.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. All right.
All right, have a day.
See, what I don't like about that,
Go ahead.
he took the guy's counsel back into chambers without him. That's bullshit.
I didn't even think of that.
That's bullshit.
Yeah. Well, he got 6 months. He was because he don't want to go. No one wants to go to jail.
Unless it's an issue of law.
Mm-hmm.
No.
Yeah.
That's bullshit.
No one wants to go to jail. So I would have been happy with the 6 motherfucking months either. But I don't know what his attorney said or what they didn't say, because they have all those breakout rooms where you wouldn't know until they go back on. You know what I'm saying? So I don't know.
And he wasn't invited.
Oh, the actual client. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, that's some bullshit there.
Yeah, it could have been like it was a meeting in her chambers, just the attorneys and other people. You know how it is.
Yeah, but it would have to be a matter of law question.
It could have been.
Clearly wasn't.
Basically what happened? She sentenced him to 6 months of probation. That he has to check in to his tethers to blow. I guess going to wherever they had to go to blow and see if he was drinking alcohol. So.
Well, he's got it sounds like he's got a take-home device.
Oh yeah, because they have to download it. So.
Yeah. So he's got to blow into it probably every 8 to 10 hours. I would imagine.
That's so.
Dude, if the alcohol's got a hold of you, that's what you got to do sometimes.
Yeah, I guess.
You know, it's like the interlock devices on cars.
Yeah, true that. I forgot about that. I forgot to do that whole, you got to blow the drive. Yeah, okay. I can't be mad at it. I'm not even mad at it. He didn't go to jail, so, I mean, that's cool. No one wants to be behind bars. No one does.
Well,
State
especially
of Michigan
somebody
versus
working.
Letitia Kirk,
Yeah.
case number 23-00045.
Rachel McDuffie for the people.
Good morning, Your Honor. For the record, my name is Jeffrey Bennett. I'm appearing with and on behalf of Ms. Kirk today. Ms. Kirk, could you unmute your phone and state your name for the record, please?
Letitia Kirk.
She better get jail time.
Good morning, Your Honor.
We're here for sentencing today?
Yes, Your Honor, and I would indicate that Ms. Kirk and I have discussed the probation report and recommendation. We don't have any changes to it. What I would actually, I don't have any changes to the report, and we're going to ask that you follow the recommendation of fines, costs, community service, and breaking the cycle class. I do have some additional allocution when that time is appropriate.
Thank you, Ms. McDuffie.
I just have a question. I guess I'm a little bit confused about. Okay, never mind, Your Honor. I think I was just a little bit confused about the 90-day review and the 15 days community service. So we're so the entire term of probation is what?
There's no probation term.
There's none. So this is
This is a sentence to a recommendation for community service finds and costs and complete some programming. And if she doesn't do that, then she goes on probation.
okay. So she has the 60-day time limit to do that, and then a review in 90 to see that. Okay, I got it. Okay. It's a very, very generous recommendation. I'll just say that. So nothing further from the people.
Thank you.
Your Honor, just to add a little bit more than what's contained in here. Ms. Kirk is a veteran of the Armed Services. She works at the Department of Veterinary Affairs currently. She has been in weekly treatment through the VA since January of 2023. She attends outpatient therapy every Thursday.
She lying.
And for those reasons, and including the other rationale contained in the recommendation, we believe that the sentence, which does not currently include probation, is appropriate in this case.
Thank you. Ms. Kirk, is there something you'd like to say? I specifically like to hear about why you're driving so fast on the road while you're driving, while you're using alcohol.
Damn.
Your Honor, to be honest with you, I just want to say that there is no, I take full responsibility for my actions and my actions and my behavior, and that I know what I did was not right. In my speeding and drinking and driving is something that's not indicative of my character. I've never done that before in my life. And I look forward to just being a better person and just improving my lifestyle and doing better. But I've never done that before, Your Honor.
Okay. We'll cut your
Explain to
slack.
me, why was that the day?
Uh-oh.
I was just trying to get home.
What were you thinking? I mean, 110?
This bitch was doing 100.
I honestly, Your Honor,
Mama, how many times you done been 110 miles an hour? What? Shit. Hey, Kai, how many times you been 110 miles an hour? I don't know. Say what you want. You've gone 110 plenty of times? Shit. What about Wrestler? How many times you been 110? Oh, you live in New York. You ain't been 110 never. There ain't no way you can get 110 in New York.
I have to admit, I was the passenger, not the driver.
Oh, that's bullshit. Mayo, how many times you been 110?
I plead the fifth.
Chicken.
Yeah. Shit, I've been probably about 115 a couple times. I got pulled over going 102. So, I don't know.
Damn.
Yeah. And I didn't know the speed limit changed from 70 to 35. Yeah, but it is what it is. You know, everyone gets caught slipping every now and again.
You were going too fast. You missed the speed signs.
I hate Orlando, so that's the problem. I fucking hate Orlando. I try to get out of that place as soon as I get a chance to, man. But they were doing so much construction, it's like they kept changing the damn speed limit, so that was the problem with Orlando. There were so many speed limit changes that, I know. But I was never drinking when I did it. I just did it sober.
I don't think I was going that fast, Your Honor, to be honest with you. But I know I was speeding, Your Honor. I can attest to that, Your Honor. And I was just trying to get home.
Drunk?
I was almost home.
Drunk? You almost didn't make it. You was drunk. How low? How was it? How much was her blood alcohol level? Is what I want to know.
Ms. Kirk, I have some serious reservations about following the recommendation in this case.
Me too.
Damn.
I'm with you.
Trying to find her on my screen and I don't see it. Can you speak again for me so I can see you? There you are. I see you. You moved to the middle. And the reason being is because I really need some explanation as to why, you say you've never done it before, but to be going at least 100 miles per hour.
She
and up to
never got
110
caught
with an
before.
officer
That's the problem.
trailing behind you is extremely, extremely dangerous.
Yes, Your Honor, it truly is. And I know I put myself in danger, and I probably put other people in danger with my behavior.
Probably.
But I do not do that, Your Honor. I do not get in trouble like this, Your Honor.
Your Honor, could we approach this just really quick?
Yes. Yes.
I have a problem with it because you know what? She was harder on the white. She was easier on the white dude. You know what I'm saying? It's not right. It's not right. This bitch. That's what she said.
Who said that? She did?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's not good. That shows a serious lack of remorse.
Oh Lord. She acting up in the chambers. What up, Black Thoughts? Good evening, sir. She just sitting there. Oh, she rolling the eyes and shit. Uh-oh.
What'd she say?
I don't know. She said something slick. I hope that the judge saw the shit.
Oh, I'm sure the clerk's watching.
Yeah. Whoever did the video just cut it down. Yeah, you was going 110. You was drunk, girl. You was drunk. That's what she said. I was going 110.
Yeah, she knew that because she already paid the fine for that shit.
Oh, you was 110 drunk. It's okay. They all don't put your eyes back in your face.
Own it. Own it
Hey,
or do probation.
Hey, she was like this. No, that's not right. Cause she's gonna give a favor to that white guy and not me. Yo, Letitia, take responsibility. She looks upset.
Yeah, you know she ain't going to counseling every week. She just
Hell
worked at the VA. They signed
All
her
right, we're
ass
back
in
on
and
the
she's
record
walking
in the
out.
Letitia Kirk matter. Ms. Kirk, it is the summons of this court that you serve 15 days of community service. Fines and court costs in this case for a total of $1,295. You must complete the First Step referral program, Breaking the Cycle. You also must attend the VA outpatient therapy and provide proof that you're attending that within 14 days of today's sentence.
Uh-oh.
We'll do a review on this case on July 13th, 2023 at 10 a.m. Do you have any questions about your sentence, ma'am? You're muted.
Oh.
Did she just leave? No, she turned off her camera. Now your camera's off and you're muted, ma'am.
I don't have any questions, Your Honor.
Thank you. I'll see you back here on July 13th at 10 a.m. now.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
That was a sister code right there. We're gonna give her a couple of
State of
days.
Michigan versus Martinez Ferris, case number 16 FB 1790.
Rachel McDuffie for the people.
Hey, Fred Miller over here hiding a motherfucker right now.
Martinez.
Hey, you can just
Ferris
smell the weed
present.
on that dude.
I'm here, Your Honor.
Good morning, Ms. Ferris.
Good morning.
You filed this motion to set aside the conviction on your own.
Did.
And Your Honor, last time we were here, I don't have the AG's opposition letter, but I had identified two major issues myself that was probably going to prevent this from going through. And Ms. Ferris, pardon me, was advised to get an attorney, and that's why we adjourned to today, to sort of guide her through what those issues are and the status of this. I don't know if she was able to get someone to assist her.
The attorney listed on my docket actually denied representing my case. He believed that there was a slim chance of a positive outcome on the matter. And I've also been told that my mental health would not be taken into consideration with this court or with this case by him. So I'm looking for another counsel. I'm asking for more time to find another counsel on this matter with someone who does kind of maybe believe in me a little more. If not, I would ask for the right to represent myself or to express my right in representing myself if I can.
All right.
And it does look like Rock. Oh, Rock the biggin over here.
Yeah, that's Rock in 20 years.
Eligible for setting aside, but I will give you time to speak with another attorney so maybe you can understand what's going on here. I will bring this out one more time for you to do that. The next time you come back, I'll be making my ruling on this.
You can make your ruling today, actually, and I can just represent myself if you're telling me it's going to be a waste of time.
Well, I think you should talk to an attorney.
I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
I was going to ask if I could just make a record of the issues that the people identified, so that perhaps when Ms. Ferris does go to find an attorney, she'll be advised of what some of those issues are.
Okay. You may do
one of the issues that the people identified was that it's just simply too early. Based on the timeline and the required 5 years after the end of the sentence, she would not be eligible, as far as I can see, until May 3rd of 2024. In addition to that timeline being too early, there's also a conviction, which I think that she already acknowledges, from just last June. So that's going to add an additional waiting period of a few years based on a recent conviction.
Okay.
So those are the two big things that I found in terms of the timeline for when this would have to happen.
Judge, you can make your ruling today, actually. That's fine. I don't want to see counsel anymore.
I had one more thing to say, but
you want to just withdraw it so that there's no denial of it. Would you like to just withdraw it today and refile it when you become eligible? Because when you file and it gets denied, it makes it more challenging in the future to get it when you do become eligible.
Sure.
All right. I will note that it is withdrawn at this time so that you don't get a negative ruling. Okay?
Sure.
All right.
Thank you, Your Honor. I was still going when Ms. Ferris started talking, but the last thing was just that there's also the matter of outstanding restitution. I'm not exactly sure how that affects eligibility as well, but that's another thing in terms of the end of her.
What the hell does she
current
do?
case is that there's still that.
$24,000 in restitution if I can't get a job, you guys. That doesn't make sense. Nobody is accepting me for employment to make money, to pay restitution.
McDonald's is hiring.
So I'm supposed to wait another
Burger
5 or 6
King,
years to get a job to pay you
Domino's
guys
Pizza.
$24,000, which will stack with interest. There's no way out for me in this situation, honestly, if we are being honest here.
Oh, she must have did some felony shit.
I don't know what we're going to do about restitution. I can't find employment long enough or employment good enough for $24,000 on top of me serving 2 months in jail.
Walmart hires felons.
Damn, it don't even matter. That's the excuse because she just said she just told on herself. She said she doesn't make enough. OnlyFans. She don't make enough to or no, she doesn't have employment long enough or good enough to pay $24,000. So that means you can get hired. You just can't keep a job. Maybe because you got an attitude. I don't know. It seems like you have a bad attitude.
That's what my bedwood said, Megan. It's big bad.
So I will not have to show up here anymore?
No, you don't have to show up here.
Okay, have a good day.
Thomas Evans matters.
Wait, what the fuck happened? Hold on, what the fuck happened?
Sure.
I don't know what the hell happened.
Withdrawn at this time. All right. Thank you, ma'am.
So I will not have to show up here anymore?
No, you don't have to show up for anymore.
Okay.
Did
have a
Judge
good day.
say charges withdrawn?
Yeah.
Thomas Evans matters.
That's insane.
What the fuck?
I don't. Is it me or do you understand what just happened?
Nope, not a clue.
She had $24,000 in restitution. Shawsey had other charges. They withdrew all the charges. I think they didn't withdraw the restitution, but I know they did the charges. But they could have did the restitution too. I don't know. I don't know. That's
Well, I mean, restitution goes with the charges. So if they withdraw the charges,
they withdrew the restitution, right? You would think. I don't know. That sounds kind of crazy to me.
that's
like
sister code shit right there.
Without charges, there's nothing to pay restitution on.
Yeah.
That's a man.
That girl was looking at serious time because of her past, I think.
Yes.
I'm starting to get a little worried, but this is
Yes.
so now let's do this.
I don't know, man. All right, so this is the last one. Is for Thomas Evans. Who is Thomas Evans? Let's see who's find him.
Oh, I'm on level 6 now.
I don't see a Thomas
Winston?
Evans.
Or Timothy Winston?
No, I don't know. I think it might
Case
switch.
numbers 22S00450 as well as 22S430.
I don't see him.
Rachel McDuffie for the people.
Assistant Public Defender Melissa Kleeman on behalf of Mr. Evans. And sir, can you state your name, please?
Thomas Evans.
Good afternoon, Mr. Evans.
Where the fuck do you see a Thomas Evans?
Oh, he's in the court.
Oh, okay,
On a bond violation as well as a pretrial.
Yes, and I did have the chance to speak with him about the bond violation. He is denying it and asking to set for a hearing at this time.
All right, we'll give him a hearing.
Who the fuck is Dopey? But is that Timothy Winston? He's a Dopey.
Wesley, I think.
Oh yeah, Wesley, knocked the fuck out.
I got 3. No, I got 3.
Oh,
Hearing
he woke
was
up.
on April the 20th, 2023. And
Perhaps he had said no matter how hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace of his co-workers.
control will be at the same time.
Okay, that's the second input that could.
I have a report here that indicates that the download shows that he blew 0.0243 on April the 12th.
Damn, 2 point. What? That's
0.02. Damn.
0.017, 187, and 0.046. And there was a tamper. That was confirmed.
0.046. Jesus
McDuffie.
Christ.
Your Honor, we got this report following our last set of hearings where Mr. Evans had been ordered to get a scram tether upon the assumption that he was going to have to immediately report to Wayne County Jail on March, I think it was 29th of the sentencing. He ended up getting until the 14th to do so. We requested the downloads from that tether. So these are brand new violations just from the short window of time between our last hearing, or actually his sentencing in the Wayne County case, and his upcoming pretrial hearing.
Winston going.
That's the previous
Winston
reason
going.
that we were concerned, because I don't know why Wayne County doesn't have him apparently testing for alcohol, but the same thing has been a pattern of repeated positives on these tethers after he has sort of a disposition in his other case.
Timothy
As
hiding
if
a
he has nothing to lose
motherfucker.
and is going to go to jail anyway, which is our concern.
That
That is obviously a
motherfucker high.
continued concern. We have multiple consumption and tamper events on that tether just in early April, and it's still early April. So Mr. Evans has the right to challenge that result, as I think he was going to originally with the last couple of violations, but the people could not have any greater concern in this case. I did indicate, I think on the record last time, but just to be clear, there are no offers. There are no breaks to be given here. And with respect to the pretrial, I just wanted to make sure that that's clear. Mr. Evans would need to plead as charged on both cases.
Damn. She don't like that nigga.
All right. Anything from you, Ms. Cleveland?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you, Your Honor.
Anything from you on this matter?
Not this time. I would just say, Mr. Evans again adamantly denies this allegation of the bond violation. He is going to have to turn himself into the Wayne County Jail on this coming Monday for the case down there.
Bond is set at $50,000 cash assured. You go with the officer, sir.
That was quick and easy. Your ass to jail. Uh-oh. What's he smoking? Oh, he's eating something.
He's smoking something. Wesley.
Oh, yeah, Wesley's smoking.
It looks like he's smoking a joint.
And he's a truck driver. John the Baptist, what you in there smoking, son? You just look, these two both hiding a motherfucker. Look at Timothy. Look at Timothy. Oh, he going. Yo, these niggas is. What the fuck is Wesley doing? Jesus. How long does it take to take a motherfucker to jail? And
That's on both cases, Your Honor.
Yes.
Thank you.
I don't know, man. It's just crazy. These people are insane. I'm glad I ain't got to do it. I ain't nodding off for nobody. You know what? I was nodding off yesterday. I was drunk. I was a little drunk. I ain't gonna say I was super drunk. I was really tipsy. Really tipsy. But I don't know. That's it for me today. I'll be back on tomorrow with the actual TPOs that I wanted to talk about tomorrow morning. Well, probably after I get coming from the beach, because the little boy wants to go to the beach, so I gotta take him to the beach. If it's not raining, it just depends on how the weather is. But I will be doing two TPO cases tomorrow, which I thought were pretty interesting. And I would like to see what y'all think about them. Other than that, man, I don't have anything else. Does anyone else got anything to say?
Y'all have a good night.
All right. What about you, Mama?
Good night. Good show.
Thank you for being up here.
Always.
Yes, ma'am. Wrestler, are you asleep?
Not really.
All right, well, y'all, thank y'all for coming out here. We're about to get up out of here. Let me take this white lady down. All right, y'all have a good night. This was a long one. I'm glad I went through it. We watched what I wanted to watch. We talked about things and had some good fun. I'm glad everything went well. Don't go to jail. Don't drink and drive. Find you a DD. It's really simple. Other than that, man, I'll see you guys tomorrow. Have a good night. Peace.